Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I am, to those who are watching out there in the ether, Sadia Abbas, and I guess I'm the person who sort of put this together.
Sort of.
Well, you know. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking our co-sponsors, the South Asia Studies Program and Johan Matthew there, as well as Amisal and Angeline Nerlicker for supporting the event. The Center for European Studies for hosting it. Martine Adams, the administrator at the Center for European Studies, without whom we would all be lost through this process. She's been absolutely fabulous. I personally adore her more and more, including running errands like bringing us things at dinner last night. So she's been phenomenal. I have to say that my greatest thanks go to Belinda Davis, always, who is the acting director of the Center for European Studies. Regina Carl is on leave. I want to thank her as well for being so open to this project. But Belinda is, I think, that rarest of intellectual and scholar, which is that she is one of the hardest working people I've ever met. She will take on everybody else's work and apologize for not doing more of it. That's the part I don't think she needs to do. I keep telling her not to do it. We women apologize enough. But also her capacity to actually act and stand in solidarity with faculty as well as students is simply unmatched. I've taught for many, many years. I've never met anyone like her. And I personally have not been very well for the past couple of years, but the past 6 weeks have been awful. And Belinda has yet again stepped into the breach, in addition to becoming acting director again and sending off a manuscript 2 days ago. So a very special thank you. Right? So thank you to Nancy Condé, who might or might not be watching, who's out there, who is a colleague at Pittsburgh. So I'm going to a circuitous thank you here, because this project is also being supported by the ValEUs Contestation to European Foreign Policy project and consortium, of which we are now part, and of which I am the Rutgers PI, which is supported by the Jean Monnet Network as part of the Erasmus Plus program. And Nancy is the one who, when I was director of the center, I think suggested to Randall that I be brought in. Nancy is a fierce, prickly, and unafraid scholar and feminist. I have tremendous respect for her. I'm also very thankful to her because she introduced me to Randall. And so my final personal thanks go to Randall Halle, who is a new colleague and collaborator, and I think I would say now friend, who has been absolutely generous and who has also stepped in these past few weeks when I've been so ill, and helped out in ways that include work, but also just, quite frankly, a kind of humane sympathy and perception that I have found a balm and at a difficult time. So Randall is simply exceptional, and it's been fabulous. And he's also a fantastic person to walk around Paris with during a music festival, and as I found out in June. So if you can finagle your way into his good graces, right? You should. So if you can finagle or inveigle your way into his good graces, I would recommend that you try to go to a music festival with him, right? Or walk around Paris with him. I have just invited myself to his Berlin home. The genesis of this workshop, first, is my own encounter with Greece in 2007, which made no sense to me. Greece made no sense. I am a humanist, as a humanities person, not an Enlightenment humanist. So this is not a plug for Diderot. It is, I'm just talking about a professional self-description, which means that my own formation is part of a kind of Phil-Hellenized intellectual space, and actually exist in Greece made no sense to me when I arrived there in 2007, right? And so thus began, I would suppose, a kind of a real fracture in my post-colonial formation. And the current book that, the interminable current Leviathan of a book that I'm working on came out of that. After 2007, of course, we had the global financial collapse, the Eurozone crisis, and then the refugee influx, all of which came to completely radically reshape my thinking about Europe. That manuscript, at least the Europe part of it, is already in place. And last summer, when I was introduced to Hans Kundnani by Emily Marker and asked to invite him to the center, that meant that, and then I found quite a few affinities in our work, talking about the relationship between policy and the work that I do in postcolonial studies. I should interrupt myself for a minute to say that, and out of also respect for Randall, who has views on this, that when I talk about postcolonial, I do not say that we are post as an after, like we've gotten past the colonial. All I mean is everything that started with the settlement of the Americas. So I just mean after that moment. That's all post means here, right? And when I refer to postcolonial studies, I'm simply referring to a disciplinary formation or misformation, as the case might be, right? So it became clear to me that that kind of European studies work needed to be, with which obviously I have overdetermined affinities because of my own work, needed to be in conversation with postcolonial studies. And I reached out to Dipesh Chakrabarty, who very graciously responded, but also agreed to be in conversation. So in the past year, as I tried to sort of make this thing happen, right? And as it sort of, and as I sent a plethora of emails to people trying to make it happen, my thinking expanded as well. And part of the project was to put, let's say, what we call actually existing Europe, right, in dialogue with postcolonial studies, in which very often Europe is a kind of cipher or a placeholder for either an epistemology or a cluster of ideas, and it does a lot of shorthand work, right? And it's understandable in some ways because from a certain perspective, Europe is seen as as a waning entity, a waning power, and we are multipolar. That's true. And it still is a global player in ways that are disproportionate to, it may not be fully a colonial power. I'm now talking about the EU, right? Whatever that means in this moment. But formal colonization might have ended. Europe's presence in various colonial contexts, or contexts that used to be colonial, is very much there and continues to manifest, and we'll be hearing from various people talking about it. So that was one of the things that emerged out of this encounter, mine and Hans's, but also trying to put this triangular conversation together. And then finally, it was also I thought, a moment for a challenge to postcolonial studies, right? Which is, and that was that so I'm going to do the literary thing here because that's what I am, you know, as the Scorpion said, etc. Which is the pun in concern, the Europe of postcolonial concern. And there I'm talking about concern as a business concern, right? Which is that the idea that it's become, you know, that what we do is we move the operators around on a professional game, and we keep kind of having the same conversation. And very often that conversation is about the fact that we're not having the conversation. And we're flailing and complaining about the fact that we're not having the conversation that we all think we need to be having. And we've been having that conversation about not having the conversation for 50 years or 40 years. And we continue to not have that conversation. There's a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of other stuff. And so I thought, well, you know what? Let's just have the damn conversation. So the proudest thing for me is that we have in this workshop people who wouldn't normally be talking to each other about Europe and the European Union, right? So I think that's about it. Thank you very much for being here. I'm very grateful to you, all of you, for participating. And I promise never to organize another conference again. All right, welcome. Randall.
Yes. So my charge is not to introduce people by their accomplishments, although I would say that we'll begin with Kundnani here to my right, whose book Euro Whiteness is right here and who has also been an inspiration to many of us. We will move on to Dipesh Chakrabarty, who is online, streaming in with us, and obviously whose foundation, whose book, Provincializing Europe, has been foundational for many of us in our thinking. And then we have our gratitude. We have good fortune to listen to Sadia. Each person will have a half an hour maximum. I have warned them that I will, except for Dipesh, I didn't warn you that I will start at 25 minutes, reminding that you're coming to an end. And then we'll have plenty of time for conversation. Each of the sessions should have plenty of time to actually bring us together in the development of our ideas throughout the workshop. So you,
Yeah. You share screen, right? I'm gonna click on this. How am I doing that?
You can go straight to your Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. So
Yeah.
just let me have to click on Microsoft. Yeah, no.
You want to have a go at it?
Yeah.
Great. I can just move forward and back on that. Right. Great. Thank you so much, Randall. I want to start by also thanking Sadia, also Belinda and Randall and Martine, but above all Sadia, because I mean, this really has been your brainchild. And you know, I know you've done an enormous amount of work putting this group together. So thank you so much. And thank you also for sort of setting it up, the sort of genesis of this in a really helpful way. All I want to sort of add to that is that sort of for me, you know, we had this event almost exactly a year ago here, and you know, where I was talking about Euro whiteness, and the way I think of what I'm going to be presenting today, and you know, this very much draws on the sort of conversations that we were having after that event, in that event, and after that event. The way I think of what I'm going to present today is that what I was doing in Euro whiteness was drawing on post-colonial thought, as well as, you know, cultural studies and other things, all very systematic kind of way. And what I've been trying to do since then, and this is basically what I'm going to be presenting today, is to sort of do the reverse almost. To think about what the story that I tell in Euro whiteness about Europe and how to understand the European Union and European integration in that longer history of ideas of Europe. What that story it tells us, if anything, about post-colonial thought, in other words. So to put it in a slightly different way, what I'm trying to do is bring post-war Europe, and in particular this actually existing Europe in the form of the EU, into post-colonial thought, as it were, in a slightly different way than may have been the case, and to kind of see what that kind of throws up in a way. So, yet another way of thinking about it would be, this is sort of a critical Europeanist's perspective on post-colonial studies, basically. Okay, and I should say, so this is I'm working on a paper, and what I'm going to present today is a part of it, and in particular in this paper, I'm looking at these three very influential post-colonial texts in the last 25 years since the millennium, and part of the reason I picked those three texts is, apart from the fact that they're all three of them, very, very influential texts, is that, they cut across the sort of disciplinary boundaries. So Dipesh is a historian, David Scott is an anthropologist, and Adam Getachew is a political theorist. And so I think in different kinds of ways, I'm sort of trying to put Euro whiteness in dialogue with these three really important texts. What I'll present today is really just focusing on Dipesh and provincializing Europe, but I'll sort of hint a little bit at the other two texts in passing. So my starting point is two sentences in Euro whiteness, which when I wrote, I think I hadn't quite thought through the implications, and I've been basically trying to do that with your help, Sadia, in the last year. So these two sentences come towards the end of the book, or sort of 2/3 of the way through the book, at the beginning of a chapter where I'm talking about the European Union after the end of the Cold War. And the chapter's called A New Civilizing Mission, ? And it's really about how after the end of the Cold War, the EU goes into this, I think, quite sort of hubristic, expansive kind of mode where it almost starts to imagine that it can remake the whole world in the image of the EU. And in that context, at the beginning of that chapter, I have these two sentences, as I say, which is the only point in Euro whiteness where I mention provincializing Europe, and as I say, it's really kind of in passing. And so what I've been trying to do in the last year is think this through a little bit more. So after World War II, Europe had been decentered, or in Dipesh Chakrabarty's phrase, provincialized. But after the Cold War, it, quote, recentered itself by imagining itself as the laboratory of the future, as Ivan Krastev has put it. So, I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I'm taking provincializing and decentering here basically as synonyms. We can talk about whether that's correct or not. And I should have said, Dipesh, obviously, you can tell me if I've completely misunderstood provincializing Europe in what follows, or whether I've simplified your argument. And the other thing I want to sort of just sort of underline here is this phrase, the laboratory of the future, because this really gets to this question around the sort of temporalization of difference, which, is at the heart of provincializing Europe, but I think is also what connects the two books, or one of the things that connects the two books. And that's really what I'm going to try to sort of think a little bit more about, is this question of the temporalization of difference. So let me just say a sort of few things about the Europe in provincializing Europe. So I found this preface that Dipesh wrote to the 2008 edition really helpful, where he talks about sort of in quite a first personal way about how, growing up in India, how sort of Europe impacted him. And, basically he says that, apart from the sort of legacy of British colonialism in India, it's above all through Marx that he sort of encounters Europe. And then he says that there's this tension that arose from the profoundly, and one might say parochially, European origins of Marx's thought and their undoubted international significance. And yet there was no room for thinking about Marx as someone belonging to certain European traditions of thought. And that's obviously then the thought that he develops in the rest of the book. So to provincialize Europe is, quote, to find out how and in what sense European ideas, and I again want to underline that word ideas, that were universal, were also at one and the same time drawn from very particular intellectual and historical traditions that could not claim any universal validity. It was to ask a question about how thought was related to place. Can thought transcend places of their origin, or do places leave their imprint in such a way as to call into question the idea of purely abstract categories? And he emphasizes also that he's not seeking here to reject universalism or to pluralize reason, but rather, I guess, to sort of move towards a genuinely universalism. And I very much share that aspiration. So the term, provincializing Europe, Dipesh borrows from Hans-Georg Gadamer, the German philosopher. And so there's one of these two epigraphs at the beginning of the book: Europe since 1914 has become provincialized. And that date, I think, is quite interesting, 1914, that's the moment at which the provincialization begins. I'll come back to that a little bit later on as well. And then the first sentence of the text itself: Provincializing Europe is not a book about the region we call Europe. That Europe, one could say, and here he's following Gadamer, has already been provincialized by history itself. So the Europe that he's talking about provincializing is, as he puts it, an imaginary figure, in contrast to the region. So there's this sort of contrast of imaginary figure and region. And the way that I've come to think about that, again, this is partly coming out of our conversation, Sadia, is to sort of think that is that the Europe of provincializing Europe is an epistemological or an intellectual project rather than a space. And in particular, it seems to me that Europe, in provincializing Europe, has this very tight, intimate relationship with modernity. So here, just a few quotes from the text that kind of get to this. There were and still are many Europes, real, historical, and fantasized, and I'm going to come back to that to think about some of these other Europes apart from the one in provincializing Europe. But in provincializing Europe, Dipesh is talking about the Europe that, quote, that has historically haunted debates on modern India, the Europe that was seen as the original home of the modern, a certain Europe as the primary habitus of the modern, and then this idea of Europe's acquisition of the adjective modern for itself, and finally the equating of a certain notion of Europe with modernity. And here I should say as well that the other texts I look at, particularly Conscripts of Modernity by David Scott, I think also, has roughly the same relationship between Europe and modernity. He tends to foreground modernity even in the title, whereas Dipesh has Europe in the title. But I think it's pretty similar. And since the title for our whole, conference today, the idea of in but not of Europe, from this Stuart Hall text that you actually talked about a year ago when we had that discussion about Euro whiteness, in that essay that Stuart Hall writes, where he's talking both about C.L.R. James's book, The Black Jacobins, and about David Scott's Conscripts of Modernity. He, and this is precisely the bit, Sadia, that you quoted a year ago, he sort of takes David Scott's idea of Conscripts of Modernity, and he then comes up with the idea of Conscripts of Europe. Right. So again, it's this sort of idea that there's this they're almost sort of synonymous in a way, Europe and modernity. Right. And that, I think, is something which David Scott has in common with provincializing Europe. OK, so what I'm calling the post-colonial predicament for the purposes of this discussion, and here, as I say, Dipesh, tell me if I've misunderstood you here, but I understand the sort of dilemma or the predicament that you're setting out as being this question of, given this relationship between Europe and modernity, how come the non-Western world, or perhaps I should have said the non-European world, conceive of its own modernity without simply playing catch up? So Dipesh talks about, this idea of historicism as, quote, a particular strand of developmentalist thought in which modernity originates in Europe, but subsequently spreads to the rest of the world, i.e. becomes global. And obviously that includes Marxism. This is where Marx comes into it. And so in particular, you have this idea of history taking place first in Europe, then elsewhere. It's a historicist logic that in effect consigns non-Europeans to an imaginary waiting room of history. And this comes, I think, in Provincializing Europe in a discussion of John Stuart Mill. And again, I'll come back to that a little bit later on. And so this, as I say, I'm calling this the post-colonial predicament. I know other people maybe have used that phrase in a slightly different way. But this is really the center of what I've been trying to think about how the European Union and post-war Europe fits into this question of the post-colonial predicament. And in particular, as I say, I want to go back to Dipesh's point that there were and still are many Europes, real, historical, and fantasized. And in particular, what I want to do is bring in one particular other Europe, which is the European Union. Begins as the European Economic Community, then becomes the Economic Community, and then after the end of the Cold War becomes the European Union. But roughly this entity which emerges with begins with the coal and steel community, in the 1950s. And it seems to me it's kind of interesting to put that in dialogue with Provincializing Europe, precisely because this is now a political project, or at least, we could say that Europe was always a political project, but it's certainly taken a new political form, right? There's something new going on here. And this gets precisely, Sadia, to your idea of actually existing Europe. And yet, and this then is a big part of the argument I make in Euro-whiteness, this post-World War II political project is also connected to this much longer and other epistemological or intellectual project. Is constantly drawing on all of these, when Emmanuel Macron, for example, talks about Europe, there's a deliberate ambiguity about, is he just talking about the post-1945 integration project? Well, he's also alluding essentially to a whole civilizational history, right? And it's meant to do that, and my argument in Euro-whiteness is that this is how the European Union or European integration has always functioned, is that in order to give the project's legitimacy and pathos, you have to draw on these older ideas of Europe, which then gets very much to what Dipesh is talking about in provincializing Europe. And so another way of putting that would be that, in the European Union and European integration, there's this kind of mixture of sort of continuity and change, or sort of rupture and continuity and rupture. On the one hand, there's this idea that 1945 is a kind of hour zero, that this is a completely new idea of Europe which emerges. But at the same time, if you scratch the surface, there are clearly these sort of continuities with actually some quite problematic ideas of Europe. That's, as I say, the argument in Euro-whiteness. And so the way that I've sort of ended up sort of trying to think about this Europe is Europe as an ideological project, right? And, again, to sort of then link that back to provincializing Europe, I mean, it seems to me that it's somewhere between, or some combination of, in Dipesh's terms, the real Europe and a fantasized Europe, right? It's also somewhere in the middle of this kind of neat opposition, it seems to me, of, region or space on the one hand, and, imaginary figure or idea on the other hand. This real existing Europe is sort of somewhere in a grey area in between the two. And as I say, the only way that I can think of sort of trying to sort of describe that is as an ideological project. Okay, so then if we think about Europe since 1945, as I say, to try to bring post-war Europe, and especially the story of European integration, back into the story that Dipesh tells in Provincializing Europe, it seems to me at least it raises this question about whether, if, as, Dipesh drawing on Gadamer says, after 1914, Europe was being provincialized. After 1945, I think there's at least a question about whether there's a certain kind of reversal of that, a certain kind of deprovincialization, actually. And it's important to say that, and again, this sort of is part of the argument that I'm making in Eurowines, this was part of the point of European integration. This was absolutely part of the point of integration, was to deprovincialize Europe. Now, this is where I think, as I say, the 1914 date that Gadamer cites becomes important, because it's in the aftermath of World War I that you get the pan-European movement that I think, this is, again, part of my argument in Eurowines, essentially has all of the ideas which then are implemented in the 1950s, in the context of European integration. They're all there in the pan-European movement. And if you look at that period, and then also if you look at the 1950s, and here I'm also drawing on, work by Peo and by others, it's very clear that, this idea of, Europe as a peace project, or the EU, European integration as a peace project, which is obviously the official narrative of the EU, is why the EU won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012, was because of this, very idealized story about the EU as a peace project. The first thing I think you have to say about that, again, this is Euro whiteness, is that this was a white peace project, right? This wasn't about peace, among all of humanity. It was about Europeans stopping fighting wars with each other. And at all of the key early moments in European integration, whether we're talking about the Schuman Declaration in 1950, which is the beginning of the idea of the EU as a peace project. France is fighting a brutal colonial war, in Indochina, and then in 1957, when the Treaty of Rome is signed, France is fighting a brutal colonial war in Algeria, right? So it's very clear that Europeans are perfectly happy to keep using military force and fighting wars around the world. They've just decided not to fight wars with each other. And it's also very clear that those two things go together, right? That part of the reason why people like Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi in the pan-European movement and then in the 50s are saying that we have to stop fighting wars with each other is precisely because it is weakening us collectively in the world beyond Europe. And as I say, for Coudenhove-Kalergi and in the pan-European movement, this is very much still in the context of European colonialism. So basically the argument they're making is, if we keep fighting each other, we're not going to be able to maintain our colonial possessions in the rest of the world. This is very much the sort of the thinking among pro-Europeans at the time. So in other words, to put it simply, European integration was never just about peace. It was always also about power. Now, in the post-Cold War period, as I say, to return to where I bring provincializing Europe into Euro whiteness, you really get this idea that starts to emerge of, as I mentioned at the beginning, of the EU as a model, right? So the academic version of this is Ian Manner's idea of the European Union as a normative power, which itself draws on earlier ideas of the EU as a civilian power. And the whole idea is that, the EU will be a model for others around the world, including, by the way, for, countries that were colonized by European powers. Mm-hmm. And that what European integration and the EU is doing is civilizing international politics itself. So it seems to me that's a continuation of a much longer history of the idea of a European civilizing mission. It becomes a slightly more technocratic civilizing mission, but there's a continuity there. And this then brings us back to, as I say, Ivan Krastev's idea of the EU as a laboratory of the future. This is very much, the thinking of the time that, even if it's the case that Europeans collectively have been provincialized in the sense that Gadamer meant by history itself, they're not quite as powerful as they were before, they can somehow recover at least normative kind of power, right? Normative leadership. And this then finally brings us back, as I say, to this question around the temporalization of difference, because what I think that kind of way of thinking has done has been to put Europe back into this position that Dipesh was critiquing of being, ahead in historical terms. So before I finish, I just want to refer, and I talk about this, I'll talk about this at much greater length in the paper, but just as an illustration of this kind of thinking. So Robert Cooper in 2000, in other words, the exact same year that Provincializing Europe comes out, he publishes this pamphlet for the British think tank Demos, sort of centre-left think tank, I suppose, called The Postmodern State and the World Order. And, this is really significant because Cooper he was an advisor to Tony Blair, but then he also becomes a really significant figure in the European Union. He helps to set up the European External Action Service. He becomes a advisor to Cathy Ashton, the first High Representative. And he's sort of seen by pro-Europeans as being this kind of brilliant scholar, intellectual. He's a very influential figure. He's sort of the inspiration for really all of the EU diplomats. And in this paper, what he does is he basically divides the world into three: a pre-modern world, a modern world, and the postmodern world. And the postmodern world is Europe, basically. The United States is still in the modern world. And then, basically what we would call, the global South is, a lot of it is the pre-modern world. And so just two quotes, as I could spend a lot more time talking about this paper, but just two quotes. It is in Europe that systematic change has taken place. The balance of power system came into being first in Europe, and now the post-balance system, which I call postmodern, has also begun in Europe. And then the pre-modern world belongs, as it were, in a different time zone, right? So it's back to this kind of idea of the temporalization of difference. Now, obviously it's when you read this, it's hard not to see this as a sort of updated version of sort of liberal imperialism, of precisely the John Stuart Mill kind, which Dipesh talks about in Provincializing Europe. But the thing that I find interesting about this is precisely the idea that for this, European sort of conventional wisdom, Europe is not modernity anymore; it's post-modernity, right? And so, I quoted that line from Provincializing Europe earlier on about how Europe has acquired the adjective modern for itself. Well, Europe is now trying to acquire the adjective postmodern for itself, right? And that brings me to not so much conclusions, because I'm really still thinking all of this through, but just some sort of observations that I'd love to hear Dipesh's thoughts on, and everyone else in the room and taking part online. So the first thing to say is that, what I'm suggesting is that bringing post-war Europe back into this story, I'm not saying it challenges or contradicts Dipesh's argument in Provincializing Europe. If anything, it seems to me it does complicate what I'm calling the post-colonial predicament, but it seems to me that it sort of deepens it, actually, that it sort of adds another layer that shows in a way how difficult it ultimately is to provincialize Europe. Then, as I say, in particular, this idea that what seems to have happened is this kind of resurrection of the idea of history taking place first in Europe and then elsewhere, but in a different form. The consequence of that is that, to the extent that that's correct, non-Europeans find themselves back in this waiting room of history, destined to play catch up. And I don't have time to talk too much about this now, but, it's obviously easy to dismiss the sort of Robert Cooper pamphlet. But what I'm struck by, and this is part of what I'm trying to explore in the paper, is it does seem to me that at least some post-colonial thinkers actually share these normative assumptions, that even if they wouldn't want to admit to the idea of the EU being a model, they actually share a lot of the similar normative kind of assumptions. And then finally, and this is really where I'll end, the sort of the closest I've come to sort of a conclusion is that Europe, much more I think than a lot of post-colonial thought thus far has been willing to sort of acknowledge, Europe is kind of a moving target, and that in particular it sort of vacated the space at which post-colonial thought was firing, i.e. Europe as modernity.
Right.
Unshare.
Yes. Dipesh, you have any slides that you want to be sharing?
No, unfortunately, I wish I did, but we had a flooding emergency at our place last couple of days, so you might hear noise around my study, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope the noise doesn't get too distracting. But I had written down
Then I will just put you on big screen, and we get to see your fine face. So
yeah, thank you.
We
Thank
hope
you.
that the flooding stops. Yes.
Well, yeah, it's quite a disaster. It'll take a while, but let me put my timer on, and I'm going to time myself for 25 minutes so that I have extra 5 minutes if I need to. I had some notes written down, but actually listening to Hans's extremely generous engagement with provincializing Europe, but also having read him and a bit of Peo and their work, I mean, the whole question of the continuity of civilizing discourse, and particularly Peo's work that you cite, Hans, on the Eurafrica project. There are a lot of meeting grounds between what we are saying. So let me quickly begin with a background to provincializing Europe, which I've never stated or didn't quite state it in the book either. It's so it was also a response to debates within subaltern studies, because if you remember where subaltern studies was at in the 1980s, and particularly my colleague and friend Partha Chatterjee's book on nationalist thought that came out in 1986, Nationalist Thought in the Colonial World. We were going through a moment of actually rejecting the European Enlightenment and seeing the Enlightenment and the eventual instrumentalization of reason as the problem of modernity and modernization everywhere. And that's the moment we were moving intellectually closer to Gandhi, to again older brother figures like Ashish Nandi and others. And when Partha wrote his book on nationalist thought, which was also probably the first engagement within subaltern studies with Edward Said's Orientalism, he was very much looking on Gandhi as an anti-Enlightenment figure, and Nehru is the embodiment of that sort of instrumental reason, both a rationalist and a techno-fixer of modernization. And I wasn't probably in full agreement with this rejection of the Enlightenment, and the inspiration for provincializing Europe really came from a text which I cite later, I think in the last chapter of the book, The Annihilation of Caste by Ambedkar, the leader of the people who were formerly known as the Untouchables. And in that text, Ambedkar actually said, let me just read out his few sentences from Provincializing Europe. He actually said, he called for a complete change in the fundamental notions of life. This is page 246 of Provincializing Europe. And for Indians, and for the annihilation of caste. And he said, for Indian society to be entirely rebuilt on the basis of the three principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And I thought that was amazing, that somebody representing the most disadvantaged, or one of the most disadvantaged groups in India, asking to see Indian society being premised on the principles of the French Revolution. And I thought, if one of the spokesperson for most oppressed groups in India, and a very important person at that, I mean, one of the writers of the Indian Constitution, has something invested in the Enlightenment, then who am I to reject it altogether? And that struggle with what to do with Enlightenment heritage, while acknowledging its problems, became in part the project of provincializing Europe. And I think you also extremely, I mean, you're shrewd to point out that at the heart of the question of provincializing Europe was the problem of temporalizing of difference. And John Stuart Mill was emblematic of the kind of 19th century thinking that said to Indians and other colonized people that they needed to grow up. before they became fit for democracy or at least self-rule. And so that's what I call the not yet structure. I said, history almost was indicative of somebody's capacity to say not yet to somebody else as a way of exercising their power. And the post-colonial movement was about overturning that. So if Ambedkar was saying that he could imagine Indian history being, or Indian society being based on the three principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, then he was also saying he didn't care for history. So he was breaking out of this imaginary waiting group of history by rejecting history altogether. And basically saying it doesn't matter what has happened in the past. These are the principles. And then principles are like natural rights. They're like naturally just principles. And we begin from there. And in a peculiar way, Gandhi was also saying the same. And therefore, in the introduction to the book, I cite the Indian decision to go in for universal adult franchise in a situation where 70-80% of the people were non-literate. Was a clear rejection of Mill's advice that universal education must precede universal adult franchise. And so it's so this opposing their insistence on the now, like sometimes you would go out on marches and the slogan used to be, what do you want? And you say da da da, and when do you want it? You say now. So you can look at many global movements like the civil rights movement in the United States, the granting of the vote, or more accurately, the decision that led to granting of the vote to the Australian Aboriginals. That is the decision to actually count them in the Australian national census in the mid-1960s. So you can see a whole series of movements in the mid-1960s where people are saying, I don't need to grow up by European measures in order to have the rights that the Europeans have claimed for themselves, or in order to have the rights that some notion of normative modernity gives you. Even during globalization, when there were debates about whether or not India was not attracting enough capital because our wages were too high in India, somebody pointed out, pointing to an old article written by the Indian statistician, P.C. Mahalanobis, who set up the Indian Statistical Institute, where he had actually written an article saying, we give our workers high minimum wages because we think that just because the country is poor, it doesn't mean that they're not deserving of all the rights that labor has in more advanced countries. So the idea of democracy, the idea of the rejection of caste, the idea of universal adult franchise, all of these things sometimes ideologically, sometimes institutionally reverse that precisely the project of temporalization of difference, which didn't mean that we gave up on that project. So between two elections, the Indian elite would, of course, temporalize the difference between the peasants and themselves. But come the elections, the rituals themselves embodied a kind of reversal or rejection of that European project of temporalization of difference. And so I just want to say that that's where the book started, and I completely, I mean, I'm very grateful that you saw what was at the heart of the project. Sometimes my hyperreal Europe, sometimes people ask me why I was provincializing Europe at the end of the 20th century, was America was clearly the dominant power. And thinking about that question, it often seemed to me that what I call hyperreal Europe, as you said, was a shorthand for certain ideas that arose among European intellectuals and in their institutions, even as European nations expanded to create empires and dominated, and in the case of indigenous societies, actually destroyed the lives of other people. So European expansion, colonization, decolonization happened over almost 500 years. But if you look at the history of that, if you look at the history of the world, let's say between Columbus's time to the decolonization of the 50s and 60s, if you look at that entire history as a play, you will possibly find that the most powerfully self-contradictory character in that play is Europe. In the sense that European powers begin to expand beyond Europe, they do all these horrible things. They take over other people's lands. They make slaves of some people. They oppress others. They kill. They take over the seas. And yet at the same time, they're inventing humanism. They're undergoing the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, expanding knowledge. I might even say colonial knowledge, but creating new disciplines and academies, creating the educational institutions, the university form, making it, spreading it around, debating from the beginning whether they have the right to colonize or take other people's land, though in the end they do what serves their interest, and I'm not denying that. But it's like at the same time, it's almost like Europe also develops a conscience, a feigned and sometimes strong sense of guilt about what they're doing. That conscience eventually becomes a part of what we think, that is, we the formerly colonized, the colonized, think of as the values of modernity. And they become often a part of our critical vocabularies, the vocabularies, let's say, of Marxism and liberalism. I mean, European empires clearly had built different kind of, had different kind of impacts. If you can think of a major division, which would be between, let's say, the settler colonial countries, where they destroyed the cultures and lifestyles of the indigenous people in the Americas. For instance, between 1492 and 1650, 50 million people died from diseases brought by Europeans. The Australian Aboriginal population in the 19th century was literally decimated, becoming 1/10 of what it was. On the other hand, in places like India, Malaysia, some degree Egypt, and other places where Europeans, by their own judgment, recognized some material culture of what they called civilization. They also created a kind of Western educated middle class. So European domination was not destructive in the same way everywhere, but at the same time, there were enough similarities in the experience of destruction. Pano is a very interesting case in point. So he writes eventually, his anti-colonialism is a synthesis of his experience of growing up in Martinique, his time in France, in Algiers, but his texts find resonances all through the world. And there are certain aspects of European culture that the middle class in India loved, like the plays of Shakespeare. The European Renaissance came into our lives through Shakespeare and Milton. In the Bengali tradition of writing sonnets, Petrarchan sonnets, that tradition was initiated by a Bengali poet who learned Italian, sitting in Calcutta, to read Dante and Petrarch in the original. And he introduced the sonnet. He read Milton and introduced free verse into our literature. Before him, all our poetry was rhymed. Rammohun Roy, another reformer, was very well trained in Islamic sort of rationalist traditions of the Mutazila community. Eventually created a Hindu form of Unitarianism, and was very interested in scientific and technological training. But there was an interesting position in all that, because Europeans, I mean, Tagore, the poet, once said that Europeans gave us gifts, but they didn't give them willingly. We had to wrest them from their hands. They gave us the idea of equality before law, but didn't practice it because they practiced racism. So in many ways, this kind of conversation with the normative ideas that Europe brought. I mean, Rammohun Roy was himself in correspondence with Jeremy Bentham, and when he went to Europe, Bentham actually came and met him a few times. So in that sense, I think while there are resonances across colonial histories of colonial oppression, but there are also differences between different colonial histories. I mean, but again, to give you, going back to Ambedkar's position, I mean, there are a lot of criticisms of the caste system before Europeans came in the Bhakti movement. They're mostly religious, and most of them base themselves on the idea of equality in the eyes of God, whereas it's really Europeans who brought this question of being equal before the law, and Ambedkar very much ran with that argument in his um, attacks on caste and his polemics with Gandhi. So just want to emphasize that. Whereas what I see in but I was writing provincializing of Europe at a time actually when I think in many ways liberalism was slowly dying. And this has to do something with this reversal of the temporality you were talking about. So yes, while the reversal of the temporality of historicizing in a way, historicizing so as to inferiorize somebody else, eventually became a rebellion against history, and this came from many sources. I mean, it's fascinating to see the ways in which the history wars in Germany and eventually the whole question of the Holocaust became it kind of enlarged into a much bigger debate in my discipline of history about history versus memory, on which Francois Hartog and others have written. I mean, Carlo Ginzburg wrote some pieces angrily on what that was doing to, what the rejection of doing was, history was doing to ideas of truth, evidence, veracity, and all of those things. But it was very much, but what I see, and we can discuss this more during discussion, and social media surely contributes to it. What I see is a decline overall of liberal institutions and notions of liberal democracy throughout the world. I mean, coming out of different problems, and it often reminds me of a distinction that Marx made in his essay on the Jewish question, where he made a distinction between a normative idea of the state, that in the normative way in which the state can represent people, and what he called the actual life of people. And when I look at governments around me, whether in America or in India, what I see is that conflicts in the actual lives of people. I mean, you might, Foucauldian terms, you might describe them as the wars that define our society. Governments have slowly made the state into sort of weaponized the state, so that instead of standing above the wars that define a society, the state itself has become a weapon in some of the wars that go on in the actual lives of the people. You can use the state, for instance, the different machinery of the government, executive, judicial, legislative, into instruments for conducting these wars. In India, for instance, you can use the government in promoting sentiments of the majority community directed at religious minorities, or even at so-called illegal Muslim immigrants from say, Bangladesh. Now with Trump in power, I think we'll see, I mean, we'll obviously see more of this anti-immigrant policies, and this I think was happening while we are debating the heritage of the Enlightenment. And but now with my climate work, when I think about what was Europe that I was trying to provincialize, but at a time when we're living through at a time when people are actually contesting that old imperial strategy of temporalizing difference, that insistence on the now but also, I think in interesting ways, feeding into the not just into the critique of liberalism, but actually into the erosion of many liberal institutions, the erosion that now stands. Now we actually inhabit eroded institutions, and societies in which, thanks to social media, the rise of fake news, the distinction between facts and non-facts, procedures and evidence, all of these things have experienced certain forms of crisis, been called into question, not always producing results that you would consider desirable. Let me just go back and here bring up an intellectual problem that I see. So I've got 4 minutes left, so I'll just quickly mention this. The intellectual problem that I see as marking our times, but also I want to place the question of provincializing Europe in that sense for our times. So, let me just read out something to you. In 1952, that is after the war had ended and the Cold War had started, President Truman invited William Paley from the corporate world to head up a huge commission to look at the question of resources in the United States, from everything like mineral resources, petroleum, all kinds of resources. Because the United States realized that after the war, the United States had become a net importer of resources. And therefore, they were thinking of the future. Paley Commission's report, the very first page, 1952, says, it's interesting how the United States was looking at itself. The United States, I'm quoting, once criticized as the creator of a crassly materialistic order of things, is today throwing its might into the task of keeping alive the spirit of man and helping beat back from the frontiers of the free world everywhere the threats of force of a new dark age which rise from the communist nations. In defeating this barbarian violence, moral values will count most, but they must be supported by an ample material base. Indeed, the interdependence of moral and material values, a very British colonial expression, has never been so completely demonstrated as today, when all the world has seen the narrowness of its escape from the now dead Nazi tyranny, and has yet to know the breadth by which it will escape the live communist one. Both materialistic threats aim to destroy moral and spiritual man. The use of materials to destroy or preserve is the very choice over which the world struggles today. So let me end by saying this, that when I look at Europe and European expansion, and that's what I see as the difference between the Cold War period when America becomes the dominant power and European domination, the process of Europeanization of the world has sort of kind of coming to an end, is this, that European intellectuals had no doubt that both Marxism and Nazism had deeply European roots. I mean, nobody was going to blame Asians or Africans for the rise of these two things. I mean, so that this problem was internal to Europe. If totalitarianism was a problem of it was internal to Europe. It was not like it came from outside. But look at the American position, where this is kind of expunged from Europe, it's exorcised, it's happened. So America is completely about freedom. It has no internal contradictions. Whereas what I find throughout European empire building is a kind of European intellectual engagement, sometimes fierce, sometimes weak, with their own troubled relationship to what they're doing. Whereas with the Cold War, with American domination, that's why the response to McCarthyism, the communism was through McCarthyism, is this assumption that the West is good. There's nothing bad about it, and sometimes maybe the EU it's trying to play the same game in a different way. So I go back to this point I was making, that that if you look at the 500 years of European expansion, what makes Europe a fascinating character and in some ways a resource for all European contradictions is that many European intellectuals inhabit that contradiction, try to think through it. In our times, think of Zygmunt Bauman's book on modernity and the Holocaust. And okay, so that's my 25 minutes up. So I've got 5 minutes left. So let me just say now, when I look at Europe through your eyes, Hans, and your idea of regionalism, wanting to become like a nationalism of a certain region and all the contradictions that you point out, I find very persuasive and interesting. And I think Europe has lost that kind of troubled mojo it had, that troubled soul, which you find in Adorno, you find in Bauman, you find in Walter Benjamin, in so many of European intellectuals, in Hannah Arendt, of course, you find that troubled soul which one could draw upon in developing a critique of Europe while engaging with it. I mean, which is why I think Frantz Fanon ends Wretched of the Earth by saying, look, all the ingredients, and I'm not saying I agree with him, but he says all the ingredients for thinking about human emancipation are there in European thought, but the Europeans can't bring them together. It's really up to somebody else to bring them together. That I don't see in the American position. And coupling that with the general decline of liberal institutions, ironically, sometimes through that anti-colonial reversal of that temporality and that insistence on the now, and the inability to create a non-oppressive, not yet, a non-oppressive temporality of development. And that seems to me is also problematic and stays with us as a problem. But maybe I'll end there and take up other questions if there are any discussion time. But thank you very much, all of you, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. So I was going to simply frame the conversation today, and then Randall objected and said I had to present some of my own thinking as well. So my paper is a little elliptically related to the two talks that have come, right? I mean, that it's completely and fundamentally connected, as you will see, but it also seems to go in different directions. But it's really coming out of a sort of thinking about disciplinary relationships, right? How do we put all of these people in, how these disciplines in conversation? But also fundamentally through a kind of thinking through the migration crisis and the rise of ethno-nationalism. So the Europe that Dipesh is talking about, the kind of Enlightenment Europe that is contradictory, that Ambedkar can appeal to, and that so many Indian intellectuals, say the Bengali Renaissance nationalists, but also say the Muslim ones from 19th century, like Sayyid Ahmad Khan, had complex relationships with, does appear to have disappeared, right, for now, at least, right? So I'm writing from within the context of I'm thinking about European values from within the context of the rise of ethno-nationalism, the turn to the far right, and all of that. The paper is called Europe Between Metaphysics, Policy, and the Political Imagination. I am not as good as Hans or Dipesh at ad-libbing because I digress. So I'm going to read. Please forgive me. So I would like to come at the issues of policy, postcolonial study, the humanities, and the imagination through a story that speaks to many of the issues facing Europe today. Beginning in this way is apropos, as I'm a literary and cultural critic, as well as a literary writer, invested in the overlap of criticism and other writing, as well as in the critical element of storytelling, And because this approach speaks precisely to the issue of the intersection of the humanities and policy, of the role of the imagination in both the political realm and in policy instantiations that are among our concerns today. I'd like to borrow here something Gayatri Spivak has said about the humanities in a discussion of policy. The role of humanities is, she says, the, quote, empowerment of an informed imagination so that it might toughen the polemic when it arises in response to specific situations, end of quote. To which one might add, so that it may nuance and toughen the argument, make it more instinctively and habitually, which may in intellectual practice be the same thing, subtle at its very fundament. In the summer of 2015, I found myself briefly in Thessaloniki. Syriza battled the European Union. The banks had been shut down. There was a poll in the part of the city where I was staying, the very touristy part of the city. I had planned on the beach, on the seafront. I had planned the trip before that phase of the confrontation as preliminary research for a book on ruins, in which I was to take up the idea of Greece as central to the idea of Europe and the role of that relation in colonial and post-colonial societies. I intended to walk around the city, visit the ruins, check out the museums. I did walk around a lot, thinking all the while that this was a war of the future. We would not need bombs. We could shut down banks and lay siege. Part fantasy, no bombs. Part fear, this was the future. Resistance was futile. The experience was eerie. And in the end, the thought not at all consoling. It came to me later that this was European war after the European end of war, putatively formalized in the Union of Europe, that avowed peace project. Ukraine and the European Union's identity crisis around the question of defense and war within Europe were some years in the future. And of course, Hans has written about, I think you call it defensive enlargement, right? At the very same time, in the village in Lesbos, that was my base in Greece, friends were at the front line of the refugee influx, which had not yet caught the attention of a central government almost entirely focused on resisting the European Union's demands, and the Dublin Regulation of 2003 requiring refugees and migrants to be processed in the country of arrival was creating its own crises in Mytilene, the central city on the island. It seemed to me that Schengen, the open borders agreement of which now I think 26 countries, at least that's what it was when I wrote this some time ago, this section, the open borders agreement of which now 26 countries are a part, was under threat. From another perspective, Schengen was the threat, precisely because it allows free movement within these countries. In Thessaloniki, I decided that the site that interested me the most, so implausible did its existence seem in that location, was the house museum lodged on the grounds of the Turkish consulate, a monument generated out of the ruin of the Ottoman Empire and out of the ruin discourse, which was a driver of the imaginary of Greece, the neo-Hellenic state. This is the house where Kemal Atatürk was born, now assimilated into the consulate. In order to visit it, one has, or had to at the time, I haven't been back, to surrender one's passport to the guard sitting in a glassed-in little structure at the entrance of the consulate's grounds, which are held in by quite imposing walls. The museum is one of the buildings within those walls. The interior of the museum glowed a bright white. Documents sat in glass cases. So did, by the way, mummies of his mother and father. I mean, it was extraordinary space. Footage of Atatürk from newsreels of world historical events in which he strides in the way world leaders seem to do only in black and white, played on the wall of a room. This house museum is a stark reminder of absent populations, even as it creates a paradox of sovereignty, because it is on consular grounds of a particular nation, which evokes an earlier extinct empire from that ground, and is at the same time the very principle of negation. And I refer to the Turkish national state when I speak of the principle of negation, not to the Greek one, right? Not to the independent Greek. So there are two extinctions here. Like one is a rejection, the Greek independence, but the other is the Turkish national state arising out of the Ottoman Empire. When one remembers that Thessaloniki was once Salonika, one of the great cosmopolises of the Ottoman Empire, which in turn occupied as its center the heart of Byzantium, we can see that at the borderlands of Europe. Such blurriness and the attempts to impose clarity upon it have been historically significant in Europe in ways that continue to inform and shape the present, and that have also precipitated tremendous violence at various moments. One might think about Turkey's unsettled relation with the EU, or Pope Benedict's 2006 Regensburg address, in which he attempts to Hegelianize Catholicism and expel Islam by retaking Byzantium and Orthodoxy in the name of Christian Hellenism, or of Samuel Huntington when he declares that Europe ends where Western Christianity ends and Islam and Orthodoxy begin. Almost 10 years later, now that is, the issues which were converging in Greece in 2015 are no less pressing for the EU, and I want to address them by turning to a word and a phrase, which together provide access to what I'm calling the metaphysics, racialized taxonomies, notions of the human subject, stadial and origin thinking, partition and segregationist formations of governance, deep structures of knowledge and thought, intersecting policy in our current moment that have long, penetrating, and rhizomatic roots. This matrix is comprised of discourses and frameworks that go back to the settlement of the Americas, racial slavery, colonialism in India, and Africa and Asia, but which persist, fractured, talked, and rearranged into the present. And I'm really not talking about liberty and emancipation here. I'm talking about the underside, the dark side, and all that, right? This matrix exceeds disciplinary as well as national and supranational formations and distinctions and division. Thus, I speak of the metaphysical matrix of frame because I think that the structures of thought that underpin any propositional or practical suggestion that we make, which is, of course, the hope and necessity of policy, is likely to be underpinned by or shot through with these conceptual frameworks, discourses, and taxonomies. In that sense, much of what has been laid out by both Hans and Dipesh in provincializing Europe and Euro-whiteness are what is at stake in what I'm thinking of here, right? So, and not just Euro-whiteness, but all the work you've been doing on the turn to the far right, subsequent to that, right?
Yeah.
So to turn then to that word and phrase, they are unmixing and ever greater union. Unmixing is a term attributed to Lord Curzon in Histories and Ethnographies of the formalized Greek-Turkish population transfer following the Lausanne Convention of 1923, at which he presided as Foreign Secretary of Britain. In the Lausanne Treaty, on the convention, with some exceptions, those designated Greeks, read Greek-speaking Christians, except it was more complicated than that, were forcibly moved to mainland Greece. And those designated Turk, read Turkish-speaking Muslims, again, except it was more complicated than that, to the Turkish nation state that had arisen from the ashes of the Ottoman Empire. Ever greater union is the oft-quoted phrase from the preamble to the Treaty of Rome that established the European Economic Community in 1957, which was repeated in the Maastricht Treaty that transformed the EEC into the European Community, and which continues to underpin the aspirational and ostensibly anti-national, as well as ostensibly post-colonial, post-imperial structure of the EU. Both unmixing and ever greater union are consequentially tied to the international system that is said to have emerged after World War I. So again, 1914, PE, some of the stuff we're talking about, but which could and should, as Anthony Anghie has suggested, be traced back to Francisco de Vitoria's theologically pressured accounts of the encounter with the New World, and hence the emergence of Europe's conscience, such as it is, which never seems to actually yield much, but still. And both emanating from treaties, ever greater union, or treaty producing and produced processes, unmixing. At the same time, one wonders, do they designate processes, aspirations, or most counterintuitively, in the case of ever greater union, limits? In light of the history to which this museum gestures, a history of expulsions, transfers, and absences of religionized ethnic groups whose religionization and ethnicity was shaped by racialized discourses and structures, ruthlessly managed movement, dwelling in historical habitation, cauterized and yet conceptually blurry borders that continue to shape this edge of Europe, the phrase appears particularly ironic and unstable The international system of treaties following World War II is in a complex relation to the treaties following armistice in World War I and Lausanne. In my view, and this is very collapsed from a very long chapter, in my view, the debt confrontation converging with the refugee issue in 2015 was an overdetermined symptom of the crises of dwelling, habitation, sovereignty, nationhood, and citizenship that have racked Europe throughout the 20th century and continue into the 21st. Ever greater union and the ambitions of the treaty at Rome might seem to be on the opposing pole to unmixing and the management of the emergence of nation states and of populations at Lausanne. And the document that is produced, right, after Lausanne is really worth looking at. And I mean, I think we should be sicking our graduate students on them to produce dissertations, because it's also sold as a pamphlet with the imprimatur of the British King, George, whatever, I think it was George. I'm a bad post-colonialist and a bad Commonwealther and a bad whatever, Pakistani. But but the imprimatur is there, and it's sold as a pamphlet in England at the time. So the question is why? And they're talking about all kinds of things like Mosul and what's going to happen in the Near East, right? So it's a very important convention. In any case, so ever greater union and the ambitions of the treaty at Rome might seem to be on the opposing pole to unmixing and the management of the emergence of nation states and of populations at Lausanne. Yet one might say they are mutually constitutive and perhaps more precisely mutually constituted, even though they're 20 years apart. Taken together, the two illuminate the contradictions of Europe and the crises, the Greek debt confrontation and attendant Eurozone issues, the so-called refugee crisis, Brexit, the continent-wide turn to the far right that emanate from those contradictions. And let's say that those contradictions are beautifully captured by Dipesh's phrase, Europe has lost its contradictory mojo, or did I just add contradictory to the phrase? In any case. Moreover, they bring to the fore the violence, absence of popular consent, and arbitrariness of the crisscross of treaties and agreements, often imposed and equally often ruthlessly violated by Europe and its surrogates, settlers in Australia, Africa, and the Americas that form the modern world, encircling and indeed producing the globe. Claims to postmodernity very much fall within this conceptual ambit, in my view, and are not a rupture, but a continuity in a new state, in new stagil dress, which is essentially what you were saying too, right? It's a kind of repurposing of a certain kind of sort of say historicist model, and or the question of temporal difference. Moreover, the contradictory mix of racial separation and union in Europe evokes the situation in the United States. Indeed, the echoes of a more perfect union in ever greater union are telling, perhaps even uncanny and surprising, until one recalls Oswald Mosley writing of Europe a nation in The Alternative in 1947, Winston Churchill speaking of a kind of United States of Europe in 1946 at the University of Zurich, in turn reminding us of Victor Hugo's speech in 1849 at the International Peace Congress. In my view, European studies must take this history seriously as the plot of an imbrication with reverberations and consequences in the present. And I'm talking about day before yesterday or whenever, whatever, Tuesday, right? And the elections. I mean, we're seeing the cross-fertilization of all of this across the Atlantic. It speaks, among other things, to the recurrent racial undertow that crosses the Atlantic and shapes forces like NATO, transatlantic immigration policies, and on the opposing ideological pole, transatlantic far-right collaborations, or ostensibly opposing ideological pole, transatlantic far-right collaborations, and racial differentials in the treatment of Palestinians and Ukrainians, despite significant fractures in the EU establishment on the Gaza question. The word unmixing indexes, moreover, in my view, a constitutive tendency towards partition and separation in the international system. In the international system Europe produced, and to the violence of which tendency it became subject within its own admittedly shifting and unstable borders during World War II. My point is that these histories are not over and are now resurfacing in migration policy, the far-right turn, and the contradictions around the two wars, Ukraine and Gaza. Indeed, as Asla Iqsis has argued, rather than addressing unmixing as an isolated term or even discourse pertaining solely to the population transfers, Engaging its relation to racialized thinking helps unravel the discourse's persistence and its eugenicist implications and permutations. Variants that combine un and mix occur in quite significant political theoretical contexts. For instance, Hannah Arendt uses the term unmixed in a discussion of German nationalism in the chapter Race Thinking Before Racism, and the phrase unscrambling of mixed belts of populations in the one on the minorities treaties, Decline of the Nation State and the End of the Rights of Man in Origins of Totalitarianism. And I've written a lot, I talk about this at greater length in a piece I published called Unmixing in Political Concepts. Moreover, it must be the conference at Lausanne was not only the product of certain tendencies in colonial modernity, it also set in place the conditions for crime that would continue to haunt the regions discussed in the proceedings, the so-called Near East, and the spaces affected by Sykes-Picot. Much of what happened continues to haunt what is called the post-colonial present. And one could say that in some ways, many of those issues have shifted configuration. And I mean the issues of a kind of active colonial militarized presence. And then, of course, the other border that's important is that with Africa. But I have two dear colleagues, Zakia and Ousseina, who will be talking about some of that, especially Ousseina on the border. Moreover, those population transfers had a historical afterlife that spread far beyond South, East, and Central Europe, the usual focus of studies on population transfers. They were part of the discursive milieu and rhetoric that enabled partition in India, as evinced by B.R. Ambedkar's invocation of the Greek-Turkish and Greek-Bulgarian transfers in Pakistan, or the partition of India. In fact, Ambedkar said that transfer of population was actually the only way to keep peace. And that was his argument for Pakistan. And Curzon's involvement in Lausanne also antecedently connects this history to India, the partition of Bengal, and the creation of the Northwest Frontier province that continues to haunt the so-called Afpak zone, if we trace his career backwards from Lausanne, as I've argued elsewhere. And again, let's never talk about the EU without talking about NATO as well when we talk about engagements with the rest of the world, because there's a way in which we kind of somehow forget NATO and a European complicity in wars when we're talking about, and I'm thinking about Afghanistan here. At the same time, the extent and immediacy of anti-Black racism in the interwar period is difficult to overstate. It fueled both the fascists and left figures, such as the British Labour Party's Edie Morel, whose pamphlet, The Black Horror on the Rhine, was central to the discourse of Black horror, Black shame, and Black disgrace surrounding the presence of French colonial troops on German and thus European soil. The list of those horrified is a little awe-inspiring in its reach, even if it ought not be terribly surprising. The campaign against the presence of these troops internationalized quickly, spread to several European countries and the EU, and found support in Australia, Mexico, and South Africa. It united several liberal and left organizations, European MPs from a range of countries, Christian groups, and the extreme right wing in Germany. Protest meetings were organized. The subject was raised in the US Congress and European parliaments. Petitions against the Black horror were signed in numerous German cities, as well as Spain, Italy, Sweden, the UK, and Norway. And thus, as Iris Wigger argues, quote, by linking the concerns of the left, liberals, and right, racist and sexist patterns of discrimination, the image of uncivilized, lecherous, raping colonial soldiers, and violated German women, national pride, white honor, and purity, it was possible to stage the Black shame as a crime against the whole civilized world, end of quote. Hitler was said to be among those affected by the rhetoric. A simple internet search reveals the present-day persistence of this iconography in the right-wing imagination. It's not over. In some ways, what is most useful about the term, and it kind of blew my mind because I'm really kind of, as I said last night at dinner, internet useless, right? But it's there, all of this iconography still. In some ways, what is most useful about the term unmixing then is its paradoxical capacity to restore a vision of the connection of empire to an event such as Lausanne and its ongoing manifestations in current and political imaginaries, asking postcolonialists and others to think about the connections between the discourses and practices of governance, segregation, apartheid, racialization, the legally enabled stripping of property, minoritization, movement of populations of Europe and its colonies, to Europe's practices within Europe, broadly to stretch some of the geopolitical boundaries of postcolonial studies and to think expansively, borrowing Lisa Lowe's resonant phrase about the intimacies of the four continents. It is, moreover, a concept fundamental to the constitution of Europe and thus to understanding its crises into the present. Moreover, it allows us to understand the question of the European Union as a peace project within a longer history. In that context, many myths and regional as well as national and civilizational fantasies dissolve as the treaties Neuilly, Versailles, Sèvres, Lausanne, following the First World War, have as much to do with the management of human movement and habitation as they do with the slicing of space, the movement of territory from one political entity to another, and the creation of borders. Although the history of World War I and World War II together is not usually told in relation to colonialism, the modern system of international law can hardly be divorced from the history of colonialism and law reaching back to the establishment of the modern world system, which has been carefully discussed by Angie, but also intellectual historians like Skinner and Pagden, right? So, I mean, again, it's all there in the conversation we're having, but, you know, I'm coming at it from a slightly different angle. Indeed, treaties and imperial dominion have been fundamentally entwined in the modern world system. And hence de Vittoria's anguish and the way he overcomes it, right? It's about securing European conscience. And in fact, security of conscience is the phrase in the translation, and I have to go back and look up what that means in Latin and what its theological origin is. The establishment of the modern world system turns on the treaty as ruse, and thus as a performative act that establishes not so much the law as the claim to the power to make the treaty by the most powerful player in its making. Sovereignty here is not just about the power to decide the exception, right? So I'm not going Schmidt on you, but to assert and narrativize the law, thereby turning it into the norm while creating a world system where European law crisscrosses the earth, regardless of the consent of numerous populations, uprooting people, imposing forced movement on some, forcibly immobilizing and incarcerating others, rupturing habitation, and imposing a violent uncertainty in dwelling. The only people who are free to choose the terms of their mobility are usually white. Despite Europe's waning power in a multipolar world, a great deal of this still holds true. Why and how that is practically the case requires clear exposition, but of course, and I'll come to that in a second. Ostensibly, this tendency of slicing space and the separation of people seems to be being overcome in the Treaty of Rome, signed 12 years after World War II. Indeed, unification has often been presented, as we discussed, as Hans has said, and as Peo and Stefan have talked about so beautifully, as an act of European self-overcoming, and overcoming, in other words, of its bellicosity and self-cannibalization in the wars. However, given Europe's colonial history and its constitution of borders, racial capitalism, and international law, we must ask what such an overcoming or reunion meant and continues to mean. For as Peo and Stefan Janssen point out, the story of European rupture and European healing at the very moment as the wars of decolonization were taking place enabled a profound, to use their phrase, historical amnesia, in which Europe could cleanse itself through rejecting its Nazi past. Indeed, we might return here to Wigger's analysis of what the Black Shame enabled. Black Shame became a request for Germany's European reintegration and a persuasive argument to sway international opinion, to reduce or eliminate the occupation and revise the peace treaty that prompted the aggression. This is Wigger. Looked at outside the romanticizing prism of a Europe morally transformed by suffering during World War II, heroically putting aside its bloody past in the service of an abstract peace, the Rome Treaty might be seen to attempt to enable conditions for colonial cooperation within Europe, ostensibly without competition. It remains quite striking and strikingly elided that the impetus for union in the Treaty of Rome that continues into Maastricht is precisely, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering the German and so on, but I hope that I'm repaying many compliments in the process as well. Is primarily and fundamentally economic, despite the humanistically triumphant claims regarding a generous cosmopolitanism that have sometimes been made for the European Union. and that economic priority is insufficiently addressed for all the claims to comity. That tension keeps coming to the fore. As a result, the rhetoric of peace and liberty and solidarity is either unintelligible or legible only as structured through an economic lens, making the EU entirely susceptible to neoliberalism, if not constitutively and inescapably a neoliberal body. I'm thinking in the latter clause of the importance of the Montpellierian Society and meetings in the emergence of the post-World War II international system and consensus. But if the economic and also this kind of the way in which so-called, and I hate the word, but I'm going to use it, right? It's like Voldemort in my head, but centrism, right? Every time the centrists want to say something, right? I don't think not just Macron, but every time centrism gets invoked, what they're talking about is, well, we're going to keep authoritarianism at bay, but we're going to do it how? Well, we're going to be centrist, but it always comes back to neoliberalism. I mean, it's just really bizarre. Like, that's apparently what it designates. The economic impetus is striking, no less so, is how much of the treaty and community and subsequently union are driven by the management of movement, human, capital, and commodity. It is also significant that in the sections that follow the preamble to the Rome Treaty, free movement of goods precedes free movement of people, services, and capital. We weren't fully financialized in the 50s. Now, I suspect it wouldn't be goods. Even more telling is that people are tucked into a line with services and capital. Interestingly, these movements were deliberately arrested in Greece in 2015. The situation seemed to a realization of the contradictions of union, which seemed, if anything, to enable house arrest. And so we might also think of the history of the treaty as a ruse that grants recognizes sovereignty precisely in order to negate or usurp it. Thus, we may well ask, what is the structure of sovereignty in the EU? How do we read Greece's plight in light of Maastricht and yet understand the context in which Germany or Orban's Hungary might exercise disproportionate national power, while Greece's sovereignty is entirely negated, right, during 2015? What is the status of sovereignty here, and whose sovereignty matters, right? What happened in 2015, and I'm beginning to close up, what happened in 2015 appears to have been anticipated after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the war in Yugoslavia. Concerns expressed in the 90s were prescient, even if those debates are largely forgotten or remain peripheral. The particular knot of contradictions presented by the convergence of an economic union combined with a reconfigured mobility of populations as a side effect of union was strikingly addressed by Tony, is it Judd or Jude? I never remember. Judd. In his 1996, thank you, both of you, very prompt. In his 1996, A Grand Illusion, an essay on Europe. He feared that while the Schengen Agreement came up with shared frontiers, harmonized visa and immigration regulations, and accepted controls exercised at one frontier for all the frontiers, and seemed to be the, quote, very incarnation of post-national Europe, in practice, the agreement meant something quite different. That the state that had the most draconian and exclusive immigration and or labor laws would be able to impose its requirements through a sort of highest common factor of discriminatory political arithmetic. And of course, that from, and then he went on to say that where from the outside, Europe looks like the incarnation of post-national Europe, from the inside, it seems like an embattled fortress. As if anticipating Frontex, and the later, which was established, I think, in 2004, and the later Eurosur, the European Border Surveillance System, now associated with it, established in 2013, he wrote, quote, the regulations will be enforced through a continent-wide pooling of data, a kind of Interpol for foreigners, refugees, and immigrants, so that the policing powers of this multi-state will far exceed those of its constituent parts. He goes on to the following rather extraordinary passage. The object of Schengen is to make of Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia, and Slovenia, as well as the Mediterranean Sea, a sort of demographic limes, tampon states that would absorb and block the westward or northward movement of desperate peoples. And of course, I want to play with that metaphor, but I'm not. Of course, we are, and in my book I'm persisting, but I am a literary critic, so I can get away with it, I think. Of course, we are seeing this being pushed south most radically in Africa, and my beloved Ousseina will be talking about this later today. Perpetual and permanent upheaval, managed bureaucratically but without any serious thinking about what habitation means, is colonial life's normative structure. And it's getting manifested everywhere. Ethnic cleansing is the norm. I mean, pushing out migrants is the norm. Stripping people of citizenship has become the norm. And we're talking about India, we're talking about Israel, we're talking about, it's everywhere, right? That's what we do in modernity. If there's anything about modernity, it's about we give citizenship, then we take it away, then we make people stateless, then we don't make them stateless. And Arendt's, I think, most interesting point was, well, what do you do with these people who have no state to go to, right? The problem of statelessness is now haunting us very directly with the Israel issue, but it's all over the place. Anyway, I use habitation. So perpetual and permanent upheaval managed bureaucratically, but without any serious thinking about what habitation means, is colonial life's normative structure. I use habitation rather than belonging at this moment because at stake is not a question of affective attachment entwined with ownership, as in one belongs somewhere which belongs to one, but the very possibility of sustainable life. Inequities of mobility, and this is particularly important, I think, in the era of climate induced movement. Inequities of mobility combined with the unlivability of certain homes, the bureaucratized immiseration of certain regions, the ruthless extraction and expropriation from those very regions leads, not entirely paradoxically, to increasingly desperate movement and ever-growing and frequently outsourced brutal management of that movement, along with partition and the creation of refugees. I offer unmixing as the constitutive condition of Europe because within the grid of such management, union is, in my view, a civilizational ruse shot through with racial thinking, and in that sense summons and reinforces all the contradictions of the phrase a more perfect union from the American context. Unmixing is and I'm being provocative and polemical, but it's in my nature, scorpions, etc. again. Unmixing is if not the question of Europe, even after colonialism ostensibly ends, and as the American empire appears on the verge of collapse, because the tendencies it designates continue to define Europe, manifesting themselves in the moral panics that periodically rack the continent, fear of the Muslim and Black presence, the so-called refugee crisis. These have everything to do with Europe's failure to confront its delusive and ontological foundation. And so now I'm not just talking about the good parts of the Enlightenment, I'm talking about the settlement going all the way back to 1492. Even as its global power seems to wane, Europe's global legacy, and this is where we're talking about ideas and not just, policy, is to bequeath to the world the tendency everywhere, making cleansing-powered majoritarianism a global political norm. In the age of a renewed, though not regenerative, multipolarity, states have turned to civilizational discourses whose conceptual frame derives from 19th century European thought and acts that crossbreed mimicry with competition. So they're competing with each other and apparently asserting themselves on the global stage, but they're also mimicking basically civilizational discourses from the 19th century. At the same time, these ideas and histories are now shaping European politics internally in disastrously consequential ways. To conclude, I return somewhat abstractly to the relation between policy and the imagination, policy and the humanities laid out at the beginning, and end in a somewhat Beckettian, we can't go on and yet must sort of way. The conceptual questions that I want to continue to press then, and I know this is it's totally violent, it's a total disjunction, but I'm trying to pull together these two beasts, the disciplinary issue and then these histories. The conceptual questions that I want to continue to press then are of the relationship between policy and the humanities. They are about the task of intellection, the task of the imagination, in the face of the sort of stuff I've laid out, which task requires us to address squarely the relation between proposition, proposal, and imagination, which is to say, what do we do with all of this? More modestly, how do we extract proposition and create proposals in the face of such histories and such complex matrices? And I think in different ways, both Hansen, Dipesh are asking the same question, what do we do with all of this, right? What proposals can we make? How do we continue the political work of the imagination? How are we not to be simply stymied by such genealogies? This is not just, I must insist, a repurposing of the debate about critique, and this is just me being snarky about my own discipline, which was tired and unilluminating and startlingly uninvested in the very things it claimed to care about, literature, art, aesthesis, etc., at its very inception. I'm talking about not critique, but a political imagination. It's a different thing, not being anti-critique, right? And I'm still arguing for the imagination. At the same time, a resistance to what can be a reduction to proposition and proposal is also important for the humanities, for it is, in my view, the task of the humanities to also cultivate a certain recalcitrance of the imagination, or differently put, imaginative recalcitrance, so as to be able to think past and beyond those metaphysical formations or historical determinations, even as we know that we work within frameworks where we have in the moment to accept, perhaps even learn to make policy recommendations and suggestions that would seem to concede some of the premises that we want desperately to contest. That is the task of living in the world after all. So it is that as humanists, we have occasionally to let go of our deeper historical repudiation of those formations and matrices and engage with the available political options. Since we are talking about Europe mostly, thus, at any given moment, we might have to confront the question of what the actually existing European Union or any actually existing nation state, entirely or partially within the Union, as governing entities might do, or given the current global neoliberal dispensation might be able to do, and at the same time push for genuine transformation. Since can't go on, must go on. That is to me the task of the imagination in any time, but particularly so in our own, which seems to be a moment of the complete necrosis of the political imagination. Thank you.
We're scheduled, if I were to be dramatic, we are scheduled until 12:15, but we started slow, and I think that we can at least go till 12:30. Yeah, how things happen. Okay. Happy to propose questions and summarize things for us to get the conversation going, but I would defer to ask if there are immediately questions, or are we going to have one of those moments of pause?
I would actually love to see how you summarize this. Like, oh, you know, I want to hear this, man. This is just me, because I'm gonna like, I can see the connections, but I want to hear, but at the same time, it also seems like there's so much. I would love to hear it, how it
I think
looks.
I'll give it a shot. I mean, in the sense that I think one of the texts and names that's not here is actually Johannes Fabian's Time and the Other. I think that the question of temporality and development and reality is something that's inflecting all of these. And it strikes me here that Sadia is also returning us into the humanities to ask us about the imagination and what I've referred to as imaginative communities. How do we organize our communities according to imagination, and not just the imagined community of the nation state, but other possibilities. I think that one of the considerations that I would encourage us all in listening here, but not hearing it being deployed accurately, are distinctions about Europe, the European project, EU, Europeanization. Mm-hmm. I think that I missed hearing things like the Council of Europe. Mm-hmm. I also missed hearing 1956 and the beginnings of the non-aligned movement in Yugoslavia.
Ah, interesting.
I think that that's something that actually fits in with Dipesh's discussion, because non-alignment is also a project that is a project of the nation states and national autonomy, respect for each other in the global south, right? That is still within the project of modernity, but is itself trying to chart out a way that is autonomous for each of those coming to their own historical unfolding. I think in that, I mentioned that, I think one of the things therefore, I also think that part of what you're identifying for us, but are not being coherent enough in your own discussions, is precisely that Europe is not one thing. Mm-hmm. but a project that is constantly unfolding. And I think part of the reason Maastricht, which is Dutch, not German, is important here. Is important here is because it is the moment in which the EU becomes a treaty-based organization, and the inability of the constitution that Habermas wanted means that the EU is something that is still unfolding, and that if we are not careful, we fall into its own teleological narrative, right? And so the other stories of the other possibilities of Europe are important for us. Listening to Dipesh in particular, it makes me think that one of the things that is also here is the dialectic of enlightenment that Adorno and Horkheimer put forward. That we have a problem of the way that enlightenment is itself a project of barbarism, right? That the industrialization and the nature, but those are things that are also barbarisms that are executed upon the European. And listening to you, Sadia, I was also thinking that interestingly, the Germans are also themselves objects of precisely the expulsions and the population transfers.
Well, that's what one of the things I actually said.
Right.
We bring it home.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And so there's a certain way in which what we're also talking about here is this problem of modernity. It's something that I'll return to in my own discussions, right? That the project of development that's constituted here is almost inescapable at this point in time, what the nature of progress is. And I really appreciate that all of you are in many ways both presenting a kind of criticality, while at the same time asking us to not occupy the Adornian dialectic, but rather actually ask ourselves, how do we produce positive policy? Right? How do we imagine a world in which, especially for those of us who are humanists here at the table, who are not used to producing policy or thinking about it, maybe being critical of it and its outcomes, actually what's at stake when we try to make a statement that is positive? And that's something that, again, I mean, I think it infuses Hans's work. It infuses, from my listening here, it infuses quite a bit of what I'm hearing. I would also add that one of the things that I'm just fascinated by is the way that I think both Hans and I think all three of you are identifying something of a European memory politics that parallels the problems of contemporary German memory politics, right? In which there's this kind of, having overcome the bad parts of our past, we have the ability to preach to the rest of the world, right? It allows for a moral proposition to be taking place. And I will repeat this point later on in my own presentation, but ultimately what we're also talking about in these propositions is the ability of Europe not to have to take accountability for colonialism, right? That the morality of generosity in development and in being the epigon of progress is what allows it to share its largesse towards the formerly colonized world. And I think, I mean, those are both responses, but summaries of what I'm hearing here, and I've tried to underscore some of the things. And I'll stop because I don't want this to be about me, but I want to reflect back some of the things I'm hearing. Dipesh, you've already raised your hand.
No, just a couple of things. Thank you very much, Randall, for your comments and Sadia's comments presentation. And actually, I didn't thank Sadia at all when I started speaking, but really I'm here because of all the discussions that I've had with her and her very gracious and welcoming friendship that she's offered. But I quickly wanted to respond to the Bandung question that you raised. And I think the Bandung moment, in fact, even before Bandung, there was an Asian Relations Conference in India in 1947.
Although, Dipesh, I'm actually talking about when Nehru Nasser went to visit Tito in Yugoslavia.
Right.
And from that moment, so it's a year later. But that's
No,
because it's interesting because that's a moment when a different Europe is present at the table.
Sure. No, and that's how Europe comes in. But the interesting thing about the moment, what I've seen and what I've also learned from a student who did a PhD here on those years, and the idea of friendship between Asian nations
Yeah.
that Nehru and Zhou Enlai and others were promoting seriously as an alternative to the Western idea of international relations or something. It's fascinating to see what it kind of what destroyed it was the fact that China incorporated Tibet and then had to build a road for the quickest access to Tibet. And India claimed that the road was on Indian territory. And then both fought for boundaries like nation states would, with a sense of sacredness of their boundaries. And the friendship project collapsed completely. And they basically related to each other as all the instincts of nation states. So it's very interesting how that moment opened up and the compulsions of geopolitics and other things that actually sort of closed that moment. I just want to say that. And quick question to Sadia was really thinking about her comments that, and kind of circling back to both Gayatri's and your point about the task of the humanities in this situation. And I often wonder whether, I mean, of course, we always critique policy. I mean, policy is always flawed. I mean, one can't make a policy that's probably not flawed. Because policy intervenes in the practical world, and in the practical world, I think it's mostly very difficult to avoid partisanship, even if you philosophically don't want to be partisan. So I sometimes wonder whether humanities critique are better aimed at predicaments, so that like notions of democracy to come, like the Derridian way of getting around a problem by saying here is something to come. In other words, raise something as a matter of principle, even if the principle is very difficult to live by at the moment, except in zones of ethics where in friendships and other things where you can actually live out some of the ethical principles. So I just want to raise that question as part of a conversation about what humanities can, I mean, it expands the imagination, no doubt about that. But whether it does better whether it does that by converting a policy, by commenting on a policy in terms of a predicament, addressing a predicament.
So just two things. I mean, so I don't mean to, no special pleading on my own part, but I mean, one of the reasons I didn't go through my usual, what do we mean by Europe? Europe is a continent, it's a space, it's a set of ideas, and then there's the EU, is because I did that both at Astana, because we're also part of this other consortium, and in Paris. So I was just like, there's just so many times I'm going to subject everyone to it. But I do take the point that there's a slippage. But I do want to say also at the same time that the European Union wants to speak for Europe,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So in some sense, partly what I'm doing here then is, as I said at the beginning, is really trying to mark the genealogy of a particular moment, right? Which is the turn to the far right, right? I mean, so that in that sense, so and it's a global turn. So part of, and I think what I found really interesting about what Dipesh and I were both trying to do, right, is on the one hand, we're critiquing Europe, right? On the other hand, we're also trying very hard to think through these other spaces outside Europe, right? Where these tendencies are manifesting themselves, right? Because very often what people forget is that, whatever the failures of postcolonial studies might have been, right? One of the things that we have always tried to do, and this is why I still call myself a postcolonialist, right? Is multiple critique, right? Of the various ways in which these things are manifesting themselves. Because on the one hand, and then again, this is my critique of genealogy as a whole, right? Because I always say we are selective genealogists, because that is the nature of genealogy. On the other hand, I also say that there comes a point where, okay, all right, fine, that's the genealogy. Now what? I mean, how do we? I mean, when genealogy becomes exculpation in the so-called decolonized states, right? And let's say formal decolonization is in many cases not completed, blah 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 blah. But it's that doubleness, right? That neither Dipesh nor I, because we have our feet elsewhere too, can walk away from the other critique, right? And it's the one side, and so it's kind of interesting. Yes, this is Europe's big quest, but it's also not. We can't just hang it all on Europe anymore, right? Because once it was given to us, yes, fine, and imposed upon us, all of that too. On the other hand, many of us, and whatever the us is, and I don't like the pronomial sort of move, what the pronomial does here, and I've written about this in my first book. But we've also, in these different spaces, embraced this. I mean, this is what's happening in India right now. Pakistan is doing some of these things, right? So the question is, how do you talk about that, right? So there's that. Now, going back to the question of zone of predicament, the subtitle of my book is Islam and the Postcolonial Predicament, right? So you're talking to the person who's obsessed with predicaments and aporias, right? And when I was recently writing something, and I was again paradox and aporia came up again, and I was like, what the hell is wrong with me? I seem unable to get past this. But I want to hear from you precisely what that would mean, right? I mean, in the sense that right here, I want to know a little bit more about what that means, right? I mean, yes, it's not just critique. Is it about what is to come? So, I mean, on the one hand, I'm completely with you, right? I mean, I think that to me, the most interesting humanistic work and the work of the humanities is precisely I mean, that's why Beckett can't go on, must go on, right? I mean, that is the zone of the predicament, right? So yes, I think that is what the humanities are able to do, right? And that gets way past critique, right? It's way past critique. But then I would want to know more from you, because I want to know a little bit more how you see that in relation to what I'm saying about policy, right? Because I don't think I fully have a handle on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, I leave it to Randall. I didn't want to monopolize this conversation if there's some other question, but I'd love to speak to it at some point, or now if you think that's right.
I think Hans actually might. You're
No, I can wait.
No, Hans, come in. I have something to say, but please come in. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything.
I'm not asking you to respond to me. I think you have. Anyway,
No, I
If you
don't have anything burning to say. I mean, there's a few things I could say, but okay. And actually, all I'll do is I'll just put a couple of things on the table, because we've got all day to continue these discussions, right? So I guess first of all, Dipesh, I mean, I very much kind of liked how you talked about the sort of contradictions in the sort of history and idea of Europe, and I think that dovetails quite neatly with, I mean, the way I try to frame it in Euro whiteness is and you mentioned this concept of European regionalism that I use, the sort of the tensions and relationship between, on the one hand, a kind of ethnic cultural idea of Europe, and on the other hand, a kind of civic idea of Europe, right? And I think a lot of what you were saying, especially about the Enlightenment and so on, I would put in the sort of civic part, but then there is this, ethnic cultural kind of Europe too. And my whole argument is that persists after 1945. It doesn't just disappear, right? But it actually informs the European project itself. So that fits, I think, very nicely. On this question of sovereignty, I'd love to talk about that more because, again, sort of what I'm very struck by, and this comes up in Euro Whiteness a little bit, is, in the period that I started out by talking about between the end of the Cold War in 2010, the moment at which, as I say, the EU imagines that it can, or a lot of pro-Europeans imagine that they can remake the whole world in the image of Europe, or the image of the EU, I should say. And I'm going to come to that in a second. That's, I think, still very much in this moment when a lot of those pro-Europeans are rejecting the concept of sovereignty altogether. At least that's how they're framing it, right? Not just national sovereignty, right? But they think that what European integration is doing is moving beyond the concept of sovereignty altogether. And I think, what's happened since 2010 is that they've re-embraced sovereignty, particularly this idea, though, that of European sovereignty. So at this European level, they continue to reject national sovereignty as being anachronistic and part of the modern world, right? But what they've now done is incorporated this, is reclaim the idea of sovereignty as a good thing. This is informing, I think, the whole fortress Europe kind of idea, right? Building a wall around Europe. And then on this, you're absolutely right, of course, Randall, that Europe is many things. And, I was talking, drawing on Dipesh about, many Europes, right? But I think we have to sort of recognize that. And as you say, sort of not endorse this kind of way in which the EU wants to speak for Europe and claim that it is the only sort of Europe, but at the same time recognize that it has come to dominate. So in other words, so Klaus-Kiran Patel, the German historian, has his book Project Europe, where he explores precisely this idea, right? That if you go back to the 1950s and so on, there are multiple initiatives, right? Now, the one that we have, we call the European Union, ended up winning, as it were. And some of these other institutions like the Council of Europe and so on still exist. But I think we have to sort of accept that the European Union now is the version of Europe that is the real existing Europe. That's certainly, I would argue, I don't know if anyone would disagree with this, influencing people's lives in a more profound way than any other Europe, as it were, right? So that's that. On European memory politics, again, sort of very, very briefly, the argument I make in Euro Whiteness is just that, the EU and European integration comes to be based on what I call the internal lessons of European history. In other words, centuries of conflict between Europeans culminating in World War II and the Holocaust. And as you said, Randall, the external lessons of European history, in particular colonialism, are just completely outside. They don't inform the project in the same kind of way. One sort of caveat, though, that I want to add, because I absolutely agree with you that Germany is sort of central to this. And what's, I think, happening is that Germany is uploading its own memory culture to the European level.
Yes, yeah.
But I think
listening to this, that's become convinced of that, listening to the three of you.
Right, but there's a slight caveat I want to add, which is relevant at the moment, is I think what Gaza has illustrated is that Germany, hasn't been completely successful in uploading its memory culture to the European level, because the Spanish and the Irish, look at this in a very, very different way, right? So I think there's a kind of a limit to that. And then just one final thing, since you were talking about Frontex, Sadia, just a little detail that, I just think is quite illustrative, is that Fabrice Leggeri, who was the director of Frontex from 2014 until 2022, when he had to resign because of some of the awful things that Frontex was doing. And during that period, the budget of Frontex increased, I think, by 5 times. Fabrice Leggeri is now a member of the European Parliament for the Rassemblement National.
That was going to be.
Eric, go ahead.
Yes,
Question?
did you? Yes, please. Jump in.
Okay. Since you mentioned that.
Actually, so Zakia, are you also raising a hand?
Maybe.
Okay.
Finger.
All right. Let us say these three,
But yeah,
and then we will go to lunch. And we will be confident that these are issues that we're coming back, right?
And I would like to hear Dipesh's response, but we can circle back to it also.
I also wanted to start with Johannes Fabian before we not. His spirit is I wanted to mention a couple of things. Just consider these remarks as footnotes to the conversation thus far.
Could you, I mean, I'm not sure that, yes, I'm not sure that our colleagues streaming.
The first question I have to all of us is, what is the opposite of not yet? In other words, how we think of the not yet formulation and what are the ways in which that is not yet. And well, is it always already? Is it some sort of a celebration of distinct unrelated temporalities? In other words, so the reduction of temporality to space, right? Pure comparison, time-less comparison. Is that what it is? But I also wanted to make maybe I'm awfully old-fashioned, but I just mention it as this thing called socialism, which, as far as I remember, the main argument was that it was already. The rest of the world is not yet, but we are already, in spite of the fact that it was extremely not yet. And to a certain extent, the collapse of those projects in a large part of the world, that argument, in other words, the enforcement of the idea of no, you're not already, you're not yet. That's what that was. This is kind of like a couple of thoughts about that. The other comment I have has to do with unmixing. I think that's really a productive metaphor, and I'm very grateful for that. The only thing that I have to add to that is that unmixing is feasible if the mixing that has preceded it is incomplete. In other words, mixing is a source of the creation of something new. And it is possible for mixing to reach a point where it cannot possibly be unmixed. Right? So the real question is, and the character of international power, I think, in our world today, is who determines what is already so mixed that it cannot be unmixed. And at a certain point, in mixedness, in certain parts of our world, is a source for celebration. Whereas in other parts of our world, that same agency that celebrates mixing in one parts of the world enforces unmixing. And I think that is one of the most obvious kind of inequities of our world. Who determines what is mixed properly or mixed enough, and what is unmixable? And the next thing is kind of a pedantic kind of point from a historical sociologist. There are two kinds of basic types of empire. We've had an enormous lot of conversation, we do always, about one type, the colonial type. About this European conversation, the other kind of empire, the contiguous empire, is equally significant and important. Some of the questions that we run into might even be actually answered by taking that other kind of contiguous empire into account, that there are long, in fact longer, much longer historicities of contiguous empire, right? Several thousands of years in some cases, whereas colonial empire is relatively more short-lived. And so some of the issues that have to do with Europe is actually this juggling of the two kinds of empire.
Yeah.
European Union in a certain way has power because it is able to switch between colonial and contiguous and like this and that, and partly denying, partly affirming, or that. By the same token, I just wanted to, as a person who afflicted that concept of Euro-whiteness on the world, I'd like to sort of, again, somewhat pedantically point out that it was in the context of an opposition within whiteness. Okay. So there's Euro-whiteness as opposed to dirty whiteness. And the reason I'm insisting on that, not because I'm so much in love with my own concept, the second one, but because I think that also helps us understand a lot of the of what is going on. And along those lines, I'll close by mentioning an interview that I did in the 90s in Brussels with a guy who negotiated accession for both Slovakia and Hungary, on part of the EU. This is a Belgian diplomat who has served in Congo before. Just give you a sense of what we're talking about. And I pressed him about what is the objection. And he was extremely diplomatic. And when I turned my my recorder off, he says to me, well, you know, now that you've turned it off, I can tell you. Okay, fine. And he says, we don't want another Greece. And I asked him, well, which one is Greece? Or you? I mean, like Hungary, is that Greece or Slovakia? I mean, I don't know if you've been there, but they're not like Greece. Right? And he says, well, you know, the point is that Greece has never deported proper numbers to the EU. Every euro cent that we send there, they steal. This is kind of totally Orientalist, demeaning kind of condescending language. So I come out, okay, I found a gem. And then there is accession, preceded by the opinion, the European Commission's opinion on these countries, for each and every one of the applicant, East European applicant members to be. Okay? And then, so they issue an opinion on Hungary, and just for fun, I read through it. Very strange kind of fun.
Yeah.
At a certain point, after about page 4, it starts to talk about Poland. Okay. The opinion on Hungary is, the object of the opinion is Poland at a certain point, meaning the intern who did the search and replace Nancy Cups. It goes on the European Commission website.
Wow.
That's the level of specificity and love and care and brotherliness that was involved in this. So I hope you understand that I think that the business of dirty whiteness is as constitutive of the European situation as Euro whiteness. Thank you. And by the way, about the constitutionality business, we're not going to have a constitution.
No.
Right? Now, since 2005, the French, Dutch, and the Luxembourg voters decided that, and that's impossible ever since. So because of that, the European Union against national sovereignty business has limits on the limits.
Yeah.
Right? Of nationals. So yeah. So. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much for this amazing panel session. I was listening to some of the conversations about India in particular, and I kept wondering if we couldn't find some kind of working power of whiteness in contexts that are not necessarily considered to be white. And that working power, I'm seeing it like in some of the rise of fundamentalism, for example. And I do not have any answer. I just have a question here around how does whiteness appear and operate outside of the usual context that we think about, which is Europe or maybe North America, especially how does it work through neoliberal projects and nation states. And the reason I'm thinking about India is because I'm really thinking about these alliances between Modi governments, for example, and Israel. And the kind of common project, common faith, common destiny that they are building together. And how can we see whiteness operating there, and how can we see it in some of the very concrete political project that India built. For instance, a few years ago, the citizenship project, which excluded Indians from the body of the nation. Can we actually expand a little bit and see how whiteness is working in those specific contexts in which we cannot like easily say it's whiteness?
Thank you. And wow, that was brilliant. That's amazing. Thank you. And thank you for very, very intriguing and very interesting panels. I'm Liliana Francesco. I'm assistant teaching professor in gender sexuality studies at Rutgers here. And so I felt that we talked about very interesting chronologies of Europe, but there's like one year that somehow seems to just not make it. And for some of us, it's actually quite important.
89.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I think he mentioned he didn't say, Hans didn't use the phrase 1989, but I think he did refer to very generally, but he did, yeah.
But and I think this is somewhat important because it's the moment of 1989, and to represented the collapse of socialism, it represented it was I was there. So it represents a movement where people try to reform socialism. That happened very different than what we wanted. They had, liberal capitalism, basically, the structural adjustment programs and all that. An argument about that is made by József Hall, Ukrainian scholar in Ukraine and Gaza. It's a powerful discussion of imperialism in the post-socialist context.
Welcome to the academy.
Okay. It's like, I think that's really important.
Saying that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then, but also, and again, you raise your general, like accession, like is that so-called accession, right? Which is called, which does, right, more than double the population of the European Union, like somehow it's nonsensical. And then another empire, right, that's also European, it's civilizational, it's otherizes, turns historicizes and makes other periods, according to Madina Tostanova, right, is the Soviet Union, right? Also European empire, however we want to call it, right? And I think that when we're talking about multiple Europes, I think that would be a good idea to have.
Right.
Discussion of that too. And then to answer the question asked by Sadia question, then the process of the imagination, what role does socialism and state socialism matter? And I will never call it actually existing socialism, because for those of us who lived in Eastern Europe, it was always actual and existing. We're talking about historical experience. Does state socialism present any kind of, well, taking into account the imperial, like Soviet Union project, the imperialism of neoliberalism, and that, and yeah, thank you. Some of it I'm familiar with, some of it I'm not so much.
I would be more prone to stop.
You want to stop? Yeah, let's take a break. Yeah.
Because I think
Yeah.
If I allow you all to start responding,
Then it'll go for,
be here
yeah.
a very long time.
I should, however, say that my sentence, what happened in 2015 appears to have been anticipated after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and that concerns expressed in the 90s were prescient, was precisely about that. But we obviously can't talk about everything, much as we'd love to.
Let me ask you to help me say thank you to our panelists for an excellent conversation and a great way to begin the day.
Hello, everybody. Second panel, Europe and the rest. For those who are joining in now, you have not heard what Randall said earlier. We are not introducing people. We are using that time for discussion. I tend not to introduce people anyway at any of my conferences because I just think it's a colossal waste of time. And also because you can go read us up on our bios, if that's really what you want. But anyway, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's an astonishing panel. And we are going to start with Faisal Devji, who is joining us from Oxford. Faisal?
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry I can't be there, but you'll have to deal with my disembodied presence. Hopefully the ideas won't be too disembodied. So let me begin with what may seem to be an unusual reference, that is Hannah Arendt's book on revolution, which, as I'm sure you know, compares the French and the American revolutions. It is a tragic book in many ways, in two senses. First, when she looks at the French Revolution, she sees it as a tragedy insofar as she holds the French Revolution was derailed and defined by what she calls a social question, the question which dealt with the problem of inequality in society, something, of course, we've been hearing about a great deal lately. And the French Revolution, Arendt argues, tries to tackle inequality through the social, precisely through the social question, by altering social relations in a violent, she thought, way. And this destroyed the revolution and disallowed for the emergence of either liberty or fraternity. So these are, you will gather, the three principal categories defining the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. America and the American Revolution, she thought, which of course had preceded the French by some years, was a much more ambitious and positive story because it fronted liberty over equality and was not derailed by addressing the social question in a way that sought to remake social relations. And this was possible in America precisely because it was a society that depended on slavery on the one hand and the elimination of indigenous peoples on the other, so that the white population of Europeans constituting the American colonies were able to emerge as a relatively equal society in which liberty was constitutionally instantiated. Now, I don't want to argue that Arendt was right. I think, in fact, she was wrong. But what is interesting about her argument in On Revolution is that, and I shall come back to the triad of liberty, equality, and fraternity very soon in my talk. For the moment, I want to suggest that her story of tragedy, the French Revolution, ends tragically. The American Revolution is tragic insofar as it has no meaning for the rest of the world, in Arendt's view. And that is because only in America was this situation of potential equality possible with the settler population there. It was not possible anywhere else in the world, certainly not in Europe or Africa or Asia. And so the American Revolution and its constitutional model remained a marginal event in world history, insofar as no one else in the world really adopted the American model or its constitutional framing. Now, what I want to make of this story is its suggestion, though she doesn't actually ever go in this direction, Arendt, that power, worldly power, and success do not necessarily pose models for others or for the future. And I think what is true of America and its revolution was also true in many ways of Britain and its unwritten constitutional order, including and even especially in its former colonies. So while the Indian political imagination from colonial times was unavoidably shaped by Britain, for instance, I want to argue that the latter was really unable to dominate it completely. Perhaps at some point in the 18th century here and there, and in the 19th century among certain groups of people. But in general, and once Indian nationalism emerges, the British model really is nowhere. Even though, of course, everything that India represented institutionally came out of British constitutionalism. So the Indian turn to Europe, or Indian political thoughts turn to Europe, was in some ways a turn away from Britain. It was a negative way in which Europe was privileged. From the French Revolution itself, to communism and fascism. So from one set of revolutionary movements to another in the late 18th century to another in the early and mid 20th. But this was not simply about seeking out new models, but locating Indian political thought in a context other than colonialism as a putatively universal enterprise. So whereas today, for instance, colonialism is in vogue again for many interesting reasons, some legitimate, some perhaps not so legitimate in my view, when you look at Indian thinkers of the period, 19th and into the middle of the 20th century, they of course are very concerned with colonial rule, but they refuse to place their struggles and their thinking in the container of empire or colonialism. And that's another reason why European models are so important, or European histories and narratives are so important to them, especially those that have nothing to do with colonialism. So unlike the situation today, then, in the glory days of Indian nationalism, in all its variety, you have an effort not just to think about the colonial, but to exceed it and to move beyond it. So when you look at a text as important as Mahatma Gandhi's Hind Swaraj from 1909, for instance, you find lots of references to Europe, interesting and positive. He has a chapter on Mazzini in Italy. He's interested in Germany. The British deserve only his contempt in that text. He writes scathingly about the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy, about the prime minister and his cabinet. So it's not like Britain is absent, but it doesn't serve as a way of thinking about India's future at all. He does, however, think that Italy might be a bit more interesting, and perhaps Germany. Now, let me return briefly to Arendt, or at least to the French Revolution and its triad of categories. The popularity of liberty, equality, and fraternity as a slogan in Indian political thought needs to be stressed here. It's not like those who deploy these terms want a French Revolution in India. They don't think, for the most part, that that is a possibility. India is a completely different society and a completely different context. So when they are thinking of European history, they are not thinking, as I said, of it in modular terms, that they will simply repeat what happened in Europe. They take the ideas and categories that come out of European history and think through them in somewhat different ways. So in the case of colonial India, for instance, Indian thinkers, but not necessarily British ones, can be divided into two large groups. One that prioritizes what Hannah Arendt called the social question, which is to say the importance of equality in the making of fraternity. That India is a society in which fraternity does not exist, and in order to bring fraternity into existence, and therefore the nation, you need to institute equality first. And this prioritization of equality and the social question is something that characterizes both low caste politics, so very famously associated with Dr. Ambedkar, and minority politics, most famously associated with the Muslim League and its eventual leader, Muhammad Ali Jinnah. And the two of these two figures and others like Periyar in southern India do enter into a kind of loose alliance during the 1930s in the interwar period. So there you have Arendt's social question really defining one side of the Indian debate on what the nation and fraternity might look like in the future. And Ambedkar indeed doesn't use the term social question that Arendt does, but he calls it social reform. You know, do we want social reform first or political reform first? And he argues that social reform is absolutely crucial because without it, without equality, any democracy that emerges in India will be an unequal and a hierarchical one. On the other side of this debate, you have Indian nationalists, largely represented by the Indian National Congress, who prioritize what in Arendt's terms would be the American understanding of the nation and its fraternity. That is to say, the political over the social. So it is liberty that is prioritized. Liberty, they argue, is what we need first and foremost. And only after we achieve liberty will equality become possible. Equality cannot be instituted in colonial conditions. You need liberty first. And with liberty, the hierarchy that defines Indian society, politically as well as socially, will be shaken and fraternity therefore produce. So for both these groups, and of course I'm speaking very schematically about them here, for both these groups, fraternity is something yet to come. It doesn't exist yet. What exists is the social question on the one hand, the prioritization of equality, and the political one on the other, the prioritization of liberty. So you see, hopefully, how terms that come out of the French Revolution, not British constitutionalism, come to define in various ways Indian political thought, but without ever implying that India is going to be another France and have a revolution like it. No one thinks that at all. Now, apart from this, we have, and I've already mentioned this with regards to Gandhi, the more particular focus on countries like Italy, Germany, and Ireland as examples, like India, of places which are not quite nations yet, or were not until recently nations. So they're interesting for Indian thinkers to look at, because by looking at Italy, Germany, and Ireland, you can look at examples of how places which are not nations, which were either in bits and pieces colonized by others or fragmented, like India was as well, into various kinds of duchies and things like that, and how they seek to become nations. So again, not taking Italy, Germany, and Ireland as models in the Andersonian sense, they're not modular in any way, but as interesting examples by which you could think through the problem of nation building. How does one create a nation where one didn't exist? And this is where Europe, or at least certain parts of Europe, have meaning. Only later do Russia and China emerge as thought zones, if I can put it that way, of this kind. You also, of course, have, from the period after the First World War, the question of India's peers, whether it was the late Ottoman Empire and then the Turkish Republic, or Iran, or Egypt. You know, these are places which have been either partially or fully colonized, and which are seen as engaging in the same kinds of struggles as India was. I mentioned the Ottomans because, of course, it was a great empire and it was not a nation state. And you have a very important movement led by Indian Muslims, but represented by Gandhi, and called the Caliphate or Khilafat movement, which has normally been understood as one that seeks to privilege the religious leadership of the Ottoman Sultan, and therefore as a pan-Islamist movement. And I think of that it is in fact something quite different. And what Indian political thinkers are saying at the time is that the thing about the Ottoman Empire is that it is the only great power in what was coming to be known as the Muslim world at the time. And if it is defeated and split up, all you have are small countries that will immediately fall under colonial domination and will never be able to exert any kind of power on the world stage. So it's there's not so much a pan-Islamic strain of thinking here, though that certainly does exist. There's also a completely different way of thinking about states, great powers, etc. Now, in the period after the First World War as well, in the interwar period and up to the Second World War, you also have the division of India's two major parties, and I already named them, the Indian National Congress, by far the bigger one, and the All India Muslim League, divided over various other kinds of European cases or examples. Czechoslovakia is one of them. The Muslim League is very much taken by the idea of Sudetenland as the homeland of a minority like Muslims. And so they, either deliberately or inadvertently buy into a kind of Nazi, what becomes a Nazi rhetoric of protecting a German minority in this place, whereas the Congress is very much dedicated to the unification or the unity and integrity of Czechoslovakia. So that's one kind of example over which Indian political parties spar. Right? Another has to do with Ireland, an obvious one here again, the Indian National Congress siding with the Irish Republicans who want to free Ireland from the British yoke, and the Muslim League also equally naturally or understandably siding with Ulster, with Northern Ireland, as the home of a minority population like the Muslims in India, which need protection. These parties also accuse each other of fascism when fascism becomes a major issue in the 1930s. But there are other examples that are brought to bear as well. So Ambedkar, whom I mentioned earlier, the Dalit or former untouchable leader, writes a book in around 1940 called Thoughts on Pakistan. The Pakistan movement has become a big movement at this point. And it's reprinted and revised in 1946, a year before India and Pakistan's independence, where he compares how the Muslim League, like the Zionist movement, also seeking its own national home in Palestine, moves from terminology like precisely national home to national state. So there are a whole series of examples and thought zones that come into place, some of which are European, many of which are European, some of which are not. And what is of interest to me is that Britain is really not among them in any serious way, even though, as I said earlier, the institutional inheritance of India and Pakistan is solidly and remains solidly British. Now, in the interwar period as well, India comes to be seen as Europe's equivalent. And one way in which this happens is in the debates over federalism. Do we want a federal structure or a unitary one? Will one be too fragmented to retain sovereignty, or will another be too authoritarian to allow for autonomy and democracy? Again, Indian political parties and others square off over these questions, and you can imagine who sides where. So the Muslim League and other minority groups tend to be more federally inclined, and the Indian National Congress is deeply suspicious of federalism, which it sees as a kind of prescription for a weak polity in a very large country that would allow for the continuation of European dominance and proxy wars. Thinkers like Muhammad Iqbal, the philosopher and poet, explicitly compare Europe to India. So this time it's not separate European countries like Italy, Germany, etc., Ireland, but it is Europe itself, Western Europe, I might add, that is rendered into an equivalent for colonial India. And he points to the fact that after the war, after the First World War, Europe inevitably must become a federal unit if it is to survive, very prescient in his case, and that this is the kind of thing we should hope for India as well. But at this time, Europe also starts declining in importance. And soon, by the time you get to the later 1930s and into the 40s, and certainly by the time the Second World War ends, the federalist models are now provided either by the US or the USSR. Churchill himself, as prime minister, recommends the Soviet Union as a federal model for India, an India that is unpartitioned and made up of different republics, some Hindu, some Muslim, and some others. So here is the man who, as it were, invents the Iron Curtain and is very anti-Soviet, but deploys the Soviet Union in thinking about the future of India. And Indian thinkers are doing so at the same time. Eventually, however, these federal models are refused both by India and also by Pakistan once it becomes or claims to be a unitary state of its own. So today, India serves as a precedent for Europe in a variety of different ways. On the one hand, in the management of diversity, and you keep hearing this, that India is a place more or less as big as Western Europe. It's as diverse, if not more diverse than Europe, linguistically, religiously, ethnically, culturally, etc. And unlike Western Europe, it has always been diverse. It has not had, many centuries of religious and other forms of homogeneity that define its societies. So this on the one hand. On the other hand, of course, Europe is also understood in India often as India's unwanted past. The European Union of today embodies precisely the kind of federalist model that had been much in vogue in the interwar period. And indeed, it looks quite provincial when compared to the Indian imagination of what federalism might look like, which took the USSR and the US, etc., as their models. So on the one hand, then India preceded Europe in the constitutional management of diversity far greater than Europe itself possessed, including minority protections, far more extensive than anything the League of Nations institutionalized after the First World War. India has a system of separate electorates and reservations, for instance, which no European country did, even under the League of Nations minority protections. But India ended up repudiating this, as did Pakistan, through the partition that created both countries. In this way, too, it serves as a precedent for Europe today. The debates that are happening in Europe today over federalism, over diversity, over the management of diversity, over the question of sovereignty, look very much like the debates that were happening in India in its, if you will, semi-federalist moment, because political power was gradually being devolved to Indians, even under colonial rule, and federalist structures and minority protections were already in place, in part, at least. In other ways, however, India is very much like Europe. And it is, one can argue, Britain as well today, fearful of diversity, turning to civilizational forms of identity, but in this case, more in tune with China and Russia than with European civilizational talk, though I imagine the three are all connected. But of course, it does so in a very different context than the EU. It does so in the context of a very European and old-fashioned sovereignty. So diversity and its management and the formation of a civilizational identity of continental proportions might be as familiar in the EU of today as it is in the India of today. But the contexts are very different. The context in the EU has to do with the absence of any sovereign center or sovereignty at all. Perhaps it can only be seen in NATO, in a power that is not even European in part. In India, these debates, which seem very similar in some respects, occur in a condition of absolute sovereignty. a sovereignty that has characterized, a desire for which has characterized every Indian government and every Indian political party, and no one has ever compromised on it. And this means that these debates actually have quite different meanings despite their shared language and sometimes forms of borrowing. So we end, therefore, and I shall end here in the same way that we begin. European ideas, categories, and debates come to be important for Indian political thinking, but not in an easy, modular manner. The different contexts are very clear to Indians, and Europe becomes a site through which they are able to think through their own politics. It has nothing to do with becoming like either Europe as a whole or any individual European country. As I just said, India serves both as Europe's past, but also as Europe's future. So Europe, whether taken collectively or singly in terms of different states, is not the carapace within which Indian political thought occurs, rather the opposite. It is India, its history, and its political thinking that encloses Europe and European terms and categories and ideas, which are deployed for rather Indian purposes, initially against or against Britain, or in a way of, as a way of circumventing Britain, and today for rather different reasons. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. We will now switch to Peo Hansen. Peo, please. Randall.
I have a PowerPoint, so I will share my screen. Can you see this well?
Yes.
Yes, and can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly.
So thanks a lot, first of all, for this kind invitation, and thanks particularly to you, Sadia. I also apologize for not being on site, but unfortunately my teaching schedule is too busy right now, so I have to do it from here in Norrköping, Sweden. So my very pretentious title here, Small Nations, Europe's Great Enemies, Geopolitics of European Unity and the Problem of Self-Determination 100 years on, is a part of something that I'm working on now, that I have a working title, which is equally or maybe even more pretentious, called Europe's Long 20th Century, which is basically equal to the relentless pursuit of a geopolitics of European unity, one we see now and one we have seen, particularly in its modern form since the interwar period, since right after the First World War. And so this pursuit of a geopolitics of European unity is then mostly a creature of European decline. There were those who, at the top of Europe's power, also tried to argue for a geopolitics of European unity. One important voice here was of course the Swedish political scientist Rudolf Kjellén, the one who coined the term and concept of geopolitics. He was saying this before the First World War, that Europe would be in a bad position if it didn't unite, as he put it, the small entities on continental Europe. Even though Europe had these fantastically great empires, they needed to stop the competition within Europe that always sort of risked war. And Chilean, already before the First World War, he predicted that in 100 years' time, he said there will be two major powers running the world or competing for hegemony, and that will be the United States and China. That was, of course, a little bit strange at the time since China was so weak, but he said China's weakness is just a matter of willpower, and once China wants to become great, it will become great. He gave Britain a fighting chance. He gave Russia a chance, and maybe a bigger chance, because he believed, of course, in land power and self-sufficiency, and he didn't believe so much in sea power. Germany and the rest of continental Europe, he didn't give much of a chance. He said Germany will be a regional hegemon, but otherwise it would not be a world power. There were others in the pre-1914 period who were quite scared of the US, of potentially Russia and China and so on, who raised their voices in this quest to have this geopolitics of European unity materialize, but it didn't. And the First World War was, of course, it testified to that in a great way. Today, we of course have this geopolitics language lingo from Brussels. József Böröcz has been, again, relentless in his pursuit of this, as has many others, also Ursula von der Leyen and many national leaders, speaking as if the EU didn't have a geopolitical agenda 10 years ago, when in fact it has always had a geopolitical agenda. And that's, of course, my work together with Stefan Jonsson. It's all about that the EU was founded as a geopolitical and geo-economic project. And the only period where that wasn't so marked, and it's a period that I don't cover here, but it's an incredibly interesting period, and that's of course, end of 60s and the 1970s and a bit into the 1980s, when Europe seemed less concerned with its decline. Decline was even thought of as an asset, and many European leaders, they wanted to connect with the countries and movements outside of Europe, not the least the non-aligned movement, and somebody mentioned this here with Yugoslavia and so on. But this is what we hear today, that it's a wake-up call. The European Union has to start becoming this hard power, geopolitical power, and so on. Also, Africa, the focus for my and Stefan Jonsson's work is, of course, very marked today, because Europe, the EU, feels that it's losing out to Chinese competition in Africa and so on. So it's about then Europe trying to have this European, this geopolitics of European unity, to be able to project external power. However, this projection of power externally, it presupposes centralized power internally. This thing with Europe must speak with one voice, we've heard for decades. And this dynamic is what I'm after, that this is, of course, it's not only destructive for the rest of the world, but it's also very self-destructive. This dynamic is leading to conflicts and potentially war inside Europe itself, because many countries and so on, they don't want to have a centralized power in Europe, and they don't want to give up the national veto over foreign and security policy and so on. But yet this is what we hear now almost daily, and especially not least after Trump's win. Now there's a new sort of emergence of even stronger talk about that Europe needs to consolidate. we have examples of this throughout, of course. In 2003, before the Iraq War, when it became clear that the new member states were going not to side with Berlin, Paris, or Brussels, but they were actually going to side with the US. And as it turned out, that was actually the majority European position on the Iraq War. Was to be for the Iraq War and with the US and Britain. So Jacques Chirac, he didn't like this, and so he referred to the new member states as infantile and dangerous. They acted frivolously because entry into the European Union implies a minimum of understanding for the others. They missed a great opportunity to shut up. So that's just showing this dynamic between Europe's great powers and its small states, and how that is always has been for so long and continues to be and continues to surge at moments a huge problem for those who wants this geopolitical Europe to be able to be unified and to project power. At the same time, Jürgen Habermas and Jacques Derrida, they made this plea for a common foreign policy. And as they put it, for the moment, only the core European nations are ready to endow the EU with certain qualities of a state. The core European nations, here again being great powers, Germany and France. If Europe is not to fall apart, again, this very sort of alarmist vocabulary that we hear, only such a step will succeed in generating the momentum that other member states will not be able to resist in the long run. In the framework of the future European Constitution, there can and must be no separatism. Separatism, of course, a very negatively loaded word. Who wants to be a separatist? And also this message that you will not be able, you will not have a choice. You will have to join the position of France and Germany for a common European foreign policy and security policy. So this is not really a left-right issue. It's rather a European thing. If you identify as European, then this position comes very, very naturally. And what it then again builds on is this sense of external strength requires total, either voluntary or, if needed, involuntary unanimity on foreign policy internally. So let me just take the example of Sweden, since I have been socialized here, and look at the Sweden's relationship to EU before it became a member in 1994, when Carl Bildt, who became the right-wing prime minister in 1991, and the way he spoke about Sweden's relationship to Europe. And he was very, very alarmed and angry and contemptuous about how Swedish Social Democrats had been traitors to the European idea, saying that more Swedish cabinet members and official delegations went to Gaborone than to Brussels, and that was scandalous. He said it became more natural for Swedish prime minister to give speeches at meetings in Mozambique or before the revolutionary masses in Managua than to hit on the idea, nobody did it, of going to the European Parliament in Strasbourg. He said Swedish politicians became increasingly knowledgeable about developments in Namibia, while fewer and fewer had any contacts or could assess developments in Western Europe. Europe was a white spot, he said, on the map of Swedish foreign policy and public debate. It seemed, he went on, as if Southeast Asia was situated just east of Stockholm and Southern Africa just south of Malmö. And that was the scandal. How could it have gone so bad in Sweden that we didn't have this European loyalty and solidarity? So simply, the problem was very simple. Sweden was unfaithful to Europe and also to the West in general. and the solution was easy. The way to tame the Swedish foreign policy was to join the EU. And that has been a very, very successful project. So Bildt spoke in the same tradition as so many of the interwar and post-war scholars and politicians, such as Walter Lippmann, who said we must not, as many do, identify the rights of small nations with their right to have an independent foreign policy. That is to say, one which manipulates the balance of power among great states. In this century, small states are much too small in relation to the big ones to pursue any policy but that of the good neighbor. So Lippmann wanted the European small states to adapt to the American sort of Monroe policy of Latin American countries being good neighbors to the US. So what do we have here? Well, now we are in the Holy Trinity Cathedral in Addis Ababa, and this church was built after Ethiopia had been liberated from Italian fascism after the Second World War. And in this church, in the cupola, they have this painting from Haile Selassie's talk in June 36 before the League of Nations. And what Haile Selassie was saying was that he was defending the cause of small peoples who are threatened with aggression. It is the principle of the equality of states on the one hand, or otherwise the application laid down upon small powers to accept the bonds of vassalship. So he said that in the context of having been defeated, the Italians celebrating. The Italians had just given a speech in the League of Nations, celebrating and praising their civilization, their civilizing mission towards Ethiopia. What also happened was that when Haile Selassie was going to speak, he was shouted down by a group of Italian journalists who wanted to stop him talking, and so they shouted insults and so on. What happened when they did that was that the Romanian Foreign Secretary, Nicolae Titulescu, he rose up and yelled at the Italian journalists, calling for the attention of Paul van Zeeland, who was the president of the session, saying, "Get these savages out." And then they shut up, and then Haile Selassie could continue his speech. That is another instance of European disloyalty, shown here by another small state, Romania. And the price Titulescu paid was, of course, that Italy approached the Romanians and put pressure on them. And so he was fired and died in exile in the beginning of the Second World War. But it is, again, what happened during this League of Nations project was this danger of European small states actually finding common ground with small states elsewhere, meaning those who were sort of state formations, although they were often hard pressed by great powers, such as in the Western Hemisphere and elsewhere. And this was a nuisance, and it was a great irritant for the great powers in the League of Nations. So the British military representative at the League of Nations, A.C. Temperley, he spoke of the unmitigated nuisance triggered by the small nations' opposition. The most vociferous representatives of the small powers were always nagging and bullying the great powers. I have some sympathy with the complaint of Herr Hitler and Signor Mussolini against the constitution of the League that confers equality as between, say, Germany and El Salvador. Again, the scandal that there could be such an organization. And of course, the League didn't give equal powers to Germany and El Salvador and the great powers. But interestingly, it gave sort of equal the equal possibility to speak. And that's something that many of the small powers took the opportunity to do. So there were all sorts of weird, at the time, weird coalitions, like Sweden joining forces with Uruguay to stop the great powers from trying to legalize aggressive warfare, and numerous other such unholy and definitely treacherous to the European idea type coalitions. What is then this thing with small powers and great powers? Well, it is something that gets sort of institutionalized, formalized in the post-Vienna era, or post-Vienna Conference era from 1815 and onwards. And this is a book by Charles Webster, where he says to have brought all the small powers into the alliance, as Capodistria and the Tsar at one time thought of doing, would clearly have been to make the machine unworkable. So already here we see that being made very explicit, the problem of small states for the big ones, because the small states, they could act and behave in ways that would make the machine unworkable. And again, I'm jumping back and forth just to give you this grand tour. The similar thing happens in the post-war scholarly debate and political debate. This fear of the proliferation of states. And here we're, of course, mostly talking about decolonization and the threat posed by decolonization to a new world order after 1945, where, for instance, E.H. Carr, he said, we shall not again see a Europe of 20 and a world of more than 60 independent sovereign states. The world will have to accommodate itself to the emergence of a few great multinational units in which power will be mainly concentrated. So again, this was the sort of conviction of so many scholars and politicians that the more states, the more dangerous the world would become. So 2 decades later, Stanley Hoffman, he summarized the outcome, and he was very he didn't like at all what he saw. So he said, in the nuclear age, the fragmentation of the world into countless units, each of which has a claim to independence, is obviously dangerous for peace and illogical for welfare. So again, that's sort of using the nuclear age to sort of make an argument for why it is bad that we have many small independent countries in the world. Back to our own time then, and Emmanuel Macron, speaking of the exceptional fragility of Europe, which, if it can't think of itself as a global power, will disappear. Finally, added to all this, we have an internal European crisis, selfish nationalism, a Europe that has become less easy to govern. And again, from whose perspective is it less easy to govern? Well, of course, from the French, from the great power perspective. And then also uses this again, the selfish nationalism, of course. This is how you do it. And so he also said, what's key in the coming years is to move much faster on issues of sovereignty on the European level. And again, this is the only way, this is the only road to a geopolitical Europe worth anything other than what it is today. But then it needs to do away with maybe not so much nation-state sovereignty as democratic sovereignty, because the sovereignty at the EU level that they want to impose has, of course, nothing to do with democracy. That's a totally sort of a total imagination of great powers. So back again now to the interwar period, and we have a splendid sort of illustration of the thinking that went on then around Europe's decline. So it's this book, which is extremely informative. So José Ortega y Gasset, The Revolt of the Masses, he said, in these post-war times, meaning post-First World War, the word is beginning to go around that Europe no longer rules the world. By Europe, we understand primarily and properly the trinity of France, England, and Germany. So again, Europe, if it's Europe and power, it means it's the equivalent to the great powers, which is still the case. And so when Brexit happened, the first thing I thought in my head was 2 more to go, because then we would have the thought experiment of what would the EU be without its great powers. And yeah, I think it's quite a fruitful experiment. And so he continues, and it is curious, he says, to discover that there, i.e. France, England, and Germany, depressed state arises not from the fact that they feel themselves without the capacity, but on the contrary, that feeling themselves more capable than ever, they run up against certain fatal barriers, which prevent them from carrying into effect what is quite within their power. Those fatal frontiers are the political frontiers of the respective states. So here is then a problem of institutions that Ortega y Gasset thinks are holding the potential back from Europe. He continues, he says, Europe, is trammeled in the tiny cages in which it is imprisoned, in the relatively small nations into which upon to the present Europe has been organized. So again, he feels that in Europe itself, these great powers are being imprisoned into institutions and organizational framework that sort of prevent them from coming into their own. He says, for the first time, the European, checked in his projects, economic, political, intellectual, by the limits of his own country, has discovered that to be English, German, or French is to be provincial, as opposed to universal. Europe's long and splendid past has brought it into a new stage of existence where everything has increased, but at the same time, the institutions surviving from the past are dwarfed and have become an obstacle to expansion. And now she finds herself obliged to exceed herself. So that's precisely the sort of imperial logic that Ortega y Gasset thinks is constrained by the organization and the institutions of Europe at the time. So it's like expanding reality. That's what Europe needs to do, and it can only do that by breaking down boundaries, borders, and renewing institutions inside Europe so that this power can be unleashed. And that's, of course, exactly the same dilemma that Ursula von der Leyen and others now are wrestling with. So this thing of there being unanimity principle on EU foreign policy is, of course, a huge obstacle for those who today want to unleash Europe's global power. To be a global leader, the Union needs to take decisions in a faster and more efficient way. We must overcome unanimity constraints that hamper our foreign policy. This is not only a political dilemma, it's also increasingly an intellectual dilemma. And in my work on this, I have looked at a lot of think tank and academic writing on this. And again, how they wrestle with this notion that Europe really cannot act its full potential on the global scene. One of them, of course, being Timothy Garton Ash, in his piece in Foreign Affairs last summer, where he said Russian President Vladimir Putin's attempt to restore the Russian Empire by recolonizing Ukraine has opened the door to a post-imperial Europe. A Europe, that no longer has any empires dominated by a single people or nation, either on land or across the seas, a situation the continent has never seen before. Paradoxically, however, to secure this post-imperial future and stand up to Russian aggression, the EU must itself take on some of the characteristics of an empire. It must have a sufficient degree of unity, central authority, and effective decision-making to defend the shared interests and values of Europeans. And I have underlined this. If every single member state has a veto over vital decisions, the Union will falter internally and externally. And it's a rhetoric here that is also very interesting. To say today in Europe that it's sort of idiotic that every single member state should have a say. And it presupposes that some states should have a say and should have the final say. Anything else is sort of ridiculous, and it's purely rhetorical, because there's no way that you can present a solid argument for this unless you actually say what you mean. That those small powers, they need to learn to sit down and simply do as told. So I stop here. I'm just about done with time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to Mohammed Bamyeh, who is going to talk about Europe after Gaza.
Thank you, Sadia. This year, of course, has been difficult for many of us, as myself. We have learned a great deal under difficult circumstances. And I've been talking about Gaza a lot this year, not as much about Europe, though, although I did once before. So today I would like to just point out 12 things. This way, just there you go. Okay, cool. So far, I think we could claim that we have learned from this ongoing war. And I think in a few years from now, we'll probably be talking about Gaza as a turning point. In fact, in kind of world politics. A Tunisian colleague of mine, Munir Saidani, called it in Arabic al-Munataf al-Ghazawi, meaning that this is not just a small event, this is not just a local war that will be forgettable once it is over, but rather there is a fundamental change that in world politics, that in geopolitics, as well as in our perception of global culture that this war basically has sedimented. So first of all, I want to say something about the European arms industry, which we know about, and especially France, Germany, and England and Britain being really great kind of exporters of arms. Now, up until now, there has been really no work that has been done, as far as I know, on the relationship between this arms industry and migration. But there's a new report that I just came through that tries to indeed investigate this point, namely how the European arms industry, especially in regions like arms that end up in Syria or Iraq or Yemen and so on, result in displacing population that eventually becomes refugees in Europe. So the authors of that report calculated that there are at least 800,000 people who have been displaced and became refugees because of the European arms industry. Right? And those figures do not include Gaza or Palestine yet. So that's basically when the report gets updated, we will see a lot more of that. About kind of the notion that Europe is an innocent bystander to world crises and is simply responding or has to comment on them. without actually being involved in that. Whereas the fact is the involvement is deeply ingrained in those conflicts. The second thing, and this is something that all of us know, is that this is, of course, we had genocides before, but this is the first genocide that is happening in broad daylight, that the whole world can actually see. That is a visible, in real time genocide that is happening, right? And it has been happening, and it's not over. It has been happening for more than a year, meaning that it operates basically as an ongoing public scandal until now. And we have not really had kind of genocides actually having that kind of character before, right? Namely, they last for so long and so visible that kind of develop a sense of almost detachment, right? Or rather, a kind of normalcy of this kind of mass killing that is happening. And you see that, this is my third point, in various, not just in terms of positions of governments, that either try to prohibit us from using the word genocide, or they claim that it is bad, but it is not really genocide, and so on. But we see it also in the works of philosophies that we have all more or less read and respected or used to. And I have in mind Jürgen Habermas and Emmanuel Levinas, who is not with us, but actually said something similar about an earlier massacre. And Habermas, basically, along with three other German philosophers, as the war was beginning and as we knew exactly what was happening, issued a statement basically defending, as he called it, the right of Israel to defend itself, and talked a great deal about German history, having taught us a special responsibility, all that stuff. Now, of course, forgetting, and this is actually interesting for a philosopher, that actually other people have their own history as well. German history is not the only history that really matters. Not only that, but there's a way to look at Palestinian history itself as part of German history, which actually it is. I can be taught that way, such. Now, and Levinas, so in a way, Habermas kind of, whose work was really influential in terms of kind of informing perspectives on democratic theory and democratic communication. Levinas, likewise, very influential in terms of giving us ways to think about otherness and ethics and so on. And for that reason, those kinds of theories seem to be universal and ethical and democratic and all that, until you have a massacre, right? That reveals the racism that has always been there. Levinas had no problem with the Sabra and Shatila massacre in 1982. Just as Habermas did not have any problem with the Gaza massacre today. Which means that their theories are not necessarily kind of racist in terms of their content, but rather kind of the racist perspective, right? It becomes evident when you realize that you do have a theory that claims universal credentials and universal validity, but total lack of interest in empirical knowledge about people anywhere except in the West. And this is really what you, and this is a fact I think that I did not pay attention to before, but to me now it really becomes really more important that when you have, I'm not opposed to universal theories, by the way, but basically more work is required than simply looking at what people are thinking are doing around you and only in your culture. And only that way it becomes kind of universal. Fourth element that I think is important, and this is something that is probably clear to many people, is the continuity of colonial discourse. And now we do talk about post-colonialism, or post-colonial critique, or what have you, while at the same time we do have a colony, or in the old sense of the word, that at the center of what we used to call the old world in Palestine, And not only that, but it is the worst type of colonialism, settler colonialism, ultimately. Now, I think this goes back to something that Hans kind of mentioned, namely the way by which in Europe there's a great deal of pressure to forget about colonialism, to actually foreground the story of the Holocaust and Europe today as an overcoming, a triumph over the heritage of the world wars and what have you. And in the process, the heritage of colonialism is displaced. Now, Palestine remains as a reminder of the continuity of that colonial heritage, and Israel essentially as a European project, fundamentally, and is adopted as such in some European countries, but especially in Germany, as basically this is our task, our project, basically this is our heritage that is under attack there. So the fifth point has to do with for a long time the so-called rules-based world order has been violated and declining. But in this case, in Gaza, we see that it has completely collapsed. And you can see that in the sense that international law does not matter anymore. The Geneva Conventions do not matter anymore. They are being violated in broad day lives, and there are no sanctions at all, and there's no repercussions for that. So the question is, what do we do when we live in a world that actually has no rules anymore? And not only that, but the rise of populism, the rise of Trump, essentially, which never actually followed that rules or never believed in that world order anyway, right? But this gives us lots of food of thought to think about what will come next, what kind of world that we have. Now that world order, rules-based order, was also being violated long before this war as well. So this is not really the first violation of it. But if we want to focus on the occupied territory of Palestine in particular, we have actually different logic that is operated parallel to international law, which is the logic of facts on the ground. And this is really the fundamental kind of policy behind the settlement projects from the late 70s until late 60s until today. Namely, we, rather than worry about what international law says, we are going to violate it and create new facts on the ground, and those new facts on the ground become factual and become reality, and then we move on with that, to speak that. And we count that on the fact that we are not going to be kind of see any reprisal because of that. So the violations, of course, of this kind of rules-based international orders have been happening for a long time. But Palestine has been kind of really a core case of that violation from much longer before the Iraq War, before the other kind of events that people are talking about that. And right now, basically, we see that it has become almost irrelevant, even though we do have International Court of Justice, International Criminal Courts. They are trying to do something, but they have, and they can issue judgments, but I don't think those judgments really, even if they come, when they come, are going to change the fact that actually the law has disappeared and is not being followed, especially by the great powers. Yeah. Now the other and that's so the one thing that we see that as an alternative to the fact that we have these kinds of violations without sanctions is kind of the idea of well, we can maybe manage the situation in Europe by, say, banning speech or banning resistance, so to speak. And I will come to that in a little bit because the notion, for example, a few years ago, when various European countries, led by Germany, also France, kind of banned or tried to ban the BDS movement. And I was wondering why, because ultimately the BDS, the Divestment and Sanctions movement, is actually a form of non-violent resistance. So if you don't want the Palestinians to fight with arms violently, why just not let them fight with non-violent means? But if you forbid that too, right? What do you expect them to do? You just want them to surrender ultimately to the enemy. And that has been actually gone for I speak before the kind of before the kind of this article. Now we also see as point number 7, I think, I have been calling them almost there, the profusion of silencing frames. So as opposed to debates, for example, exchange of thought, exchange of ideas, academic freedom, all that, we have actually profusion of accusations of terror, Hamas, anti-Semitism, the kind of the profusion of accusations of anti-Semitism in particular, basically, has been something that we have been dealing with personally, of course, but other colleagues as well have been dealing with it. Terror as a term, I have asked my students to not use the word terror anymore, not because we are not terrorized. Of course, there are a lot of things that terrorize us, but because the way the word terror functions as a way to end the discussion, to actually silence the speech, to make debate impossible, to encourage us to simply be content with passing a judgment and not discuss the issue anymore. And that essentially is so when you have basically in say the German news, every time you mention Hamas or Hezbollah, you have to say the terror organization before you say, of course, the name of the group, meaning that this is how you have to look at it, right? And that is basically defines it, that is the end of the story, and we move on beyond that point. Anti-Semitism is beginning to function that way too, in the same way as a way of silencing opposition, as a way of actually controlling speech, as a way kind of banning alternative perspectives. But anti-Semitism is also has begun to acquire another function in addition to that, which is to actually make racism more against migrants in particular, more palatable to the people on the left and to liberals. So because they say, well, these migrants don't belong here, not because they are Muslims, but because they're anti-Semites. And basically anti-Semitism has actually been, in terms of its usage, become useful to universalize kind of the anti-migrant sentiments in particular and make it more justifiable within segments that basically did not think that racism, just pure racism, is palatable, and then they're about that. Now they can do that. And therefore we can be against them as well. So that is the new kind of territory I think we are entering. Now, related to that, of course, is the decline of academic freedom, not just freedom of speech in general, but academic freedom in many parts of Europe. There is now the Academic Freedom Index, which actually is based in Germany. For a few years, they have been collecting data on academic freedom around the world, using 4 indicators: freedom to teach and do research, freedom to publish and disseminate, institutional autonomy, and physical campus kind of accessibility, surveillance, and so on. So there's really a very kind of detailed kind of index of academic freedom. And for several years, I know that from someone who works on it. A country like Germany used to score in the top 5 or the top 10 countries, but he says even though the most recent iteration has not yet published, but he did mention that in this coming iteration, Germany will not be in the top 10, likely not even in the top 20. And this is a very rapid decline, basically of academic freedom in very short kind of time. And these are the statistics of the issue, but those of us who actually know basically the scene personally know what I'm talking about, and I'm sure have stories to tell. Now, another point, point number 10, I think.
I thought we were at 9, but
It was academic freedom.
what was it anyway?
Recount. We're talking about Europe, of course, a European response, but actually, as we know, there's no unified European response. And that is another thing that Gaza is revealing is that Europe has approached the crisis in a fragmentary way. That is, you have countries like Spain, Ireland, Slovenia, Norway, going in one direction, Germany, the Czech Republic, and Hungary, who are going in a different direction, and other countries in between. And these positions have not been reconciled. And it does not seem that there has been any effort to actually have a unified kind of European Union perspective, basically on the crisis. Or maybe there have been attempts, but they failed. Which shows actually the gravity of kind of this crisis in the sense that it is really revealing the incapacity of Europe, especially the European Union, to really function as a unit. And maybe that also coming at a time when populist movements are on the rise, and that are also challenging the European Union at the same time. And the European Union, in that kind of a climate, is also revealing itself to be unable to have. And one would think that basically the major countries, at least in Europe, back to large and small countries, at least the major countries, they see themselves to be responsible for the European project, would actually be interested in actually bringing about some kind of consensus on this issue, so that kind of the appearance of unity at least would be maintained. But even that, that is not really kind of happening. One more point I want to make, or 2 more points I want to make. One of them are about, actually both are about how populism basically figures out in this equation. So one thing that the Gaza war seems to me to reveal is the validity of some of the populist critique, namely that we have a detached elite in power that functions as a class, a political class, regardless of ideology, and is unresponsive to public sentiments. So you see that in the fact that in the place of Germany, for example, the entire political class, from the AfD to the Greens, have the same position on this war, all of them, regardless of ideology. Whereas if you look at the public opinion polls, you have a very different picture, where you have at least 60% or more of the population want a different policy on the Gaza war, particularly. So on the one hand, so here you begin to think about what is democracy doing? Ultimately, if democracy is supposed to be a reflection of popular will, we actually don't see that. And this is what the populists have been saying all along. That's it. And I think part of that has to do with the emergence of, I don't know when exactly, I can't time it, but it seems to me that there is something that we can call a political class that is operating in its own self-interest, independence of ideology, ultimately. And the primary aim of that class is for each kind of faction of it to remain in power for its own sake, but not for the sake of carrying out the principles, ultimately. If their principles kind of stand in the way of remaining in power, the principles can be sacrificed. And I think, and that thesis was presented like long ago, I think, by Robert Michels, an early German sociologist, more than 100 years ago. And it was forgotten because Michels became a fascist. But that's a different story. I think the thesis actually is valid. And it is based on empirical study that he did of the Social Democratic Party back then. But it can be generalized, I think. And you see it today, ultimately, in terms of also in the US as well, where basically you have a kind of these campaigns where basically you say whatever you think that the audience want to hear in order to actually capture power. So we see that there, and we see basically things that are really, or behaviors that are really strange. We were talking about over lunch about the Greens, for example, and their kind of positions moving further to the right, or to the new conservative even positions as well. And that kind of, I think, explains phenomena that are otherwise unexplainable. Namely, how can the Green foreign minister of Germany say openly that the killing of civilians may be justifiable? The country that has given us a Holocaust and other genocides before that, right, is now actually using this kind of language. Again, and explicitly so. And that was not the only time she has said something like that. Back in December, basically she came in an interview and she says, she asked about ceasefire, and she says, well, it is not the function of the politicians to make the weapons stand still. Remember Clausewitz? That's basically, so what is the role of the politicians? If it is not that, it's responsible. And that seems to me to indicate not just hypocrisy, but something actually deeper than that. Namely, the fact that this political class seems to be uneducated, one can say, but really kind of has no knowledge of what politics is all about. And I think, and that seems to be a kind of a generation shift, because in fact, I found earlier quotations I will not bore you with by politicians from one generation before, who also talk about ceasefires in different wars, but in a very different way than you see in this case. So these are my, I have other points, but these, I think this is enough for now. And I can talk about Gaza itself, basically, but I think that will take us off topic. But maybe we can come back to that if there's time. So.
Thank you very much. I have to say that as I hand it over to József Böröcz, that there's so much in there that I want to engage with immediately. I will restrain myself afterwards as well, because I think we should open it to the floor. But it is extraordinarily important. And I think some of the kind of deeper points that you're making about what's happening to the international order, something that we should be taking up later as well. Is there an echo? All right. All right. And then
thank you. That was a fantastic presentation. It's very difficult to be right after that. So I suggest we all take a deep breath. There's going to be a different sort of change of pace here. Some of you may know what I have been doing for the last 30 years in this regard. What I'm going to present here is a slightly different take. So different genre, not completely apart, but somewhat different.
So, the title is Out of Place. As you all know, I'm sure, the World Social Forum, WSF, is a global social effort organized as an open environment, a meeting space for activists, NGOs, and progressive social movements committed to democracy, equality, and preservation of the planet. In opposition to the World Economic Forum, the annual meetings of owners and management of big capital and the top brass of the world's most powerful states, held in Davos, Switzerland. The first WSF meeting took place in Porto Alegre in Brazil in 2001, followed by annual gatherings with rising attendance. Located somewhere between Bandung and what we call today the BRICS cooperation, the event in Mumbai, India, convened 20 years ago, marked the first occasion that the Global Assembly of the WSF took place outside Brazil. The essay I'm about to read, and I emphasize that I'm going to read it, that's new to me also, commemorates that event while trying to engage with some of the themes of our workshop. From Andheri to Goregaon, it's 5 kilometers, half an hour by Ambassador. The pride of India's automotive industry for generations, an international symbol of import substitution industrialization in the North Mumbai traffic. Windows down, through them the usual fumes, chai, wood smoke, diesel exhaust, plus the blinding, crunchy, almost chewable dust of the industrial area. A landscape half abandoned, half under construction. Taxiwala grows edgy. Why? I can't fathom. He dumps passengers on an impulse. New standard engineering ground, he says, ahead. Ahead it is indeed a 20-minute walk. Add the heat to the sense and more of the dust. About 20 paces in the queue for registration at the entrance stood the founder of World Systems Analysis. He was invited to the event to address the crowd. Toma missed him somehow, but couldn't say hi. There was no category for Toma at the event. He was hoping for attendee or participant, but no such thing. He became, thanks to the helpful student worker at the registration desk, a delegate. The best she could do. So it said on the vibrantly designed tag hanging from Toma's neck, 2 names, Toma and country. Speaking of which, Toma is from 2 countries at least. One of those is a Titanic. The other upon exit at the end of a long day, another nice person at the same desk confirmed there were no other delegates from country dinghy. Toma had given a lot of thought to the very idea of this jamboree. How do you organize a social forum for the world, no less, without an underlying theme, other than supposedly a vague call for resistance, so to speak, to global capital? And what does it do to that event of resistance that is sponsored, that it is sponsored by major multinational corporations? Mind you, a counter event just across the highway asserted that exact critique. The 2 events together seem to cover much of the political left of South Asia. Indeed, how to be anti-Davos? Besides, what do they even do in Davos in the first place? I had no idea. The Mumbai event turned out to be a pageantry of all the worthwhile causes good people could think of. Attendance was expected to be 75,000. Conversation on the ground went up to as high as 130,000 delegates from 130 countries. I didn't quite realize Mumbai was this far. A group of people chatted in a cluster. somehow ended up including Toma. Far from where? He interjected an old joke from Budapest. Polite amusement, a smile or two. They had an accent Toma could not quite place within the UK. There was breathtakingly little water for so many people. Toma saw 2 taps on the entire grounds, plus there were, of course, the water tanks provided by the municipal authority, neither to be had without boiling. Everybody ran around, hence, with store-bought drinking water in plastic bottles, $50 per liter, at an event that deplored, among other things, the depletion of the environment, the commercialization of a basic human necessity like drinking water, and pollution of our single-use planet with single-use plastic containers. The forum was a gigantic cafe without tables, a global adda. Toma chatted with hundreds of other delegates, mainly young people from Asia, gaped at Vietnamese students parading with a 2-story flag of their country, talked with South Indian and Latin American activists fighting the good fight against Coca-Cola, robbing their regions of drinking water, or was it Pepsi? Toma can never tell those two apart. People who organize artisanal cooperatives, artists of all kinds, activists for NGOs of people displaced by hydroelectric dams, airports, shopping malls. A gentleman presented a contraption that looked like an aluminum wash basin, but glittering inside, it gathers the rays of the sun to cook a meal. He demonstrated that on the spot. Toma was distracted by something he couldn't stick around to taste it. A man with a broad smile approached Toma. He had a mustache and was wearing a gauze in white cotton tied around his head, a linen shirt and a dhoti. He was very interested in the status of the agrarian question in Toma's country, how peasants are doing in country Bingi. It was important to him, he said, because he knows the peasantries of the 2 countries could learn much from each other. Toma made a quick calculation. As far as he knows, 11 of his 16 great-great-grandparents were born serfs. Then came the abolition of serfdom, capitalism of Kakanian, the Habsburg variety, 2 world wars, fascism, Holocaust, and socialisms in the plural. Then forward to a neoconservative, deeply confused, angry, and desperate kind of capitalism. Now everyone in Toma's extended family lives in cities. The most sweeping form of social change in country Dingi over the last century is that there are hardly any peasants left, other than in 1 step removed virtual forms, sublimated as cultural movements that aim to preserve and recycle peasant culture, especially music and dance in urban life. The peasantry is now reused as folklorism, enriching the lives of the descendants of the people who created that art in the first place. They discussed legacies of serfdom and the peasant question in Soviet history, and the more than half of peoples of South Asia who hover precariously between peasant near self-sufficiency and market-driven farming. How the average Indian peasant walks to polling stations to be able to cast a vote, 2 hours each way. GMO seed, child malnutrition. Toma's new comrade had read Chayanov enthusiastically and mentioned Lenin a couple of times. He gave Toma a card, Secretary General of the Peasant Trade Union Confederation of India. There was visible discomfort among the Europeans, not so much because of the heat or the dust. 2 other things. One was unspoken, but Toma felt it. The weirdness of standing out. Their head loomed above almost everyone else in the great sea of global delegates. Comrades, in terms of politics, moral values, aesthetics, all the good things, with their pink and sweating heads sticking out. Because of their infrequency at the event, they seemed to feel on display. It's not just that there was staring. There's much more of that on a tram in Kolkata or in a bus in Delhi. They came here to swim in the sea of comrades from the global south, after all, to be in the company of the like-minded from the rest of the world. That was the whole point. They are there now. This is it. Truly unpleasant thing, Toma thought, was realizing that they had not even thought about the possibility of feeling strange. Toma wondered if their own reaction appeared to be a genuine surprise to them. They may well have traveled outside Europe before, but that's not like this. They saw crowds in Istanbul or Cairo, but this is not that. The crowds on earlier trips were at a distance, possibly behind windows of buses or hotel lobbies. Here, everyone is so exposed to a truly intense mix of languages, bodily and spoken, that it is easy to feel lost. More body-to-body contact on a January afternoon than many of them have in an average year. And all that is driven by rules they don't quite understand. They could, of course, have read about those rules, but they didn't quite think of it. It didn't occur to them. Losing the ability to sort everything out, who is who and what is what, they could neither wipe the discomfort away nor give it a name. For that, giving a name might be considered rude, too honest, not to mention admitting defeat, the thought that this corporeal idea of solidarity is not working for them. There was then the second discomfort, and that was indeed spoken of very much, a metaphor for all other metaphors. Child labor, the horror. Who could be in favor of child labor? The abysmal life, the barefoot, scantily dressed small bodies toiling in the crowd. They should be in school. Mind you, at the event, begging as such was not allowed. Panhandlers were chased away by the private Jawans, armed with long batons, very eager to use them, stationed visibly at each entrance. Toma wondered to what extent the Jawans with truncheons' solution to the begging problem was cleared with the organizing committee, whose charge it was to assure the event stayed on course toward its haughty goals of global equality. For sure, the clubs were used in the outside world, the world that these 75,000 to 130,000 people all came to protest. Are the beatings okay if they happen outside the gates? Toma is asking questions like that. I could never bear being on that organizing committee. There was, however, plenty of tea and coffee on offer everywhere, brought to everyone. A little more to the delegates with lower levels of melanin, a skin color situation the hot beverage workers were very familiar with. Mumbai is a truly tourism-infested city. Those delegates might even give 100% tip on the 5 rupee price for the tea, poured from large pots to small throwaway plastic cups, a nice counterpoint to the event protesting plastic pollution again, among other things. All that service was rendered by tiny, unbearably cute children. It struck Toma as he stood there amidst all the chatter about child labor, that the conversation never went past the initial revulsion and moral panic. All those people, supposedly the best the global north has produced, armed with sharp critiques of hydrocarbon colonialism or global militarism or product chains, using their privileged access to knowledge for the best possible political purpose, had a hard time discerning what it is that they're looking at when they see 5, 6-year-old proletarians doing truly labor-intensive service for them. That the children's toil might be supporting the ambitious strategies of rising above the rural survival threshold for entire families in a village a stone's throw away. That the 100% tip the generous transfer of 14 instead of $7 in exchange for a small cup of tea will teach those children and their adult relatives that they should be selling tea for the rest of their lives to low melanin strangers. That is where the global critique came to a complete halt, right at the line around the European delegates' own global selves. The thought of the violence of their own retirement portfolios, amplified by the privileges bestowed upon them by their melanin deficiency, just didn't seem to come to them. They had spent the equivalent of 10, 20 times each of those children's extended families' total annual income just flying to Mumbai. Was I the only person having those thoughts? Toma ponders today. Maybe they also have them and filed them along with all other instances of discomfort under a rubric labeled not to be talked about. The plenary session took place on the Maidan, a meadow the size of several football fields. It consisted of a large stage before a giant audience space, the latter covered with industrial tarp sheets, tied together, a quilt to seat the righteous of the world. An enormous navy blue arena of plastic encircled, once the crowd descended on it by layers upon layers of sandals, shoes, flip-flops, footwear of all kinds. As if entering a person's home or a temple, the participants took off and left outside their foot covering, show of respect and keeping the oilcloth perhaps a tiny bit less dusty. A group of 10, 15 Italian students arrived, chatting merrily, guessing from the clothes on a return leg of a round-trip flight between Milan and Kathmandu. Locks, woven sacks, the works, asserting the power of a supposedly righteous kind of appropriation galore. Leaving their shoes on, they entered the field. The crowd opened for them, forming a human alley. They took the offer, matter-of-factly, went right into the middle, and sat down, shoes on, soles facing outward. The crowd absorbed them. Toma lost sight of them. They're not that interesting. Speeches, politicians, progressive intellectuals, strongly encouraging the audience that we should do more. Toma is not sure who the we is and more of what. Then came Junoon, a politically engaged band from Pakistan, performing in India, a geopolitical first. Palpable excitement overall and an exuberant audience response, especially among the crowd from the subcontinent. On the last day, the shift of the Jawans with the truncheons at the gates ended at 6 p.m. The World Forum became even more social, with the arrival of 1,000 or so panhandlers through the now Jawan, the gates. Likely not the sociality the organizers had in mind. Toma flew back to country dinghy from Mumbai. 2 days later, at the airport, he was selected for a detailed customs check by a gentleman dressed in immaculate white uniform. He took Toma to a separate room. His luggage had already been placed on a table. The officer reached into Toma's now open suitcase, and with the gesture of a magician, he pulled out Toma's name tag and asked, "You like that kind of thing?" A rhetorical question. The officer turned to his man and quipped, half Hindi, half English. Toma could make it out. The officer probably wanted it that way. How Toma came here to allay his white guilt. A real joker. Polite giggles. Officer fixed stares at Toma. He liberated Toma from his remaining rupees. A processing fee, he winked. He tossed a small tip to the man who handled Toma's suitcase. The rest disappeared into his uniform. Very politely, he walked Toma to his gate, doing small talk in a self-ironical tone. He had a truly sharp and witty sense of humor. By the time Toma arrived at the gate, he learned that his seat got reassigned on board, he realized he was sitting next to a passenger who kept talking to him nervously throughout the entire 8-hour flight. The World Social Forum has never returned to Mumbai. Rumor has it, it's the child labor. This was my presentation until last Tuesday. But given what happened, I added a coda I'm going to read now. Speakers at the Maidan included Samir Amin, the Egyptian French economist and economic historian, co-founder of the World Forum for Alternatives in Dakar, Senegal. He opened his contribution with these words: "Another world is possible, indeed, a much worse one." Thank you.
Right. So since I don't, I'm still reeling from all of that. I do not have Randall's tremendous talents, so I shall not do what he did and try to summarize or connect or anything. I'm in fact going to open it up to you guys. So who'd like to go first? I mean, I have plenty of questions and comments. Zakia, go for it. Oh, right. That's all you want to say. All right. Anybody else? Yeah, Hans, go ahead.
So a short question for Faisal, if he's still with us. I think he is.
Basil, you want to turn your face on?
No, he doesn't need to turn his camera on. As long as
I'd like to see it. It's not for you. You're not the only one here. Go ahead. Yeah.
And then a longer question for Peo, I think. So for Faisal, I guess my question is just, I was really interested in this way that you sort of basically laid out how in the sort of debates among, you know, the independence movement, nobody was interested in Britain. But then, as you said, on the other hand, the institutional heritage, this, you know, institutions are, as you put it, solidly British. And so could you just explain how you square that? You know, if it's apparently not what the independence movement wanted, how did it come to be the case, basically? And then for Peo, so it's also basically on this question of sort of small states, great powers, and federalism. So in my talk this morning, I didn't talk about world making after empire, even though that was one of the 3 books that I'm kind of looking at. And what, you know, I did say that one of the things that strikes me is how, in a funny way, a lot of post-colonial thought actually echoes the normative assumptions of the European project. And so in particular, what she's looking at in that book is, you know, how these West Indian and African figures are also talking about federation, right? And in particular, you know, this idea of the West Indian Federation and then Pan-Africanism. And the arguments that they're making for that, and she's making this from a sort of anti-national, you know, it's this sort of, you know, anti-national kind of perspective that she has. And she's sort of showing how they, in a way, were making very similar arguments about how, in order to survive in this world, you have to have big units, right? And these small, you know, Caribbean islands or smaller African countries couldn't survive on their own. And so they have to get together and form these big units. And as I say, from my perspective as a Europeanist, this echoes very much, you know, a lot of what you were talking about and the sort of thinking among pro-Europeans that we have to create this big unit in order to have weight in the world and so on, right? And not to get kind of rolled over by other powers. So that I thought was really interesting and seems to me that precisely this issue that you're focusing on, and you were focusing on Europe, but I think I'd love to think about how that then intersects with, you know, as I say, the post-colonial nation state, basically, right, and debates that were happening in countries that, you know, that were emerging in the context of decolonization. But then in the context of the EU, the European context, I don't know if this is quite what you're saying or not, but what I was hearing is that there are actually 2 different kind of logics in a way for the EU as this big unit. One is coming precisely, as you said, from you know, the great powers in Europe, such as they were, in order to basically say the small countries should shut up, right, and become part of this bigger unit, and then we'll basically run that and they don't, so that kind of, essentially obliterates their voices. But then you also pointed out, I think, that in some of the smaller European countries, I mean, not least Carl Bildt in Sweden, but then also if I think about Belgium, someone like SPAC, they're also making this argument, and even today, they're also some of the people making the argument against qualified majority voting, because they think that it's the way that they, as small countries, can sort of turn into big powers, right? And the most famous quote on all of this is the quote from SPAC, where he says, there are two kinds of countries in Europe, the small countries and the ones that are small and don't realize it, right? Thinking specifically of France and Germany and the UK. And so, in other words, it seems as if in the European context, it's both small countries and the bigger European countries that for different reasons, want to form this bigger unit, if that makes sense. So as I say, that's how I sort of understood what you're saying, but tell me if that's wrong.
Basil, do you want to respond first? And then Peo?
Yeah, thanks very much, Hans. This is the second time in a few days that we have actually been in the same event. Once I was there in person and he was online. Today we are reversed. Obviously, Indian political thinkers have different views on Britain and Europe. But what strikes me as being really interesting about most, if not all of them, is that they play both sides, not necessarily to the middle. So, for instance, you have, from the early days of Indian nationalism, someone like Dadabhai Naoroji, right? His book, he's a member of parliament in Westminster from Finsbury. And, he writes this famous book on, part of his title is Un-British Rule in India. And what he's claiming with that title and in his book is that it is the Indians who actually represent British values, if you want to use that contemporary term, or British ideas of freedom better than the British themselves. All the way from him to Nehru, who writes about the two Englands in his book, The Discovery of India in 1946. There's the England of John Stuart Mill in liberalism, and then there's England of brutal colonial rule. And India's role is to allow Britain to remain true to her better self. So this relationship between India and Britain is one in which it is India that actually represents British ideals of freedom, and it is India that will compel Britain to embody those ideals. So that's one way in which the relationship between India and Britain is both intimate, but also quite distant insofar as Britain is not the model. It is India that wants to prescribe for Britain, but not necessarily follow the British example herself. So Nehru is not claiming that India, in making Britain live up to her better self, will herself become like Britain. And I find that fascinating because when you look at Britain, after all, it is a union of different nations. You would have thought that would be quite an attractive proposition to at least some of colonial India's political parties. And it's not a unitary state. But it seems to have had almost no effect on any of them, though they would all have been schooled in this. Europe, of course, you know what I've said about it already in my talk. So I think I'm not quite sure if the relationship between the two is contradictory, but it is certainly parallel. It can be contradictory on occasion. There are figures like Gandhi, whom I mentioned, who wanted nothing to do with Westminster-style models of nationality and freedom. He thought India could produce its own sense of brotherhood and liberty. But he, of course, did not end up having his voice heard on this particular matter in the in the end game of empire. But voices like his were certainly very prominent. You couldn't be more prominent than Gandhi in his lifetime. So you have a parallel process running here, which I find quite interesting. The inheritance is by figures like Nehru never contested. So Nehru is the one who insists that it is India which inherits the colonial status of India as a British colony. It inherits the name and all the perquisites, not Pakistan. So Pakistan has to apply to inherit anything. India is the natural successor of the British Empire in India. So on the one hand, that is as close a connection as you can get to British example, albeit an imperial example, not British parliamentary democracy envisaged as some ideal outside it. But on the other hand, as we know, he lived with that inheritance, as do all South Asian states. But it really is, it didn't define everything that India became a republic after all. It refused to be a dominion. It got rid of the king. So in many ways, it departed from that model. And if you look at other South Asian countries, you have interesting examples as well. So for instance, I've written somewhere about this, Bangladesh, which emerges in 1971 as a result of the Pakistani Civil War, has no interest at all, officially speaking, in its colonial past. So unlike India and Pakistan, which are post-colonial states, insofar as they derive themselves from their battle with the colonial world, more India than Pakistan, because Pakistan, of course, has separated out from the supposed Hindu dominance of India. Bangladesh is not interested in this story at all. And I have written about Bangladesh being the, as it were, first post-colonial state. Insofar as for Bangladesh, even though it inherits the same institutional mechanisms as India and Pakistan and continues to preserve them like its neighbors, has no interest at all, ideologically and politically speaking, in 1947, in independence and in the colonial state. After all, Bangladesh's emergence is from the Pakistani Civil War. Its enemy, if you will, its opponent is Pakistan. Its enemy is precisely the post-colonial state, not the imperial state. So it has moved beyond the post-colonial language. And for it, it's the post-colonial state that is the problem. And so I see Bangladesh, for instance, as signaling the end of the post-colonial moment, which began in 1947 with India and Pakistan, ends in 1971, alongside the end, relatively speaking, of decolonization, formal decolonization, because it's the post-colonial state that now becomes prey to civil wars, various kinds of falling apart. So there too, you have a different version of this inheritance, yet ignoring of the British example.
Yeah.
That was a big question, Hans. Thanks a lot for it. I'll see to what extent I can answer it, but I think where to begin, if speaking about small, powerless, post-colonial states in their attempts, such as in West Africa, to band together, those attempts were defensive. So I want to distinguish those sort of constellations or those attempts of pooling sovereignty that are the defensive kind, the sort of trying to save what's possible to save, and that was Kwame Nkrumah's and Sekou Touré's arguments for their Pan-Africanism in West Africa, that they just thought this is just balkanization from the start. That's how Nkrumah put it, because the Europeans have divided up into these very, very tiny units, and we are not sustainable. So let's create something together. That was, of course, destroyed intentionally by, not the least, by the European Union or the EEC, and with the association agreement from '57, and then when that agreement was renegotiated in 1963 with the Yaoundé Convention. Yaoundé Convention was the sort of birth of formalized neocolonialism. So I want to distinguish that, but you also had small post-colonial states who did gang up with their former colonial powers, who had that intention, quite a few actually. And And that was elites trying to establish solid relations for protection against internal opposition and turmoil and so on. And that's, of course, very common. That's what we see all along today. But I want to distinguish that from that development, which I showed, beginning with the League of Nations, where all of a sudden small states in Europe and small states outside of Europe, such as in Latin America or Ethiopia, where they found common ground, that they just found out that they had interests that were more congruent than Romania had interests inside Europe. And that's also why I pointed to Sweden. Again, that dates from that moment that I didn't dwell on so much, which is the 60s, particularly post-68, when, as I said, many European leaders felt quite comfortable with European weakness and decline. That was not a problem. Quite on the contrary, for many it was a possibility to exactly strike those non-aligned, peaceful agreements and collaborations with what was then third world countries. And so I want to sort of, that there are very different sort of movements going on and different alliances. But what is so dangerous for Europe is to have those small countries doing exactly that. And that's what I mean with the whole notion of self-determination in 1919. What that came to mean was exactly that the great powers did it, and they realized immediately that they had done a huge mistake, because those who could benefit from some sort of self-determination, they could do things that were not in line with what the great powers wanted. And Clemenceau made that very clear already in 1919. He just said, the small states, they just have to appreciate that they have a seat at the table, but they cannot have any say over the big sort of matters. And Wilson said the same. He just echoed Clemenceau and said, this is the way we do it. And I think there are some great lessons to draw from that, because that is the sort of the sin committed in Europe against themselves, against itself, because it sort of undermined that collective power, so that Europe could not be what the US is, what the Soviet Union, what Russia and Soviet Union, what China, unitary structures that can really, really accumulate power and project power in a way that Europe feels unable to do. Just a few other comments, if I have time, about sovereignty inside Europe. And you mentioned countries like Belgium and others, and yet that's very true. And Sweden is a country like that now, because there is a saying in EU studies, and I think in sort of nationalism studies too, that countries jealously guard their sovereignty, that's sort of a law. But that is very, very far from the truth. I would say most countries are quite happy to cede sovereignty, because sovereignty is very, very hard work. It's enormously difficult to uphold sovereignty in the world we're living in. And so a lot of governments, they cede sovereignty in the hope of receiving sovereignty effects from that. So migration policy in Europe is a fantastic one, because we have ceded sovereignty over a lot of migration policy. And that happened already in 1957. Free movement is ceding sovereignty over migration policy internally. And now that goes for many other migration areas. There's no jealousy guarding that sovereignty until governments feel that it does interfere with other political objectives. So I think that's very, very important to remember. And I think in terms of what's happening now with NATO and all of that, we see that, and it also poses some good question marks for this tendency of saying that nationalism is the problem, big problem in Europe, and that nation states are the sort of the problem in that sense. I think quite the contrary. Most countries seem very happy to give away the sovereignty. I mean, some of those countries that we claim are the most nationalist one are the ones who first gave away their sovereignty to NATO over military matters, and they also gave their sovereignty over monetary matters, and so much else of the EU. So I think we need to reframe that and instead talk about political interests and political goals, because you can achieve a lot of political goals by giving up sovereignty, but they can also come back to bite you in really, really harsh ways. And that's what I mean. It's a sort of lazy policy to give up sovereignty in that sense, because sovereignty is so much hard work. But finally, I just had this fantastic quote from Jake Sullivan. He wrote in the Foreign Affairs a few issues ago, where he just said it. He said, "Much of the world is not preoccupied with geopolitical contests," and that is true. And it is especially, and it is those who are not preoccupied with geopolitical contests that should realize that that's a very important common interest. And I think that's the biggest fear in Europe and other constellations, where small countries realize that they have nothing to gain from sort of cozying up with great powers and so on, but instead trying to stay neutral and stay out of conflicts in which they have no control. So those with that opportunity, once they band together, it can become very, very dangerous for big powers, and that's obvious in Europe and has been obvious all along. I hope
Randall,
I answered some of your your questions there, Hans. Sorry.
Randall and then Emily. Yeah.
I swear, so I'd like to draw the attention back to Mohammed's paper. And I would like to do that by actually asking, I'd like to make at least one observation that Mohammed in other contexts has discussed revolutions as those moments in which it requires a new thinking, because that which was working to predict political dynamics no longer functions, and therefore it shows that you need an entire new set of what your language be there, a new set of practices and assessments in order to be able to understand what happened. It seems to me you're doing something of that again here, but not in terms of a revolution, but in terms of a global political crisis. I'm listening, Peo, to you, and I'm wondering a number of things, and also Faisal, because Mohammed also has indicated the bankruptcy of philosophy and political theory in the confrontation with these people. No. But Hannah Arendt was also accused in the controversy around Eichmann in Jerusalem of having done similar in some ways. So it seems to me, Peo, in what you're discussing, it's interesting to me because here we have a situation in which Mohammed has described the tone deafness, the absolute deafness of the political class in Europe or various parts of Europe, to the sentiment of the constituencies. And I would be interested in your thinking there. Dipesh is back. Dipesh, you're not hearing me, but I'm asking for comments on Mohammed's paper. And especially around the case of the bankruptcy then of philosophy and the political class. It seems to me, though, Peo, in particular, what you're describing, and the last part of what you described, small states might like their neutrality, but they like their neutrality in a rules-based order. They like to be protected by things that are regular, And you can withdraw your attention from the geopolitical order if the geopolitical order is ordered. Right? And it's not now. And hence various countries like your own are aligning themselves in remarkable ways with larger configurations. So that seems to me to be also a contestation to what you're saying. And I'll also add in that the giving up of sovereignty is something that works only to a certain extent, and the High Commission and the withdrawal from the High Commission as a technocratic solution that didn't allow states to back off was something that they never did again. But Dipesh, it was also this question of like if Levinas, if Habermas, if in effect the advocates of a universalism are proved to be incapable of universalizing, what do we do? And I would be interested in hearing your thoughts.
Who's going first?
Yes.
Mama?
There's a lot to thanks, but I just want to say
We also have dinner.
Oh.
Just one second.
I'd be happy to give up my paper. I don't care. I mean, I think it's a really important question.
No, I think it's a crucial question.
no, one thing about universalism, though, I just want to clarify is that there was a time like Max Weber, for example. I think is a good example of, although I don't agree with Max Weber on most things, but his method was actually refreshing in the sense that in order to have global theory, you have to know something about the Philippines and faraway places and India and all that, basically. Even if you got it wrong, but at least that's, you cannot really make a kind of universal theory without actually having some material from various parts of the world and mix and match. And that does not necessarily always produce the result, but that also can produce another version of the hierarchical world order, which Weber did eventually. But at least the intention was to actually pay attention to other people. And that is actually not what the cases I talked about in particular. I mean, these are revealed. The bankruptcy of the universal is revealed in situations like Gaza, in situations of conflict where actually someone takes a position that you never expect them to take, given knowing the ethics of their philosophy. And that is, so basically for me, these contestations like Gaza reveals about kind of the grounds of universalism. Still ongoing, it's not over yet. So we are learning, we are still learning ultimately. Just like the thing I said about revolutions before, in that I lived in a sociology department, and sociologists like to come up with predictive theories and say, well, revolution happens when X, Y, and Z factors come in, and then you have a revolution. So it's like, but of course, when you actually live through a revolution, and none of that is there. None of the things that and revolution happens precisely because they cannot be predicted. Otherwise, it would not happen. But if you know how to predict them, then you will send things to the proper places and prevent it from happening. Yes. So it is a good thing that we can predict it ultimately. But that means that it has, each revolution comes with a new knowledge. The knowledge you need to understand it comes with it, and it doesn't come from prepackaged models. And that is why I think the element of surprise there is important. Gaza, I think something was predicted, namely when the weak attacks the strong is going to try to put you in your place, back in your place, in a big way. Right? So that is predictable, right? Ultimately, but what was not known was the extent to which you will go. Not only that, but also the fact that you are doing it in broad daylight and not caring at all about the world is thinking, right? And the world. I mean, I don't talk about people, ordinary people, but the governments in particular also have no idea how to respond and how to put kind of brakes on this war. And something else is revealed that we thought that it is impolite to be racist, right, in this world, right? But apparently, if you think about the value of lives, in this case, it is actually obvious that it doesn't count. That Palestinians' lives don't matter, Lebanese lives don't matter, Ukrainian lives do matter, Israeli lives do matter, European lives do matter. So you have basically a structure of global racism that is also being expressed openly as well. And you see that. And what is remarkable about all this is the openness of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Do you think, Mohammed, that it's always been open? Actually, it's just that.
I think it's probably more important at this point.
I mean, not just.
Like a decentralized channels of information. That's
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead. I mean,
Yeah, I think you responded to kind of one of my concern is how do we understand, can we still understand or have we ever understood universalism to be about really the universe rather than about the European self? Or humanism for that matter, because this morning there was also the idea of humanism as being different from something else, but humanism at the center of it, it's about the European, it's about universalizing one particular set of bodies and ideas and philosophy and cosmology. And I was also surprised, Mohammed, to hear that you are framing this as a question of like lack of knowledge or not enough knowledge. While in fact, maybe this is what I heard. But in fact, it's really not it's a me, but the center of it is racism.
It is not lack of knowledge, it's the structure of knowledge. Like so, namely, what so it's not as all knowledge available. This question, what knowledge you choose to pay attention to, right, and put in the foreground.
Has been criticized, especially in feminist theory, as not the way to go.
I actually want to say that what Mohammed said about lack of knowledge was about something very particular, I think, and I was very struck by it. And then I want to get back to the other people who want to answer the question. And I want to connect a lot of what you're saying to Peo to try to, so that Peo can to incorporate Hans's answer, the answer to Hans, because you actually said something that I found really intriguing, is that the politicians have no knowledge of the political task. And so I think that what was really sort of, to me, salutary about your 12.5 minus 2 points, whatever they were. I mean, it was like, I love it. It's like, I mean, and the completely non-universal numerical system you have now introduced us to, it's brilliant. It's like, we're going to go after math first, but is this, right? I mean, that and let me see if I can formulate it, because I think this is what's intriguing about it. And I've been struggling with this myself around the Gaza issue, right? Of course it's racism. I mean, that's a given. Been there all along. But you see, I think you are saying something deeper than that, right? I mean, it's and I think this does connect to both the issue of something called the postcolonial, which again, by which we, to be clear, I mean, you missed it this morning. I mean, what I was saying was it's just a moment after colonialism is sort of instantiated in the world, right? I mean, we don't mean that colonialism has ended. Emily, the door. But it's also that, you see, what I think is is fascinating about this moment, and I think that's what you're putting your finger on, right? Is when you talk about the collapse of the international order, whatever it is, I mean, say the Washington-based order is partly what we're talking about, right? And when you say it's happening in plain sight, it's one of the things that's so fascinating about it. Yes, of course, racism is not new. We know that this has been happening elsewhere. It's that there's not even the pretense of an apology anymore about it. I think that's what you mean by something along those lines, right? That it's everybody knows everything, right? And nobody can pretend not to know anything. Now, that is distinct, I think, right? But at the same time, there's this kind of huge shift in many of the countries as liberal democracy appears to be either collapsing or elevating from within itself its own sort of demise, right? So there's a massive shift happening post-Gaza at every level. It's happening in the universities. I mean, it's and in some ways it's a Trojan horse, I think, in the universities for the destruction of the university that the neoliberals started, but which is now being consolidated. But so what you're naming is, a kind of very comprehensive shift. And what's so difficult for us as those who have been reared in postcolonial theory and on a critique that has become very familiar to us is, right, that on the one hand, it seems like an absolute continuation of everything that we as postcolonialists, or those who are critical of colonialism, have been saying for a long time. So it seems entirely familiar, and yet there's something distinct. Right. And that's what you're naming. And I think that distinctness is what we need to what we need to hang on to, right? Because you really are calling out something new, something is changing. And what that thing is I think what the propositions I dare not count are actually playing with, right? I mean, there's something there. But I want to connect that to something that Peo's talking about, but has something to do with Hunter's question, right? Which is about regionalism, federalism, nation-state sovereignty, postcolonial nationalism the postcolonial nation-state as a kind of resistant, a state force, but a structure of governance that is supposed to emerge in the moment of formal decolonization, right? Because now when we talk about, say, ethno-regionalism, understand, versus the nation state in the EU, and then we talk about postcolonialism and what the postcolonial state at the moment of formal decolonization thought it wanted. It's interesting to me because I don't know how to articulate that aspiration even retroactively in light of the collapse that Mohammed is actually naming. Do you see what I'm saying? So that there is what is it? Whether it's an aspiration, whatever the aspirational structure is, we want to become a nation, we want to become a federation, we want to become a regional force. I mean, the question is, what is it that we're seeking to join to liberate ourselves at this moment in what we are now saying is explicitly not after colonialism, right? I mean, that this is, so on the one hand, and this is where Gottschalk's book and a bunch of others become kind of interesting to me because they're always trying to, we're still stuck in trying to think past, I don't know, 1947, the 1960s, or whatever that moment of decolonization is. If we think about Mohammed's point, right, which is, I would call it a Baroque moment. And by that, I mean a very particular kind of historical structure where everything is known, right? Let's go back to Marval's work, but also to theories of Baroque. Everything is known. Everything is we're habituated to every critique, to every discourse, and yet nothing matters. So it's totally taught, right? So what is it that we seek to join when we seek to join something in an order that is collapsing in front of us? I mean, I think that's actually the crisis here, right? And after Tuesday, it's a much more, it's a stronger crisis. So when we say this is not new or what's changed, but I think Mohammed's challenge is, well, it has changed and it's not new, right? So what are we actually doing here? I don't know if anybody wants to take that on. It's a little demented, but Joseph, but then also let the other people who are also asked. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
Respond to your question.
there are two issues that I wanted to address in this comment. One is the business of sovereignty and small statehood. I'm vividly recalling my readings from a long gone dissertation about the history of Austria, which as a state that we know it now came into being in 1920 with the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire, right? And it became a fairly small state, couple million. But what is really relevant about that is that the dominant political emotion that captivated that small country was that they're not viable. Small, that they're not viable. I mean, of course, that it is a place that was the center of a much bigger empire and a very multi-ethnic and you know, ruled in a particularly complex, kind of very Catholic kind of way. Now that's all gone. We're in the we're in the middle of Europe. We have no resources. This is not viable. And the reason, and of course, from today, it might appear to be laughable, but it was actually a somewhat justifiable concern. I mean, they, for instance, didn't have really poor agricultural areas that the center could exploit. Therefore, there were problems with food supply and things like that. But what I'm trying to say is that that ideological predisposition of us being too small and not viable, Austria, I'm talking, was something that created basically the ideological preparedness for the Anschluss, right? The merging of Austria, to speak, you know, to use a neutral language, right, into Nazi Germany, and the very, very widely known outpouring of popular support to the Anschluss in Austria had everything to do, well, of course, there was, you know, power for Nazism and all that, but an element in that, which nobody really talks about, is this already existing sort of psychosis of small statehood that is not, the Austrian public thought, oh, we're now beyond that. We just, you know, it's we don't like the North, but they're at least German. That was kind of the, and I'd like to sort of contrast that to 1989 when I did my fieldwork for a dissertation, and that was the time when the then kind of center-left government of Austria actually filed the application of the country to be a member of the European Union. And as part of that, there was a very wide advertising campaign to make the Austrians want to join the EU. And they didn't. There was popular resistance, and one of the themes that had helped the Freiheitspartei, the Nazis, today's we know, come to national prominence, was a campaign against EU membership. What was the issue? And I'm going to point it out because it's so absurd, but at the same time, there's something really profound about that. The argument is that the EU, once Austria becomes a member of the EU is going to siphon off the alpine freshwater reserves of Austria. Okay. Right? So that's the Austria of, you know, Freud and Stefan Zweig, and you know, so keep that in mind. This goes both ways, right? You can be psychotic about being too small and also not wanting to give up the smallness, because then somebody is going to steal your resources and you know and all that. And by the way, the membership, and just to close that particular line of thought, membership in the European Union, nobody made it a secret, it is relinquishment of sovereignty, right? It's a formal legal contract in which the state, as it enters the EU, gives up a significant part of its sovereignty. The problem that we're seeing is not that that it did that. All of them did that, all 28 of them, and then now one decided to take it back. But the point is that what didn't happen is an adjustment of the internal political, moral, cultural structures of these societies to that fact, right? So they legally relinquish sovereignty. It is legally not the sovereignty of this, they can't make it. But on the other hand, they want to, and they think they can. And you know, obviously this, you know, this was in the definition of the whole situation, that there would emerge extreme nationalist political forces which will pound upon that, you know, on that issue, and they do, and that's basically what it is. A small country that I also live in every once in a while re-elected an open fascist 5 times. Okay, I'm just saying that after Tuesday, just, you know, to elicit a little bit of sympathy here.
We did only twice.
US has always been behind. So Hungarian say. And the other thing, but I'm sorry, there's something I have to say about the universalism, which is what you really asked us to. I think the story that is unfolding is not that there is no universalism anymore. What it is that there are different kinds of universalisms depending on who you are. Okay? And so what it is that universalism has an internal structure which is as hierarchical as it has ever been, and that's what the story is, and of course.
Is that universalism then?
Yeah, it is universalism. Yeah, it's a European universalism. And, you know, there is even a universalism for the Palestinians.
I'm going to interrupt for
Anyway,
a second.
okay.
We have to vacate the room for a break very soon. So I would like Peo and Faisal and Dipesh to be able to answer the questions they have. There's then questions from Emily. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Ileana has her hand up, and now so does Belinda.
It's from the live stream.
It's right. So I think what we first have to do is let them respond. Maybe take one more question, and then we have to break. And I'm sorry, everybody's going to hate me, but that's all right. That's the moderator's job. And sorry, Hans had his hand up as well, but we will be coming back in. It's just that we need to move on, and also because there is such a thing as a dinner reservation. So, and we do have to get out of here at some point, and there's another panel. So, Peo, Faisal, Dipesh, who wants to go first? And sorry, I mean, I don't want to use the word fascist after Tuesday, but I was going to say I'm a fascist, and now like, I'm not sure I can use that word anymore, because it actually is no longer a joke or a metaphor. All right, who's going first out of you three? I mean, Dipesh might be cleaning up the flood, so I don't know where he is. But anyway, oh, you are there. All right, sorry, wasn't sure. Peo, Faisal, who wants to go? Peo, I don't know.
I can do it. Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
so you can.
Many. I mean, let's begin depart from the historical and the debate towards the end of the 19th century and early 20th century. There was consensus that the small states would be history fairly soon. That the world would be only occupied by a few big units. That was a consensus. There was, of course, people who contested that and thought it was a dumb idea and all of that. But that was how the discussion went. Of course, as I said, with 1919, there's a lot of turmoil because those who fear self-determination are, of course, up in arms about this. And as I showed, this does not stop in the interwar period. This continues in the post-war period. So if you ask me, what is the nation state? Well, the answer up till about 1950, it's a debate. The nation state is a debate. And that's not even a generation ago. So the nation state is such a young creature. And look at us now. The UN, when it was founded, hardly had any nation states at all. It had empires, it had vassal states like the whole Monroe Doctrine area. It had Ukraine, which was not a state. It had India, which was not a state. And so if you really count the nation states who joined the United Nations, you would see very few. It didn't take long for that United Nations or the United Empires or United Great Powers, which the UN was from the beginning. And there was also a lot of intention, if we listen to Mark Masower's work, that was really the planning of the UN, that it should be guided by the great powers, modeled on the British Empire and so on. It didn't take long for the UN to sort of, explode in terms of member states. And today we have 193. There was also a proliferation of states after the breakdown of the Soviet Union. So in that sense, we could say that the small state won. It won the battle. And that's my answer to that question about small states wanting to have an orderly sort of geopolitics around it, and so on. But I don't think that's true. I think small states are co-creators of the world order, and we need to sort of pay attention to that. And when small states just give in, like we have a situation now in Sweden, for instance, and Finland, who just decided to give up a long tradition of non-alignment and neutrality and so on, as the case is in Sweden. Again, Sweden had absolutely there was no need for Sweden to join NATO and then to have a separate agreement with the US, where the US basically can do whatever it wants in Sweden now. That's just stated in an open agreement that we have with the US now. But what happened to Sweden? Well, a few weeks after Russia's attack on Ukraine, the Swedish Prime Minister, the Social Democrat at the time, Magdalena Andersson, she went out and said a fantastic statement. She just said, Sweden will not join the NATO for the foreseeable future. Why? Because we don't want to further destabilize the Baltic region now. That's the wrong policy. Sweden had all the sort of possibility to stick to that line. It took about a month, and they went 180 and totally changed everything. What was the argument then? Sweden argued that if we join NATO, it will regain control over its security and have a more sort of a course towards predictability and so on. Well, what happened? Well, very soon Sweden lost all control. When Turkey entered, and even Hungary entering, but particularly Turkey, changing Sweden's laws all of a sudden. So Sweden, in thinking that, we're going to cozy up with the US and formalize this relationship, and then we have more control over our destiny, it turned out to be the exact opposite. And that's where we are now. We did not gain anything from that, and we didn't need to do what we did. So there's a huge difference between those countries who have a possibility to do something different in this world, and those who are very constrained by their location in the geopolitical in the geopolitics of the day.
Basil or Dipesh, who wants to go next?
Sure, we can. I think Dipesh should have the last word. So if I may, Hannah Arendt, yes, I disagree with her, as I said, but I thought I invoked her for two reasons. One is that she sets up a very nice contrast between the priority of liberty versus that of equality, which I, then extended to the Indian situation in trying to understand the principles which drove Indian political thought in certainly 20th century colonial India. But the second thing that I found interesting about Arendt's work is that her book as a tragedy said something to me that she didn't mean to say at all. She meant to suggest that the fact that America could not become a model for the rest of the world was tragic. I wanted to argue that it actually illustrates the possibility of refusing great power as being an inevitable model for others. I see it all the time. So even, let me give you a very provincial example. I'm on an editorial board in Oxford called Oxford Historical Monographs. We reject routinely all books that have to do with American history because they have no readership in this country, academic books, and nor for that matter in Europe. I mean, presidential memoirs might sell, popular history might sell, but even that, not so much. Only Americans do American history and read American history. No one else cares, despite the fact that no country is as influential and powerful as America. Now, when you look historically, you see this operating not simply as an anecdote of the kind I just gave you, but as political thought. Someone like Gandhi, even and especially in his avatar as a kind of acolyte of empire, when he's asking for Indian citizenship of the empire, really never follows this imperial script. When he tries to raise an ambulance corps for service in France on the Western Front during the First World War, he does so for reasons that have nothing to do with the British war aims. He doesn't care who wins or loses, just as and he insists that both the Germans and the British and the French should be served by this ambulance corps. He gives completely different moral reasons. So the closer he approaches to what appears to be imperial, collaboration, the further removed he is from it intellectually. And I think it's very, very deliberate. So that was what the two things that my reference to Arendt was meant to signal. Now, very quickly on this question of universalism, I think that what's interesting in our own day is that, let's say, if for a long time, let's say from the 18th century, from the Enlightenment, it's been impossible in the West to think about politics without history. That, political language is by definition historical language, and Gandhi immediately recognized that. And he disliked history because he thought history allowed for too much identification. Your personal emotions were involved, and that's what made it untruthful and violent. But since the Enlightenment, we can't think of politics without history. Today, we have a really debased version of that history. If you think about the last elections in the United States, communists on one side, fascists on the other, what strikes me about this invocation of historical themes, and not just in the American elections, is that almost without exception, they are Western, though they claim to define the whole world. Almost without exception, they deal with historical moments in the past in which the West has won. The Second World War, the Cold War, etc. Vietnam is not part of it. The War on Terror is not part of it, hardly ever mentioned. And I think that this set of historical references that define contemporary politics is just completely hollowed out and has lost meaning altogether. And that's why they've been reduced to this kind of absurdity that we have seen in the elections in the United States. The problem is, or perhaps it's an advantage, people in other parts of the world don't have their own historical language to define a global politics. The European histories no longer work, but there is no alternative one. There are only elements of one. That might not be a bad thing if you're a Gandhian, because it allows you to think of politics for the first time since the Enlightenment, perhaps. I'm going by Reinhard Koselleck's definition in Critique and Crisis, that book. In other ways, Gandhi recommended both myth, as in the Mahabharata or the Iliad in Europe, or philosophy, for that matter, as better ways of thinking politically than history. So I think there's something quite specific going on with the crisis of political language and the failure of the political imagination today.
Dipesh, apparently you have the last word. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to not take questions because that is going to be the last word on this panel.
Thank you. I actually lost my network because the workman in my place blew a fuse, so I lost a lot of the discussion. But when I came in, I heard a fragment of a question, which was about why universalizing philosophers cannot universalize anymore, something like that. But I did hear the talk, so it's just some quick reflections and probably it's connected to what Faisal was saying. But let me start here with the Gaza question. So I recently listened to a lecture in person in Chicago by an Israel-based Israeli political scientist called Dalia Schindlein, who has an essay in the latest issue of Foreign Affairs. And she said something which I thought was really scary. She said, first of all, she said, the US has not been so exceptionalist vis-a-vis Israel, even in the past. In other words, there were leverages they could have exercised, which they didn't. And she said, while Israel normally gets $3.8 billion or something like that in military aid, during the Gaza war, so far they've received $18 billion of military aid. And she also said the international system completely failed in this case, which actually filled me with scare, because I thought if the international system fails to do anything in the case of a war, I mean, I work on climate change. I mean, that is potentially, or probably realistically, a much bigger problem facing us both now and in the future. And the international system we have is the UN to deal with it, and the COP. So, and that allows me to pivot on to what Faisal was saying, because I also think that I was thinking back to 1989, because 1989 came up before in our discussion. And when 1989 happened, the discourses were still about the superiority of capitalism over socialism. Of course, we all remember Fukuyama's end of history type argument and the arguments against that, and the possibility of pivoting to another kind of world. Another world is possible kind of argument. Whereas today, when I read people like Martha Nussbaum, Amartya Sen, Bill Gates, and they're not on the same page on every question. But I see that these are intellectuals who cannot visualize a form of good life, which is not a continuation of the neoliberal, or however you want to talk about it, the global capitalist order we have. And Bill Gates even says in his book called Averting a Climate Disaster, which came out in 21, I think, he actually says that we need to build a New York City every year for the next 40 years or 50 years to give everybody the housing they need while the world is running out of sand, something as elementary as sand. So this impossibility on the part of many of our leading thinkers to actually imagine another possible world that also seems feasible. Not just possible, but also seems feasible. And it scares me, the absence of that capability, talking about capabilities. And I have never seen so many constraints on free speech in my life, whether in India or in Australia or in the United States. Sometimes they're there informally, beginning from the classroom to the president's office. And I understand why the left then opts to devour its own ancestors and children, because it's a very disorienting time. And we can, of course, blame particular philosophers for not speaking the truth. And I think they should take responsibility for what they have or have not said. But I'm just coming back to Faisal's point that Faisal was making, the kind of historical narratives with which we used to negotiate crisis. Those narratives are themselves in crisis. The only problem I have with where Faisal ended, with the positive possibilities of Gandhi, is, of course, now we know what kind of monstrous myth-making can go on. You know, as you know, Faisal, better than I do, to kill people. And that's why I think even the Gandhian possibility becomes a nightmare, because you're not, like Gandhi, you're not doing it in a world that's tabula rasa. You're doing it in a world in which we are living in the ruins of the earlier political philosophies, while we don't quite acknowledge that even the resources we used to value are actually in ruins. So all my friends want to take this back, the entire crisis, back to a crisis of capitalism, and somehow suggest that there is a kind of a non-capitalist alternative, which is there in theory. Like another world is possible. You can go to indigenous history and say, before 1492, you can go back to you can take the colonial path, and another world is possible. But is another world feasible? And so I think the crisis is really deep in terms of philosophical truth-telling. And that's why I said, while individual philosophers will have their individual levels of responsibility, but I think you have hit upon a crisis that is deep, except that I don't think Gandhi quite offers a solution. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It was a phenomenal panel. Take a break. Thank you.
Third and final session, Europe and Africa. We're going to start with Ousseina Alidou, our wonderful colleague here at Rutgers. If the Sahel has become the southern border of Europe, where is its gatekeeper?
Thank you so much, Professor Belinda Davis. And I want to say thank you for inviting us across different centers to be in collaboration with the Center for European Studies and the Sadia, Professor Sadia Abbas. Sherry, you're both my Sherrys with Belinda. So I'm really very grateful to you over the years. We have been in dialogue, you and I and Belinda and many other colleagues, about the possibility of having these conversations, right? So I'm really very grateful for being invited today to drop my humble contributions, and also very grateful to the panelists, to the keynote speaker, Professor Dipesh, and everyone who spoke. I feel like you have spoken the African conditions. All the concepts that you have been addressing, the crisis and the question of friendship. We talk about the friendship, right? Whether it is during the Bandung conference or now, it's called for us more than ever, this solidarity. So just starting from the last conversation, a question that Sadia, you asked, we have tried everything, then what? Then what? What is to continue? I would like to evoke Achille Mbembe's brutalism, all right? To say we need a planetary consciousness about really the possibility of understanding together what capitalism has done to us in different corners of the world, whether you are in Africa or in Asia, in Europe, and right here in the US, the Middle East. So there is something going on where brutalism is affecting us everywhere. And also is representing brutalism is the new border that is being imposed as the framework through which we see each other. And what is happening at this moment in this gathering is to challenge that notion of brutalism. Forming life together through that framework. And so what Gaza meant to us, what coming together after Gaza, after to see Palestinians and Jewish people coming together in brotherhood and sisterhood is really the present future. We should not escape it. And so no matter what we do, we have to refuse to operate life through brutalism. So the Sahel is another terrain that people ask, where is the Sahel? The Sahel is that new. Sahel is this border. It's like it's Arabic concept, the border, right? The southern shore of the Sahara, right? It goes from the Atlantic all the way to the Red Sea, but you can see the cultural, it's a contact zone. It's a zone of, it's a crossroad of civilization between the Sahara and the Mediterranean, Southern Europe, the Atlantic, the Atlantic and Asia, right? We have the Arab Peninsula here, but we have also Asia if we look at the world of map. So on the ground, Sahelian people see themselves in terms of transhumance, right? Because it is a corridor where mobility is actually the identity. So mobility between people of the Sahel and the Sahara is what define us, define the population. Sedentarism is a recent concept, right? So sedentarism is what Europe is imposing on the people of the Sahel. But when we look at that identity, it means that if sedentarism is imposed on the people of the Sahel, it is a way of dealing away with pastoralism, right? Dealing with nomadic populations, dealing with people who are sedentary and who actually need nomadic population, because for the land to be fertile, for life to happen, you need the mobility, you need the passage of the transhumance of human and camels and cows and sheep and all that. So the ecosystem requires mobility. So this conception of life where it's only fixity for the comfort of the imagined Europe, that the epistemological Europe that Sadia is talking about, which is very hegemonic, and also EU, which is EU defined by treaties, right? So I want to make it clear that really I'm making a clear distinction between elite hegemonic discourses and construction of power versus against European or European against Africans. That's not what it is about. What it is about is really what we heard this morning, how the containment of Africans, right? So the mixing, the notion of mixing. When we see how media represent, you look at Western produced media, they talk about the thousands of Africans who are going to invade Europe, right? So media is also contributing to this kind of visualization. You see buses full of cement or other commodities, and on the top, these desperate Africans are coming by the thousand to cross because the El Dorado is Europe. But that is not factual. Right. That is the problem. That is not factual. So what I've done is, and also a previous panelists have presented it, there is a construction of a new truth. It's almost like I'm hearing, is it not this election time where different type of facts are being produced. So it was important to go empiricism, right? So Professor Mohammed mentioned it, that universal theory, philosophizing, we know its own limit, but it can be supported also with empiricism. So one of the possibilities that I did is to create a transdisciplinary theme, a theme of myself as a linguist, a geographer of migration, and an agroeconomist, and a sociologist, and a demographer, and a political scientist. So both from Rutgers, University of Binghamton, and also 3 universities in Niamey, in Niger. The main university, the capital city in Niamey, the universities which are located, so I want to go back to Niger because very often when people talk about the Sahel, it is Niger. Well, the Sahel is from the Atlantic to Djibouti, but Niger is at the center. So, and Agadez, this is the Agadez where EU has its eyes, right? As the place where this flux of migrants from sub-Saharan Africa are going to invade Africa, Europe. So it's important for us to go see why Agadez, right? So we have one version of Agadez as the city where the migrants are coming, etc., and there is a problem. And so the elite, I'm really grateful that previous panelists have mentioned the role of global South politicians in being the gatekeepers for European Union or Europe's own policies on other parts of the world. So there is an immigration law that was enacted to block the migration of sub-Saharan Africa beyond Agadez. So Agadez become the ones that contain other Africans from crossing to go to Europe. So there is Agadez, there is Morocco, there is Algeria, there is local communities. Agadez is a city which has been historically a city of hospitality, a city where these transhumance, both from west to east and from north to south, takes place. But once we block people from moving, everything settled, it creates pressure on the city. But the government adopted this immigration law because EU imposed it on the government. And one of the reasons why the government agreed to it, this is where the problem with democratization. In 1990s, neoliberalism, with the trend of neoliberalism, many African countries accept the movement for neoliberalism, political parties formation and all that. But it becomes very conditional. If you are to win, you cannot win a legitimate vote. You have to win with the packages, with the resources that EU is giving you to even lead your campaign, right? So which means that when you come to power, you are going to respect the law of the EU. And so that can create contention between the will of the people on the ground and also the politicians, which they do not see representing their interests, right? So in Agadez, there is a lot of tension because the economy and also the attraction, the stigmatization of Agadez, which is the city that is known for this mobility, to become criminalized, right? And that's but that's a different story, because maybe I should go back to, I will come back to this. Well, Agadez, I can tell, yeah, maybe I should talk about it. The other story that is hidden, because once everything is directed towards this influx of Africans going to Europe, the attention is turned away from discussing what Agadez represents. This is where uranium extractivism takes place. You remember the war in Iraq, how Niger was put at the center to say that whatever Saddam Hussein needed will come out of Niger, but this is it. But I want to draw the attention more on water, because you cannot cross the Mediterranean waters, but this water, the subterranean water, EU not only extract uranium, but extract also the subterranean waters that have an implication for pastoralists. right? So if we want current book, which was which I had to stop because of the COVID, works on really visuality, how we look at space and what is said on the surface and what is not said from underground, and then how photography and documentary filmmaking, and then the fiction, the poetry that people are producing to talk about the condition on the ground become very important. So this picture is actually an open pit for uranium absorption in the Department of Agadez, more specifically in Arlit, all right? So there are several layers. It's not only uranium, but it is the water that affect the life of pastoralists. And you can see if you are in oasis where there is agriculture and pastoralism, it's going to affect the ecosystem. But there are also other diseases that are developing because it is an open pit. Okay, so here politicians will not want to talk about it. EU will not want to talk about it. But those are the different ways in which, when we look at Achille Mbembe's book, Brutalism, what capitalism does, but what also elite comprador that the historian Ibrahim Chub talk about, enslavement. People are more invested in talking about human trafficking, but in fact, we should pay our attention more to processes of enslavement, not only in ancient time, but in the 21st century, in the 20th century and the 21st century. And this is how it looks like in terms of visual art. So Agadez is the battle for uranium. There are documentary film produced by Europeans, the French people who are in solidarity with the common people who are in the ground. And then there are documentary films that are produced by Nigerian people themselves. Here, I prefer to focus on the solidarity of the French people to show that it's not a nationalism of people from the Sahel that matters. What matters is that friendship that we talked earlier in our talk. What is it that we do to our common humanity, right? So to stay away, even in terms of how we produce scientific work, not to be colored by nationalism, because that's the trap also. So we also talk about the militarization of space in the earlier panels. In the case of the Sahel, you see this map. Actually, it's the imagery of the crossing the Mediterranean that can map into the Sahel. Here they're presenting EU operation in the Sahel, but beyond EU, I'm saying there are other intervention. The BRICS. The BRICS are not a friendship as Bandung. That's what I'm arguing in my book. That if African populism is thinking that the BRICS are Bandung, it is a huge mistake. The BRICS are neoliberal, the same way that EU is neoliberal. So what I mean by that, you have Turkish drones, militarization is there. You have China, you have Russia. So that competition to me is not only these actors, the BRICS actors are also there. Right, so it's the same Sahel that is militarized, right? Before Africanist scholars were warning the world about the presence of AFRICOM, but there is also the presence of other. Italy is there, Germany is there. Turkey is even invoking its history, Ottoman ties with Niger to sell drugs, right? So those as a linguist, I'm looking at all type of discourses that are produced both in terms of policy, in terms of law, in terms of art, to map into a space that is being occupied, right? So here's this, the Sahel. If we look at the earlier map and look at this J5 map, this is, again, the same corridor that is being affected, and Agadez right there in Niger is there as a point of contention. But I don't want us to forget the ecology. Because when people produce, researchers produce maps like this, what is not spoken about is actually the livelihood. So it is not only the human, it is the non-human also that inhabit. So I like, Sadia, this other concept that the habitation. It's not an issue of belonging. The habitation here, it is the trees, it is the rivers, it is the lake, it is the cattle, the camels, the different ethnicities which are put in conflict in this Sahelian zone. At one point, if one ethnicity is a leader agrees with European Union or the BRICS packages, then they become the positive partner. And then all the other people becomes jihadists in that movement. Within the same, so we are also following how individuals change identities depending on which agreement is signed and at what moment. So this is what we don't also hear about mobility, migration. EU keep pushing its interests at the expense of the ecological situation here. So here's what the Lake Chad is in 1963. But today, this is where the Lake Chad is, and Niger is almost a drop, right? And this is where when you will hear about Boko Haram, right? But this is where exploitation is taking place, other types of extractivism dealing with petroleum, but also dealing with food needed by countries like Saudi Arabia. So the displacement of this population is important because this land is a coveted land for food production, but not for the local people, but other parts of the world. Right? So that's why even when you think of Islamism, I'm like, okay, on the ground, this is what the picture of extractivism. Another form of extractivism, and it has an ecological dimension because most of the protein intake that goes all over Africa, especially southward, is coming from this area of the Lake Chad. But now the whole economy is destroyed because of different factors. So this is the green one, and I'm sure we are going to talk about it. The transhumance that is natural across this line, the Sahel, it is blocked. Increasingly, it is pushing pastoralists. So EU needed this corridor. It is geopolitically important. So what is doing to pastoralists, whether they're Fulani, they're Tuaregs, they're Dazaga, and Darfurian, because Sudan is also part of this equation, is pushing pastoralists to go all the way to Central Africa. Which means that all of a sudden, if you are in Cameroon, Central Africa, or Congo, where you do not know who is a Bororo, a pastoralist, you see a whole herd of cows coming, entering the territory, and you hear conflicts. So they call them jihadists because really they're coming from the Muslim territory invading. And this Fulani people or the other cattle herder have been displaced because it is a geopolitically strategic area. So EU and the BRICS or whoever is intervening here is creating conflict for other people. So pushing mobility, rather than it being in its natural corridor, they're pushing it in non-natural corridor, right? So it's creating a fragility of state. And the more African nations, states are fragile because of the conflicts, and they have to buy armament from EU and also the BRICS. It's creating a lot of problems within Africa. So when I say, if the Sahel is the southern border of Europe, then who is its gatekeeper? It's all those dynamics, right? So here are the pastors, they are actually living people. They are a living being who, for whom this land is their natural habitat, who are being displaced, but they're also being criminalized. and they have to find means for self-protection. So they become jihadists, or they become other things in that landscape. So when you have a Fulani person, but this is a Tuareg person, right? In the natural distribution of transhumance, during our research, we saw that they negotiate at which time each group intervene in the landscape, so that there is no conflict. Very often when you hear even conflict, it's not among herders. It was more between herders and agriculturalists, because the more the grazing areas are taken, the pastoralists have to go into agricultural land, right? So these are things that neither EU, no elite compradors, no BRICS elite who are exploiting these corridors are willing to take responsibility for. You see the Amazigh, I'm sure sister will talk about Amazigh from Morocco, and Fulani people, and then there the Zaga from Chad, and the Darfurian. When you hear the Janjaweed during when the Sudanese al-Bashir was a good friend of the global North, nobody hears about his crimes. But the moment that there was a crisis with bin Laden, and also China posted itself and Russian are getting close, now we knew the crisis, the crimes of al-Bashir. Some of the crimes is to push pastoralists into Darfur, and then southward, westward. So Darfurian are all the way to places like Niger. And when they see Fulani people also coming towards them, they're like, okay, I'm facing death, basically. So it's like the wall, who is the gatekeeper? The more there is chaos within among Africans, the more Europe is fine, because the states get busy dealing with that, and Africans are into each other. So this is, I think it's important for us also to have a sense when people talk about Niger, we are very diverse and we mix. And that's the beauty of so you will see here the mosque, the Agadez Mosque is one of the most attractive mosques. It's a UNESCO World Heritage, and it's a big deal for us, right? So I want to show you. So these are Fulanis having good time. Joy is political. Joy is not something that or the sartorial that people should have. We should always be oppressed and not happy. So believe me, even in that moment of oppression, we find ways to be happy. And happiness is something that is very affirming of life. So this is Agadez. So if you are in this hotel, like our research, we were trying to see if there is criminality, how many, or xenophobia against European, how many Europeans were attacked? None.
None.
And this is the mosque, this is where Europeans hang out, and with Africans, from all over the world, with European, from an Asian, from all over the world. It is a city of hospitality, which has its own beauty. And that is very, very important to me, when that dimension of not presenting. So we sing our blues, right? When tourism is denied, that you will see were considered.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah.
helping you.
But at some point, these are the youth also consider as a
Oh, it's on her.
thank you. Oh, okay. So I was just saying, I'll show you the blues and also our Jimi Hendrix. And then the sites where really we have good life, right? Bambino is one of, not long ago, was expelled actually from Niger because these are the young people that they're saying were creating crisis. But this is their life. Right? When we talk about migration, we see a number of youth say when we go to Europe, it is to produce our art or to do soccer or to spend time in the care industry, right? So you just have to look at the West African or the other African, Central African in Europe, for instance, they're in the care industry, in nursing home, in agriculture, in cleaning, and very few of us are actually at the university level, at this elite level, right? So the law, what they call the criminal law, la loi criminelle, is creating a lot of problem, and it is a problem that really EU has produced, but also political elite have embraced, and has other implications where people are focusing on looking at the relationship between this less than 2% of Africans going to Europe. Most Africans stay in actually North Africa because North Africa is considered the wall. But what other people are not talking about, the same Agadez, this Agadez is the place that Europe has is using as a the transitory space by bringing other refugees from Middle East, Eastern Europe before placing them other places. So the directionality of migration tied to EU is not actually reported from the other direction. That EU is bringing other population into the Sahel. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you so, Ousseina. I am going to, can you unshare? And I'm going to try to reshare, and I'll try to share Zakia's. Hold on a second. All right, you know what, maybe, would you, Randall Halle of the University of Pittsburgh, I'm going to ask you to go next, since you don't have a PowerPoint and we're having some trouble with that at this end, strangely, since we all use Zoom all too much in our lives. So, oh, you do also?
Yeah, no, I do.
That's
mine.
Okay, so go ahead with that, and I won't be able to, yeah, but I'll have to
But where is
figure out how to.
where is it?
Well, it's on this one here. It keeps telling me only one can, here, multiple.
Because you're doing this screenshot. Yeah. Need to do. Actually.
I mean, it's loaded. It's in a window, so we should be able to see it. But otherwise, I'll try to get it off of my computer.
Where is it?
It's
is
in a
it?
window. I loaded it.
Down here?
This is not this.
Yeah, I understand, because several different hosts are sharing at the same time. That's why,
Can remove my completely.
yeah, no, I'm not blaming you. I'm just explaining that the relevant PowerPoints are on three different laptops. I'm gonna
Well,
actually.
this is loaded up here. So
Right, but it's loaded from yours, correct?
No.
Oh, it's loaded from
no,
here?
it's loaded directly onto here.
Okay.
What is mine? What is the?
I'll find it. I'll find it. Go ahead, Randall, and I'll find it. Sorry. Yeah.
Uh,
It will happen.
I will have the last word.
Zakia will have the last word.
Exactly. But the thing that I'm not sure is if this is being shared. So
On the, it's not in the, well, you can see it in the live stream, but it's not shared.
Can we
It's
have
just,
anybody
you can
to
just see it
help
because you
you?
can see the room. So you can see this.
I hate this.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah.
I forgot to call my.
It's showing there, it's just not showing on the live stream, but unless it is, and I just have to read.
Now it is.
Now it is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not seeing it here. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good.
Now it is, yeah.
with all that excitement,
So much excitement. Yay. It will wake us all up. Sorry.
Exactly. So I really, where's Sadia? She's gone now, so I can't.
She got sick of the technical.
Testify to me thanking her, please, right? And to actually express my appreciation and in many ways humility to be on this panel. I'm a film scholar, and so I've been attentive to many things around Europeanization. And in the books that I've been working through, it has been this question of ideational representation that Ousseina was also speaking to. And there's a number of terms that are operating within the current project that come from the work that I've done before. And amongst them, imaginative versus imagined communities, and the way that borders act as objecting apparatuses. And what I'm interested in this new project that I am trying to present here is precisely how, in the way that Edward Said asked us to think about in Orientalism, how that which is actually close, proximate to us is made ideationally distant to seem as if it's from a different place and a different time. And already thinking about the images that we can see in the history of sort of European thinking about Africa, we have here three maps that I don't necessarily want to draw attention to. The two, the one on the left and the one in the center are fairly well known. But the one on the right in blue is a contemporary map from the EU's Africa Development Plan, the Plan for Africa from 2020. And one of the things I think that you can see is that it actually looks very similar to previous iterations of Eurafrica in its various formations. But in this map, one of the things that's interesting for us to consider is that Europe is not present. So as Ousseina was showing us, that there are these maps in which European interests are present, but the exclusion from the front of Europe is also an exclusion of the agency of Europe within the region, is something that is extremely important for us to be looking at. So in this project, I'm trying to think about how this kind of complex connectivity that exists in the post-colonial era, the process of decolonization, actually has created a situation in which the connections are not perceived consciously. And sorry. Yeah. So I've been looking at EU developmental policy as a way of thinking about the way frames its relationship to Africa in particular, and I've been looking at the history of that developmental policy. And there are a number of agencies, and within the context of this project that Sadia and others here in the room were involved in together, ValEUs, this contestation of EU foreign policy, looking at the language of values that inflects the notion of development within the EU. And you can see here the primary partnership of the DG INTPA, which is precisely the Directorate General that's responsible for international partnerships, relies on this notion of sustainable development, eradication of poverty, all these very high, a language of a very high set of values that are being deployed here. There are other units that one might say are interestingly involved similarly in creating the development relationship to Africa. And in this one, the DG in charge of economy and finance, which actually writes the checks that go where they go, uses in its language different language, but nevertheless language that is embedded in values. And I want to draw attention to the EU is the largest donor of development aid in the world. And that sentence alone is important for us to consider because it confuses something about development relationships, which are economic relationships, development aid. And that's something that actually, for all of us, we should be making clear to separate. And this is where, for me, in this presentation, I want to go back and think about the history of the devolution of the colonies into what I am discussing as developmentalism or developmentality. Because certainly Peo Hansen, we have Hans here who have been influential in thinking about these kinds of processes. József, we have these processes that are at work, Sadia, that are thinking about the devolution of the colonial relationship. But what I want to underscore here is that devolution of the colonial relationship occurs through, when considered an orderly process, the institution of banking and economic relationships first and foremost. So you can see that 1955, the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale, which is the primary French agency for controlling the colonies, is devolved into the organizations which continue to have their headquarters in Paris and will become the central banks to this day for 14 African countries. Right? And it wasn't until 1975 that actually they were no longer, the headquarters were no longer in Paris, but were removed, were sent in effect to Africa. So this is really an important understanding then of the relationship here that is a form of control that no longer is controlled through direct military occupation and settler colonialism, but an imbrication of the economies under the control of the former colonial powers. Right? And you can see then there's a series of agreements that go all the way up to 2023 with the Samoa Agreement, which was just recently signed, that continue to do this relationship. One of the things that I want to underscore here is that in these relationships that the European Economic Community all the way up to the EU have constructed is that the 6 plus now up to 26, 27 member trading bloc interacts not with Africa or the African Union, but with individual African countries. And that creates a disparity of the ability of one African country to interact with the EU. Since the 70s, in these conversations, it has been clear that to expand African prosperity, inter-African trade is the best route. But all these agreements have always made sure that Europe is a primary trading partner with Africa. Right? And that creates a number of different dynamics and problems so that at this point in time, the anxiety about China which is still nowhere near the trading partner, the primary trading relationship with Europe, is nevertheless starting to cut into the European trade relations, and that's causing the problem. Europe remains at about 32 to 35% of the trade relationships with all of Africa. Inter-African trade relationships are around 10 to 15% at most, right? And that's been steady since the 70s. So the end of there's a number of slides here, and I feel like I have two colleagues who are probably able to say so many more interesting things than I am here. But I want to underscore that the end of the Marshall Plan and the money that was available within the Marshall Plan was after the reconstitution of the European project, was deployed into the African development relationship. Right, so the OECD has its history in the creation of the economic systems for maintaining the colonies, or now the devolved colonies. We see at the same time, for instance, the creation of ministries of development in various forms throughout Europe, including the countries that were not involved directly in colonial occupation. And there's a whole bunch of things that I could say about Germany and its history in colonial occupation. But in 1961, Germany gets back in the game, creating its own ministry for development aid. And I want to underscore here that Walter Scheels, who's the first minister, articulates in this very important speech how there is a moral responsibility to fight poverty and hunger, how this will create better political relationships to these new peoples because they are becoming state-based modern peoples. This will strengthen, in his language, our economy. So there's a recognition that this is for the benefit of the German economy, that it is an enrichment of European culture. He emphasizes the role of experts, that Europeans will send experts to help Africans. And finally, in the language of modernization theory, he says, this is going to be painful for them, but it's in their best interest to become modernized like us. Exactly. So it's a really interesting speech to look at because it sets out a number of paradigms that are with us to the present. Within those paradigms, I want to say that there is a critique of, so first development theory emerges out of it. And then there is a critique of development theory. We can describe it as critical development theory. The problem with these is that even critical development theory is questioning, are our vectors of aid, are our vectors of development not successful enough? Do we need to do them differently? Or is the problem corruption? There is it that they are a problem for development, right? And that's a critique of development. There is a post-development theory movement, but what I want to underscore for us here today and as part of this project is that I would encourage us to think about something very concretely, deriving in my own thinking in a relationship to Foucault's discussion of governmentality, to be thinking of developmentality. And I'm happy to present to you what I would describe as 12. So I have.
The question is, will they really be 12?
There are 12 because they're right there. Yes, there we go. Exactly. I'm the orderly German in this relationship, right? You know. But first, I want to say that central to this is to understand that development has a history, that it has a long history, and the history of colonialism includes development within it. Developmentality, or development was always a matter of we are developing in settler colonialism the soil, we are developing the people and the white man's burden. But there is something now in developmentality, in the process of devolution, that is important for us to understand as a replacement of colonialism. And there are, we can talk about it as neocolonialism, we can think about post-coloniality in the way that Sadia introduced, but I really do think that it's important to think about developmentalism as something in and of itself that dominates the way that we are thinking about a relationship here. It replaces foreign military coercion and colonial control with local elites and foreign trained experts. It's cheaper when it comes down to it than direct colonial occupation. It affords, and this goes all the way back to our first discussion this morning, it affords a universal progress narrative of modernization and nation building, industrialization, and wealth accumulation. But then the developmentality is related to a rise of European and eventually transatlantic political influence and economic wealth, military and industrial power. And that's something that occurred through colonial control of natural resources and fossil fuels. But decolonization doesn't break that relationship. It just reconstitutes the extractivism that you were pointing out to us very clearly in new forms. Right? Developmentality imbues the developed countries with a right to define the path of progress to the state of being developed. This is the way it goes, people. Right? So you have to become like us. It creates a situation that makes it possible for people to develop, but now I'm skipping my points. Developmentality, however, relies on a restrictive set of econometrics based on economic growth, especially GDP. So the other kinds of possibilities of even thinking about happiness indexes or other forms of index are not taken into account by the paradigms of developmentality. Developmentality establishes a developed prosperity as a moving target, by which I mean that Europe of the 1940s and 50s, as this is emerging, is no longer the same Europe now. So that the goal of development is always, we're always at the forefront of it, right? So this now you have to develop to the state of artificial intelligence to be developed, right? And you are industrializing, and that was a previous form for us. You need to develop to be able to be a service sector society. And that always, that whether that makes sense or not, it puts the condition of development as a moving target in which the Europeans, and I'm just going to stick with that, are always at the forefront of it. Developmentality then produces expertise, knowledge, and technology. This expertise is, however, controlled by and produced by the quote unquote developed countries. So it's always a one-way directional thing. Developmentality keeps developed countries in control of global banking and investment resources. And this has created a situation in which structural adjustment, loans, there is never a way in which the profit is not flowing first to Europe and then, or it's not staying first where the extractivism is taking place. So there's always a kind of impoverishment and trickle-down relationship that's here within developmentality. And perhaps most important in our post-colonial conversation is that developmentality obviates reparations and frames development as a model of generosity and a sign of ethical and high moral behavior in the present. And in Shale's speech, we're doing this because we are good people and we have largesse. We don't have to think where that largesse came from. Right? We don't have to think about the previous history of extractivism. We can do this good thing for those poor children who have the flies on their eyes. So I want to come to just a quick end by showing you that the European Green Deal that is behind a lot of what we're talking about is fully within this context. And I just want to show you how insidious this is in this one example. That Namibia in particular, which was identified there's all sorts of things to say about it, but Namibia is the site of the Harare Nama massacres. The Germans were trying to finally make reparations with them because they want green hydrogen. They want energy from Namibia. And the Harare Nama people said, do not give that money to the state. We need to organize and think ourselves how this money should come here. And so then the state put it on hold, and the Germans said, no, you're taking this money and that's it. Here's the money and you got it, because we need to expiate ourselves of this. Right? So the money was given out, and you can see that it goes through the EU and then down into, and this is a part of the European structure of developmentality, is that the EU organizes things, but it goes down into the local level. That is to say, a nation relationship operates through the EU to benefit from these relationships. It goes so far, though, that what's interesting here is that now there are announcements for tenders, legal tenders, for local projects around green hydrogen, which are, however, announced in the German Chamber of Commerce for Southern Africa. And it's kind of ballsy, pardon that language, but it's kind of amazing that the German Chamber of Commerce for Southern Africa, not just South Africa, but Southern Africa, you can go online and they have these meetings in which they say to the German businesses and interests in the region, there is this money, development money coming, so be prepared to apply for it. Right? And so there are local and therefore comprador structures that are set up in this relationship in which the German businesses are pre-prepared by the German Chamber of Commerce to bid, and therefore successfully, on these projects. And this is a map of Namibia that is presented by the German Chamber of Commerce for Southern Africa proudly, showing German business-controlled private space that has been bought up in order to produce green hydrogen, which will not benefit the local economy except in a trickle-down way. And the goal is to send this liquid hydrogen, then this green hydrogen, up to Germany and use the newly created liquid gas terminals as the ports that will receive this. Right? And so it creates a kind of cyclical structure in which development aid is going, presumably, to a place, but ultimately benefiting nobody and nothing but direct European business interests. And you can find these kinds of patterns over and over again in this relationship. So I will stop, and hopefully.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see where it's open here. Let me so let me try again. This is really, really irritating.
I was operating the, sorry.
Yeah, let me see if I can do it again. Share. Is this?
Maybe, wait a second, let me just see.
Like PowerPoint?
about,
No, okay.
ending the share. Right.
That's it?
I don't.
It says disappear?
Can you call yours up?
I mean, it's on the local laptop. It's just not letting me load it.
It's here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is it.
Okay, well, we can
What do we do now? We can see it anywhere here, right? Okay. Share. Shall we
Yeah.
just do share?
Yeah,
Share.
that's great.
Okay, with who? Upload. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So
this is the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
It's here. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Let's try the upload.
Apologies to everyone. I know it's late, but yes. Although it's not scheduled. It's
Very good.
actually, it's under Sadia UFS.
Uh-oh.
What?
It's under, you're the one who signed in on there. That's not my laptop, that's the room laptop. Just on, put your.
I understand what Simon means. Barely at the point, but it's more that my computer's not, reasons are completely unclear to me.
Yeah.
Cooperating either.
No, I get it. I don't know why.
I'm good, thanks. All right. Give me a second.
Actually, wait a second, do you have it on your computer?
I do not have it on mine, but I mean, I can open, oh, I do. I guess I do.
Because I send it.
Yeah, exactly. So hold on a
Shall I
second.
send you?
Yeah, if we can send it to you, maybe. And again, apologies, people.
And mine's not even open.
All right, let me,
We'll be patient for a second.
Okay.
I have a theory.
Let me.
Do you have my email?
okay, here we go. I'm forwarding it to you, Randall.
Oh, great, because that's what I was.
Is this
Yeah.
what you were trying to get at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
There we are. All right, there we go. So, here we go. If it helps.
It's now shared? Okay, great.
I'm in.
Is it?
Well, I think
No,
what
I
we
don't
can do,
think
no,
it-
no, here, give it to
I'll
me.
forward it. Yeah, you work on that and I'll forward it to you in the meantime.
And else I don't know how long, well, the battery will last.
Sure, yeah.
All right. If we can't get it shared there, I did email it to you, Randall.
Sadia, you know, what happened to Sadia? She's no longer logged in. I mean,
I sent it to you. Did you? Yeah.
Picking me off. I don't know what's going on.
So don't worry about it. 'Cause,
Okay, so I might just read my paper.
We should get another chair.
Oh, you want to keep it? I don't.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Because it's in the way,
We
right?
need it, we need it open, we do need it open. I don't know. maybe-
I mean, I could just read, but it's.
But I don't, I'm so sorry, Zakia. This is so frustrating.
I would prefer picture to show.
Yeah, yeah,
people so
yeah.
they can stay awake.
Yeah,
give me 2 seconds.
although I don't think staying awake's a problem after these.
It's good.
Right?
It's good. It's incredible.
I can.
Yeah, oh no, please. Yeah. Although Lily's like a good girl. Yeah.
There's no way.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
Yeah.
Need to log in now.
Somebody else said, well,
Not trying to.
Yeah.
In me of the.
I mean, we all use Zoom in our classes every single day. We taught on,
don't worry about it.
okay,
It happens to me all the time in front of my students.
and I'm not a tech.
Nice.
Figure out this.
Like 90.
Don't worry. If not, I read.
That's like, and like.
It's there. It's right there. Yeah.
I mean, wish I could help. Sorry, I'm so used.
It's there. It's there. It's there.
Okay, great.
But,
Is it, but there, okay, so now I can,
Can
okay,
it-
we're.
but can you control it on that one now? I've uploaded it, so I'm sharing.
Okay, right, so we need it, what we want is for it to be a slideshow from start. Is that?
No,
It's not happening.
This is, we're getting close.
We're getting close, and in the meantime, let me just say that our speaker is Zakia Salime. Again, a colleague from Rutgers, a wonderful colleague from Rutgers, speaking on life at the vicinity of a solar energy plant in Morocco. And the suspense is building.
Well,
No.
no, it'll happen in a second. Let me just.
While it's building, I also want to plant in there somewhere. There's a scene, I think it's in a Sambene film. Is it in Sambene? Is it in Halle?
Halle.
Where the bankers come in?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, le mandat.
Le mandat.
Le mandat. Comment traduire ça en français?
The mandate.
Yeah.
Le mandate. Le mandat.
Le mandat.
Okay.
Yeah, when
Like
the
it's-
bankers came
Because every time Randall gives some version of this talk, I'm in Paris as well, and because I teach to Bamyeh, right? And that's the scene that comes to mind, because that's the moment of the
neoliberal movement. Yeah.
I mean, and then it's there, right there in one of the seminars.
You got to say, no.
Ousseina and
I can see it there, but
Ousseina has a book on how shaming, banking,
Belinda, can you just expand
India and Africa.
Give it in.
Microcredit.
Give it to me.
Yeah, and
you don't feel guilty.
this question of neoliberal banking. Yeah,
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and the shaming.
Thank you.
Right. Well done. Mabruk to stare.
I was praying, so
There we go.
reading some Quran.
And that's what made it happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
It always would.
And thank you, Belinda.
Oh, yeah, I did so much.
Right. So
thank
that
you.
can
This
go
is
back.
the one, right? No?
This one right here.
Friendship.
No, I can do my thing.
Okay.
No, so just.
Right?
Yeah.
So I just need to, and can we do? Okay, this is
So
how
if
it's
you
gonna
did the-
happen. Yeah.
It's a little bit delayed, but.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So, thank you so much for staying this long. I feel
All the
like,
excitement.
I really feel like apologizing to everyone now. I have been thinking about not how to connect, it's connected, but I wasn't sure I gave the right title, but in the end, I decided to keep the title because I will say a few things about this life in the vicinity of the solar energy plant. But what I wanted to talk more about is the Sahara Desert, and how it has been reconstructed through the discourse of clean or green energy or energy transition, especially through what is named now, what we know as the Desert Tech project. I am going to kind of create a shift from thinking about movement in terms of population, resource grabs, and also about migration issues, which are especially migration, the main kind of framework through which we look at the connections between Europe and Africa. And I want to look at these connections through cables, through currents, electricity, and solar energy. And these connections have been built through a major discourse that was started to kind of take form in 2009, and that discourse was called Desert Tech, as you can see here, right? Desert Tech was an entrepreneurial vision forged by powerful German corporations. Here, Germany played a major role in the formation of Desert Tech Foundation, the DIA, Desert Tech Industrial Initiative, and the role of the project, or the goal of the project, was the idea of powering Europe from what they call the Sahara Desert through the establishment or the creation of solar energy plants across the south of the Mediterranean, as you can see here. All those places. So you see concentrating solar power, wind power, hydraulic power at the southern shores of the European continent. Desert Tech aimed to to produce 20% of Europe's electricity by 2050, and by the same tokens, enable Europe to meet its carbon emission reduction obligations. So I want to take a minute to show how Desertec constructed the Sahara as almost what I call a natural infrastructure for generating clean energy for Europe. I will first show some of the ways in which these discourses have been constructed in Europe before showing how they kind of traveled and crossed and circulated through the Moroccan energy, the national energy strategy in Morocco. Sorry, I'm not focusing that well at this time of the day. I'm trying my best. So here is some of what is Desertec energy. I'm not going to read everything, but I kind of highlighted what is important here. Deserts have been unproductive lands. And then as bad as deserts are for food production, they are ideal for energy production. And then at no other place in the world, the sun shines. I'm not able to see the whole because of the little thing here. That's it, done. At no other place in the world, the sun shines that much, and so many strong winds blow across the flat plain of the desert. And then for every densely populated area in the world, there is a desert nearby to power it. How do we move from here to here?
I think.
Yeah, great. See, this is a slide by this is a short article published by somebody called Amin Al-Habeiba, who is a professor of engineering. He's talking about the desert in this way. If the desert were a country, it would be 5th biggest in the world. It's larger than Brazil and slightly smaller than China and the US. And this is the last thing I'm going to read for you. Whenever I visit the Sahara, I'm struck by how sunny and hot it is and how clear the sky can be. Aside from a few oases, there is little vegetation, and most of the world's largest desert is covered with rocks, sand, and dunes. The Saharan sun is powerful enough to provide Earth with significant solar energy. So this is just an example of how this discourse is reconstructing the Sahara as an abstraction where there is only the sun and rocks and basically no vegetation and no human life. Desertec discourse presents us with a quantified perception of the Sahara, a survey, I would say, which creates the perfect nexus of time and geography. For instance, according to NASA, each square meter of the desert receives an average between 2,000 and 3,000 kilowatt hours of solar energy per year. Habeiba, that a hypothetical solar farm that covered the entire desert would produce 2,000 times more energy than even the largest power stations in the world. In this scenario, he adds, the Sahara could potentially produce more than 7,000 times the electricity requirement of Europe with almost no carbon emission. It's for many reasons, including the 2011 North African uprising, Europe's its own economic crisis, the cost of the project that was estimated at $700 billion, drop in oil prices and dramatic decrease in the cost of solar panels and wind turbines made available at a lower price by the Chinese industry. I must also say that Desertec Foundation and Desertec industrial initiative realized that actually there are growing needs in the countries that was supposedly going to be hosting these solar energy panels, and therefore these countries are not going to be exporting energy to Europe. They will just use the energy that they produce. However, a few DIA shareholders still back the creation of a solar energy farm in Norwazazet in the southeast of Morocco. You can see here, what is it, right? The plan, the Desertec plan, and this is where we had this brief conversation about this plan as being an imposition on countries, including Morocco, and I kind of say, no, not really, because Morocco has its own politics, energy politics, and which we can talk about a little more in the conversation, in the discussion, I hope, and which is the positioning of the country as an energy hub for Africa, for the continent, and a platform for the transfer of technology, European technology and know-how to the African continent. So there is that interest by the Moroccan government, and this is why the Moroccan government established in 2009, the National Energy Strategy as a roadmap for curbing the country's energy bill and its quasi-independence, dependence on fossil fuel energy. We actually export in Morocco, we export 97% of our energy, of the government's energy needs. So the National Energy Strategy, the ambition is to generate 42% of the total energy from a mix of renewable sources, solar, wind, and hydropower by 2020, which a goal that was reached before even 2020, and 52% by 2030, with the resulting 35% of CO2 reduction, and ultimately reaching 100% renewable by 2050. So this was the plan for the Moroccan government. And for this purpose, the Moroccan government created the Moroccan Agency for Solar Energy in 2016, Mazen. In 2010, the Moroccan Energy for Solar, the Moroccan Agency for Solar Energy, which became in 2016 the Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Agency, which here we meet the question of developmentality, right? And of course, changing solar to sustainable was not just by chance, but it was really, the target was to kind of, to kind of emphasize the function of sustainability and kind of, not dismiss, but cover up for the function, extractivism that was put in place by actually the creation of this agency. So what else can I say? So the Moroccan, Mazen role extended to all after 2016. I must say that in 2016, a major world event or international event took place in Morocco, in Marrakesh, which was the hosting of the COP22 for the first time on an African country, and it was the first, like the kind of the signal of what Africa needed in terms of energy. The COP22, a new and unprecedented actually presence of African governments and African head of states. And it was the occasion also for the Moroccan government to show his case for the, because for the creation of an energy sector that would, I'm going to say a little bit more about also why this energy sector was important in Morocco, because Morocco, obviously since the 1990s, especially 2000, Morocco adhered fully into the neoliberal tenets of political economy, and the energy needs were increasing. Part of the electricity of the country was coming from Spain, imported from Spain, and the plan was to now not export energy to Europe, but actually energy to the continent, to the African continent. Not just the energy, but the energy, the technology, and also the knowledge. And this is the way Morocco positioned itself in this discourse of renewable energy. How did Desertec as discourse move through the Moroccan renewable energy program? And I want to say just a few things because I know that people are really tired. So this is from Mazen website. Before the intervention of Mazen, these virgin lands were free of any activity. The wind blew on these mountains without moving the wind turbine blades, and rivers flowed without being restrained by dams. And then this is a promotional video. And then the promotional video ends with this, on this statement, Mazen, an inexhaustible force of development. And here there is a fusion between extractivism and development. So the Noor complex is actually largest solar energy plant in the world. It hosts four farms using several types of technologies. An investment of $9 billion and a production capacity of but what I want to focus here on is this new identity of the Sahara as an energy hub, which to me shows ruptures and continuities with colonial perceptions of the desert. Renewable energy discourse produces the Sahara as a vast, empty, underutilized land mirroring sunlight. During my visits to the site between 2018 and 2020, Mazen's employees, all of them, spoke about a virgin land unpenetrated by human activity, and more importantly, by extractive capital. I mean, if you are a feminist, you can do a lot. That's my case. These tropes defining the ecology of the Sahara in terms of aridity, timelessness, and emptiness are not new, and imagination. Nothing condenses this imagination in Morocco as much as the French notion used for unproductive Morocco, le Maroc inutile, designating Moroccan deserts and mountains, in contrast to useful Morocco, le Maroc utile, designating its plains, its oceans, its cities. Something else in parallel taking place in terms of colonial discourse. Colonial discourse in the Maghreb represented the Sahara as rather an ecosystem deteriorated by human practices, including pastoral activities by nomadic Arabs. Yeah, and here you see the creation of a division between the destructive Arabs and the Berbers, the others. What is new about the way renewable energy discourse recycles this imagery is the way in which the Sahara is now constructed as almost a natural infrastructure calling for green investment. Old-seated representations of the found for a new construction or to new constructions of the Sahara as container of light, energy, and water, and therefore as an ideal place for green grabbing. The Sahara is then no longer a dilemma to be solved by the necropolitics of anti-immigration and anti-terrorism policies. It is not even a casualty of a human mismanagement of resources and desertification. The Sahara became a place of connection and transit, not so much of people and goods, or people as goods, in reference to certain debates in Saharan studies, but of global financial circuits, technology transfer, especially through German, Spanish, and Chinese industries, and energy export to the African continent. Race for green energy based on the example set in Morocco during the COP22. These various iterations of the power of the sun generate significant silences. And here I move to my next, like my second part and last part of this presentation. The discourse generates significant silences. It discounts land grab, water extraction, and the expropriation and dispossession of the population subjected to this kind of primitive accumulation. Wedded with a sustainable development discourse and programs offered to the villages, these gendered categories of emptiness, virginity, are not only about space, but they are also temporal categories that suspend past marginalizations, conceal systemic injustices, and collective experiences of precarity to turn the villages into desiring subjects in charge of their own future through development projects. At the same time, these tropes enable Mazen, which is that agency I spoke about, to legitimate the significantly low purchase price of 15 cents per meter square for its massive land grab. It's 3,000 hectares, how do you say, la superficie? What is the superficie? La superficie de Rabat. The surface of Rabat, of the capital Rabat, 3,000 hectares. I can think. So Morocco's clean energy policy is in line. You tell me how I'm doing in terms of time.
You're okay, you've got it.
Morocco's clean energy policy is in line with the neoliberal orientations of the Moroccan economy and its growing needs in areas ranging from big-scale industrial projects. There was an exhibition of like airplanes, and Morocco exhibited 2 days ago its own 100% made Moroccan combat airplane. From big-scale industrial projects, aeronaval, automobile industry, and renewable energy, to mega urban projects and infrastructures, to agriculture policies driven by the 2008 Green Morocco Plan. This is a plan that was promoted by a US consulting firm is to improve the economic performance in rural landscapes through a system of aggregated small farms connected to large export-oriented ones. Most of them are Europeans and Israelis. In the area of concern, the southeast of Morocco, I want to show you the southeast though. That's the southeast, the red. The southeast of Morocco, the GMP, which is the Moroccan Green Plan, generated a hasty movement for land reforms, a frenzy rush for collective land privatization, and a hunt for investment opportunities in a region that has remained until 2 decades ago untapped by capital. Administratively, the southeast is part of the Dar'at Filet region. What is it? What is that? Why am I going forward? Actually, this is the Dar'at Filet region. Dar'at Filet region, a region that made the geographical area south of the High Atlas Mountains and east of the Anti-Atlas Mountains and inhabited predominantly by Amazigh populations. These mountains are not only a natural barrier, this is very important, barrier between this region and the northeast and central parts of Morocco, but also the main source of its water table, and occasionally flooded land. But water, because of climate change, is becoming the scarce now, and have been showing the highest levels of poverty rate in the country. No wonder that the region's inhabitants complex. Is that a problem?
Could be. You're very well. Anybody listening at home?
Thank you. No wonder that the region's inhabitants developed a very complex underground system of water preservation, management, and distribution known as khattara, and protected it through rigorously sealed customary laws, urf, and ancestral practices of supervision, sanction, distribution, and redistribution. But water has been at the forefront of this region's concerns and protests. For instance, access to water in the region was reduced to 2 hours between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. during the month of Ramadan, 2021. And think about Ramadan, people are doing everything at night. Individual and collective voices populated social media platforms with alarming messages about water extraction and calls on the government to halt large-scale farming projects and land concessions. In April 2021, persistent urgent calls on the social media against the predominance of big-scale farming and water-intensive crops in a pre-desertic zone, Le Maroc inutile, I'm done, compelled the government of Al-Rashidiyya, which is the capital of this administrative region, to send a letter to the Ministry of Interior requesting that all new investments should be stalled. When I first visited Ouarzazate, and here I'm going to connect this water question to the solar energy plant. When I first visited Ouarzazate in 2017, public water was undrinkable due to pollution of Ouarzazate or the Ouarzazate River. Both Ouarzazate and the neighboring vast region of Zagora drew this is a dam that was built in 1971 under the developmentalist state, approximately 15 miles to the south of Ouarzazate. The dam has a capacity of 560 million cubic meters of water, but has been entirely appropriated by Mazen for Noor. First, for the construction phase, and subsequently for the ongoing cleaning of the solar reflectors and cooling of the steam in the turbine electricity production process by Noor 1 and Noor 2. To respond to its water consumption needs, Mazen built a 30,000 cubic meters water tank in the site, connected to the dam with canalizations, granting permanent access to water for washing and cooling of 500,000 of solar power panel in Noor alone, and we are talking about 4 of them. Especially that Noor 1 and 2 are actually they use what the people who know concentrated solar power, CSP. I had hard time understanding all these technology differences. So concentrated solar power is the field of expertise of Germany. And but in the conception of Moroccan solar energy strategy. So CPS is water intensive, and about the future of family farming in this water-stressed region. And this concern led to the choice of different I want to end by mentioning a few things about the region, which I think also get lost in this discourse about the sun. So despite the populations here, losses of land and water, collective trauma about past violations of human rights in the region, and promises for development warded off the prospect of any significant protests against war, presented by state officials as a national priority. Embedded in the landscape and imprinted in building and livelihood, colonial oppression and post-colonial punitive rule have continued to shape the way people in the Southeast in general, and in this part in particular, view their region as the forgotten Morocco or even the cursed one. That's how they call the region. These are widely shared feeling in this vast region that still lacks roads, universities, hospitals, and schools, but bursts with military bases because of its proximity with Algeria, but also, but not just because of that, and with secret detention centers hidden underneath its mountains as natural carceral infrastructures. This is why when I was thinking about the mountains, speaking about the mountains, I say it's important. And behind the rampart of its qasba, can I finish it? Here? There's a qasba somewhere. Yeah, like that, right. The rampart of its qasba. In these landscapes, colonial French buried its opponents, and the post-colonial states repudiated them. Secret detention centers are spread out in Noor's neighborhood villages, only a few miles away from what one. This is like the most well-known one, Tazmamart in Al-Rashidia, approximately 100 miles away from Ouarzazate. Though all these detention centers have been closed and Tazmamart cleaned up in 1991 and erased in 1996, they continue to haunt the stigmatized spaces, social spaces, as ghost places of torture, state neglect, and slow death. This is why survivors of these detention centers and human rights activists read the history of the Dar'at Filal, that region, through its centrality rather than its marginality to both the fight against colonial conquest and the post-colonial state formation. Let me say one last thing about sustainability. Time is embedded in the renewable energy development mission through the concept of sustainability, which is to me a temporal concept, but also a gender sphere of identification for women. Even though Mazen's small-scale farming project, which it's proposed to the population, I'm going to show you here, like this kind of stuff, although they did not initially target women, they end up working exclusively with the women population, and you can ask me why. Hisham and Fatima, two development agents, stated that the women combined the qualities of endurance, bodily engagement, desire to learn, and restricted mobility. While farming initiatives mostly target women as a stable population in the village, men's dream of a real job, not in agricultural sector, and a real job means opportunities with Mazen or one of its affiliated company never vanish. The men I interviewed didn't see agriculture as a real job or a source of revenue, but simply as complementary to a more stable source of income, and therefore were happy to leave it to women. Hence, men apply, reapply, wait, and navigate temporary jobs with Mazen or outside of Mazen, mainly as construction workers. Like Hamid, who wants on the construction site before ending up as a cleaning person in the kitchen, another temporary contract. The burden of this uncertain living, and I conclude here, and the experience of precarity is shared by men and women, but the burden of making development projects successful falls more on women who are less mobile than men. For women, the necessary task of governing uncertainty also means governing time. the time of employment, the time of the husband's unemployment, the wait time, the waste time, the water time, and the time of hope. Thank you.
Can you unchair? Thanks. Thank you for these three really powerful papers, and thanks also for everyone's patience. Maybe we can just collect a couple of questions and let the speakers have a response. If people are too, yeah, go ahead, Emily.
Amazing final panel. Thank you all. I guess my first question is for Randall. I mean, I think that the sort of timeline you presented of sort of a colonial devolution to developmentalism, like something that was missing there that I do think complicates that shift that you're positing is monetary policy. So like I'm thinking obviously about the CFA franc, and how, you know, the kinds of things that you're talking about as like a post-devolution, right? Like structural adjustment and all of these things, like the effect that they end up having is because these countries don't have control of their own monetary policy. And that is like a direct control thing where like the French central bank and then the European central bank control what they can do with their currency to take out more debt or to deal or to service their own debt, right? So I guess I wonder if you could say a little something about, you know, I don't want to over.
No, I mean, actually, I
Can you wait? Because we're gonna, just because.
Give Michael some questions, because like, I just think that,
sorry.
Not to belabor the like continuity and rupture issue of colonial legacy after the formal end of empire or whatever, but it does feel like there are a lot of those sort of continuity instances that end up interacting with the sort of more like vague, devolved sort of mechanisms of control. And I just am curious what you have to say about that. And since you do film, I don't know if you're familiar with Katie and Dye's film about the CFA franc, but it's Senegalese filmmaker, beautiful. It's really compelling. I highly recommend it. It's called something. Ousseina, do you know what its title is? It's like CF Money, Liberty. I don't know. I'll find it, the reference, but she's great. And the film is great. And then just
Emily, can we just see if other people want to ask it?
I have a question for Ousseina if nobody else has anything.
Okay. Any other? Go for, or Johan, did you want? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Please.
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Ousseina. Yes, I really like the fact that you mentioned the notion of geopolitics, and yes, and also the way you phrase the title, become. So that means we have an idea of something that is being constructed, border as reconstruction. So if the border is a construction, instead of looking for the gatekeeper, can we not just try to deconstruct this sort of narrative that is creating a border, border, instead of looking for the gatekeeper, can we not just think of how we can deconstruct this narrative?
Yeah. And Johan, did you have a?
Sure. Maybe for both Zakia and Ousseina, I was sort of interested to hear more about like the sort of health and bodily impacts of the stories that you're telling. I mean, you talk about the water in Ouarzazate, but also the uranium, but also like, you know, changing diets when you shift from a kind of transhuman like livelihood to, so like how are people understanding this, you know, how is this kind of embodied?
And can I ask you each take just about 3 minutes maybe, or 4?
I'm not going to take more than 1 minute. It's a quick response.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just for what is that, for instance, there was this very firm belief that the installation of millions of solar panels very close to the villages led to an increase in the temperature. So they all think that they're suffocating because of the solar panels. Yeah.
I mean, yes, you're right. And maybe I was going too fast, but what I was trying to show with the discussion of the banking system and the creation of the central banks, the central French franc, the CFF, was certainly a part of that narrative. I think it goes all the way up to this story that it's interesting. The solar industry in Germany is dead because the Chinese competition leveled it. But and it's dead on that level for the market because in order to subsidize it, you would be violating the free trade agreements that exist. However, you can keep it alive by using development money to provide the technology for these kinds of projects. And so it winds up actually, and these are the kinds of subtleties that are there that you only recognize that continue. And I would just say that so as a film scholar looking at the representation of the moments of decolonization, you can make distinctions in newsreel footage of the period between violence and terror and Algeria, horrible, these kinds of things, versus Ghana, orderly, Senegal, and it's all about the entry into the French monetary system, for instance, right? So orderliness is about agreement to be participating in that structure, right? And that's the way it's represented. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. I'm sorry it didn't come across, but you're exactly right.
Thank you so much. Okay, so since it follows together, one of the things with the diet, right, is to look at, for instance, just the last slide that Zakia showed, is like Ouarzazate and Agadez and Tawa are the same region. So the oasis, there is an impact in food production. For instance, one of the main dietary product is date and cheese, right? And then if you go towards the west, towards the Chad and there, that's where, for instance, vegetable protein instead of animal protein, which is the northern part, beans and all that come from, which really feeds the rest of Africa, right? If you have to take black eyed peas and all this. But now when the ecology is affected, it means that the diet, local diet is affected, right? Whether it's dates or cheese or milk, milk of camels, milk of cow, milk of goat, all this get affected. So then they have to go south to buy a highly refined food. And so the new diseases like diabetes and all that they did not know before, and most Africans now are suffering from that, are coming from that. But more economically, agriculturally, and pastorally is it. So if you have date trees that are tall, that yield, now you have them very small, they don't yield. That's one dimension. And the safest story is exact. So the orderly, what are the countries that are really clean? There's Senegal will be taken as the model of democracy and all that, whereas some of us are not.
Can I add one little thing about, finish.
Sorry, to go back to Marie's question, excellent question, is the title is provocative, is precisely to say, so what about this border? Because it doesn't, what it does to us is really the violence, and then the trauma, both colonial trauma and post-colonial and neo-colonial. And then the complicity of the comprador that we all agree what the new forms of developmentalism. And we all understand what is that border in banking, in agriculture, in everything about life. So when we take those texts, whether it's film, like the Senegalese colleague who did on the SEFA, matches what is happening, and then the solar. By the way, when you go to different, like in Paris, the way to show Niger is to show the Wadabe pictures where the solar energy is coming from Niger. You can see it at the airport. When I think I'm like this.
Of course. Now, what I wanted to say about this, this like sustainable development project, the government hired a French NGO, AgriSud, to do the work of like teaching people how to engage in sustainable agricultural practices. And one of the examples I was given by the women was that the Moroccan agents who were working, hired by this NGO, hired by the government, came up with, the NGO came up with the project of starting very little for the women, like slow, and decided to teach them how to plant lettuce, red lettuce. Yeah, exactly. And then, okay, they did that, and then they helped them to take it to the market. They took it to the market. Nobody knew what it was actually. So they ended up feeding their animals the red lettuce, because nobody consumes red lettuce there. I mean, in other parts of Morocco, yeah, but not there. I didn't talk about the militarization of that space, like on 16 kilometers from the Noor Gate through the villages. Mazen actually built a road. On that road, there are 20 military posts, 24-hour surveillance, surveilling not only the population, from the region, have this panopticon power there constantly, 24 hours a day. So people can't really talk, they can't really, yeah. So we have that, and we have, of course, the question of water, which completely killed oases, and the barriers that were constructed, and the new border that killed also pastoralism. So we have all these questions.
The same corridor, because what was that, Agadez and the Fez, what is it, and Agadez are the same. Yeah.
Can I just, one of the things that the Europeans sell this as sustainability is also a further perversion of the whole process, in the sense that instead of actually resolving the excessive production of carbon in Europe, it is exported again in a gesture of moral and ethical action towards people, right? And it removes the culpability for the mess that we're in.
But this is all through loans. I mean, there was no aid. There was nobody is gifting anything. It's through loans.
Well, and
all of it. And
perpetuating.
In 2020, they would say 21. They were saying that there was a deficit of $16 billion produced by Noor.
Right, exactly. So this thing that is supposed to produce, well,
it's producing more debt.
So I'm so sorry to cut this really exciting conversation short after these brilliant talks following a really wonderful day. So thank you for the speaker. Thank you for the speaker. Thank you to our visionary organizer, Sadia Abbas. Who else wants to say that?
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining for extraordinary day of conversation and thought. I do think we have enough here for at least a dossier. I'm already thinking of next steps. I don't know how we're going to do it. Randall and I will talk about it. I've also envisioned a couple of new projects, including with my dear friend Mohammed here. So, and I've already planted them in his ear, but I think that there's a lot. I mean, I was expecting it to be generative given the company, but it's also inspirational. And, you know, I mean, it's good that we can actually get so many people in the room together from different disciplines and formations. I do want to say that when I started with the question of policy today, I mean, part of it was actually because ValEUs is working on something. But what I'm genuinely interested in, this is where the real work is. I mean, I'm a humanist and without apology, and I refuse to back down from that. But what it's really about is that we're at a moment in the university where our usual disciplinary structures do not work, right? And we've not found a way to both honor our disciplines at their best, right? To bring the full sort of, I would say the contours, but also the capacity for differentiation within our disciplines to bear upon a truly inter and transdisciplinary practice. I do feel today that part of what happened was that we managed to have that conversation that is rare in the academy, but when it happens, given that this is basically all the life I have and all the life I want, it's an absolute joy. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for staying.
Yes.
Thank you.